Constantine XI Palaiologos ascended to the throne during the final years of the Byzantine Empire, which was by then reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few outlying territories. His reign was, of course, dominated by the final siege of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turks under Sultan Mehmed II. He faced overwhelming odds to defend the city, and despite these efforts, Constantinople ultimately fell on May 29, 1453, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire and the beginning of the Renaissance and the modern era in Europe. Constantine died in the final battle for the city, and his brave final stand has immortalized him as a heroic figure in Greek and Christian history, a death that symbolized the fall of a 1,000-year empire. Thus he is remembered as a symbol of resistance against the Ottomans, well earning him the title, the Last Emperor. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If so, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, you're going to really enjoy this one. A little bit longer than my usual videos, but we give credit where it's due to the subject matter. As always, if you like what I do, the best way to support the channel is by liking and subscribing, doing all that good stuff. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video's description. You'll find where you want to go. Now, let us all get nice and relaxed, because as I said, this will be an extremely long video. Constantine XI Palaiologos was born on the 8th of February 1404 as the fourth son of Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, who ruled over a disintegrating Byzantine Empire. His mother, Helena Dragas, was a member of the powerful House of Dragas and daughter of the Serbian ruler Constantine XI. Constantine, often referred to as Porphyrogenitos, or born in the purple, was born during his father's reign, a mark of his legitimacy as an heir to the throne. Purple being the royal color, by the way. Now, the Byzantine Empire had certainly seen better days. It was in decline, and well and truly so, having lost most of its fertile and populous regions in Anatolia to the Seljuk Turks since the 11th century. Although emperors like Alexios I and Manuel I Komnenos had temporarily reclaimed parts of Anatolia with the help of Western Crusaders, these gains were quite short-lived. The empire's situation worsened with the Fourth Crusade's sacking of Constantinople in 1204 and the subsequent establishment of the Latin Empire. The Palaiologos dynasty, starting with Michael VII, regained the city in 1261, but the empire, if it could be called so at this point, never fully recovered, especially after the Ottomans had taken most of Anatolia, Bulgaria, and even parts of Greece by the year 1405. By this time, the empire was significantly reduced, little more than the capital of Constantinople, some sections of the Peloponnese, and a few scattered Aegean islands. And it didn't help that they were also in a position where they had to pay tribute to the Ottomans. To preserve the few remaining territories, Emperor Manuel II assigned regions to his sons with the title of despot. His eldest son, John, was designated co-emperor and successor. Theodore and Andronicus were made despots of the Morea and Thessaloniki, respectively. Constantine, along with his brothers Demetrios and Thomas, stayed in Constantinople due to the lack of land to grant them. Little is known about Constantine's early life, but he was noted for his skills in martial arts, horsemanship, and of course hunting. His character and actions are often described through the writings of George Sophronites, a historian who would later serve him. However, the accuracy of many accounts is questionable, as they were composed after his death, and often intended to eulogize his reign. It is known that he was competent in both military and administrative matters, and heeded the advice of his counselors on key state issues. After the Ottomans unsuccessfully besieged Constantinople in 1422, Manuel II suffered a stroke. It was all a little bit too much for him, it seems. John effectively took over the empire's governance. To prevent the Ottomans from capturing Thessaloniki, John ceded the city to Venice, who had a much larger navy, by the way. Venice and Genoa, the big naval powers of the time. Now, while John sought Western support in 1423, Manuel II, now disillusioned with hopes of Western aid, tried to dissuade him. John was impressed by Constantine's leadership during the siege, and left him as regent of Constantinople. Along with their father, Constantine negotiated a peace treaty with Sultan Mehmed II, temporarily halting further attacks. Upon Manuel's death in 1425, John the Eighth, Palaiologos, ascended the throne and granted Constantine a strategically important strip of land near Constantinople. It demonstrates the trust that both his father and his brother had in his leadership. John soon recalled Constantine from Mesembria and designated him as the successor to Theodore as despot of the Morea. Theodore initially expressed dissatisfaction with his role, but later settled. John assigned Constantine to the Morea in 1427 after a military campaign there. Despite threats from the Ottomans and Carlo I Tocco of Epirus, Constantine and John worked together to secure the region. In 1427, John VIII, accompanied by Constantine and George Sophronites, set out to confront Tocco. They captured Glarenza and other territories after defeating Tocco in the Battle of the Echinades. To cement peace, Tocco offered up his own niece, Maddalena Tocco, who was renamed Theodora, in marriage to Constantine, with her dowry including the recaptured territories. This union was celebrated in 1428, marking a strategic alliance that fortified the Byzantine presence in the region. His arrival in the Morea and his subsequent marriage added complexity to the region's governance, with his brother Theodore unwilling to relinquish his position as despot. The Morea, for the first time since its establishment in 1349, was governed by 2 members of the imperial family. Soon, their younger brother, Thomas, only 19 years old, was appointed as a third despot, effectively splitting the nominally undivided despotate into 3 smaller principalities. Theodore maintained exclusive control over Mistras, while he granted Constantine territories across the Morea, including the northern town of Aegio, fortresses in Laconia, and areas in Kalamata and Messenia. Constantine established his capital in Glarenza, a town he gained through his marriage. Thomas received lands in the north, and based himself in the castle of Calavrita. During his rule, Constantine was known for his bravery and energy, though he was generally cautious when it came to military campaigns. Shortly after being appointed, he joined his brothers in an attempt to capture Patras, a flourishing port ruled by its Catholic archbishop, Pandolf de Malatesta, who was actually Theodore's brother-in-law. Small world. The campaign, however, was unsuccessful, possibly due to Theodore's reluctance and Thomas's inexperience. In a secret meeting with George Soprantes and John in Mistras, Constantine resolved to make another attempt on Patras alone. If he failed, he planned to return to his old appanage by the Black Sea. On the 1st of March, 1429, Constantine and Soprantes, confident of support from Patras's Greek population, marched towards the city and laid siege on March the 20th. The siege turned into a protracted affair with intermittent skirmishes. At one point, Constantine narrowly escaped death when his horse was shot from underneath him, and Soprantes was captured by the city's defenders. He was released, however, on April 23rd, but he was barely in one piece. Apparently he was near death and very dirty. By May, the defenders, seeing the futility of continued resistance and the absence of reinforcements, decided they had to open the negotiations. They agreed that if Malatesta did not return by the end of the month, Patras would surrender. Constantine withdrew, and on June the 1st he re-entered the city. Since the archbishop had not returned, the city leaders met with Constantine in the Cathedral of St. Andrew on June the 4th, and accepted him as their new lord. The archbishop's castle held out for another year, but they eventually surrendered. Constantine's capture of Patras was viewed as an affront by the Pope, the Venetians, and the Ottomans. To mitigate potential threats, Constantine sent ambassadors out to all 3, with Soprantes going to negotiate with Turahan, the Ottoman governor of Thessaly. Although Soprantes managed to avert a Turkish military response, the deposed archbishop returned with a mercenary army of Catalans. However, the Catalans were more interested in plunder than in restoring Malatesta, and seized Glarenza instead. Constantine had to buy back the town for 6,000 Venetian ducats, and eventually ordered its destruction to prevent it from falling into the hands of pirates. While during this chaotic period, Constantine faced personal tragedy when his wife, Theodora, passed away in the November of 1429. Initially, he buried her in Clarenza, but later moved her remains to Mistras. By July of 1430, the surrender of the archbishop's castle meant that Patras was fully under Byzantine control after 225 years of foreign rule. And in November, Siphrantes was appointed as the city's governor. By the early 1430s, Constantine and his brother Thomas had nearly reclaimed all of the Peloponnese for Byzantium, a significant recovery since the unpleasantries of the Fourth Crusade. Thomas secured the Principality of Achaia by marrying Catherine Zachariah, the final prince's daughter and heir. Upon Centurione's death in 1432, Thomas inherited all of his territories. The only parts of the Peloponnese still under foreign rule were some port towns held by Venice, but they were pretty small. However, the success of the Byzantine brothers in the Morea raised a few eyebrows, Ottoman eyebrows, especially the eyebrows of Sultan Murad II. In 1431, under his orders, Turhan sent his troops to demolish the Hexamilian Wall, a reminder to the despots of their vassal status under the Ottoman Sultan. In March 1432, Constantine, aiming to be closer to Mistras, renegotiated territories with his brother Thomas. This agreement, presumably approved by Theodore and Emperor John VIII, saw Thomas ceding the fortress of Calavrita to Constantine, who then made it his new capital. And in return, Constantine gave Thomas control of the region of Elis, which Thomas established as his new base. This exchange was part of the ongoing adjustments among the brothers to manage their respective territories effectively. Well, as time passed, relationships among the three brothers began to show some cracks. The issue of succession was a significant point of contention. Emperor John VIII had no sons, making it likely that one of his brothers would succeed him, while John's preferred successor was Constantine. This choice was accepted by Thomas, but met with resentment from Theodore, the older brother. In 1435, believing that John intended to appoint Constantine as co-emperor, Theodore traveled to Constantinople to express his objections. The disagreement between Constantine and Theodore escalated, threatening to lead to civil strife. The potential for conflict was diffused towards the end of 1536, when the future patriarch Gregory Mamas mediated a reconciliation between the brothers. It was agreed that Constantine would return to Constantinople, while Theodore and Thomas would remain in the Morea. And this resolution was quite timely, as Emperor John needed Constantine in the capital. He was planning to travel to Italy, you see, for the Council of Ferrara, to discuss the union of the Eastern and Western churches. Good luck with that. Well, John's departure from Italy in November was part of a broader strategy to secure aid for Byzantium by advocating for the unification of the churches, a move that was unpopular in the empire, as it implied religious submission to the papacy. John's delegation was quite substantial, including Patriarch Joseph II of Constantinople and other significant ecclesiastical figures. He even brought his younger brother Demetrios along, who had shown signs of opposition to the church union and potential rebellious tendencies. Better keep him under close watch, just in case. In Constantinople, Constantine was not completely without support. He was joined by prominent figures like Demetrios Palaiologos Kantakozenos, long name, I know, and the statesman Lokas Notaras, while Helena and George Soprantes provided close personal counsel. During John's absence, Constantine managed the affairs of the capital, maintaining peace with the Ottomans, who did not breach the established truce. The only significant concern arose in early 1439, when Constantine, anticipating an Ottoman offensive, requested the promised warships from the Pope to defend Constantinople. However, this threat did not materialize, as Sultan Mehmed II focused his campaign on Serbia. In 1439, the council in Florence declared the reunification of the churches, a decision that was met with hostility and resentment in Constantinople upon John's return in February 1440. The populace viewed the union as a betrayal of their faith, and feared it would provoke Ottoman suspicion. Constantine shared John's pragmatic view on the union. Both brothers believed that sacrificing the independence of their church could justify a Western crusade, and this, well, it just might save Constantinople. Despite being relieved of his duties as regent upon John's return, Constantine remained in the capital throughout the rest of 1440. He likely stayed to find a suitable wife, having been a widower over a decade since the tragedy of the death of Theodora. His choice landed on Caterina Gutilusio, the daughter of Dorino Gutilusio, the Genoese lord of the island of Lesbos. George Soprantes was dispatched to Lesbos in December of 1440 to arrange the details of the marriage. By late 1441, Constantine, accompanied by Soprantes and Lokas Notaras, sailed to Lesbos and married Caterina in August. He left Lesbos in September, leaving Caterina with her father to travel to the Morea. Upon his return, he noted that his brothers, Theodore and Thomas, had governed the Morea effectively in his absence. Believing he could better serve the empire's interests closer to the capital, he considered switching places with his younger brother Demetrios, who governed around Mesembria in Thrace. Constantine then proposed that he regain in his Black Sea appanage, while Demetrios would take over his holdings in the Morea. He sent Soprantes to discuss this proposal with both Demetrios and Murad II, the Ottoman Sultan, who had a say in such appointments. By 1442, Demetrios had shown no interest in new appointments, and was instead eyeing the imperial throne. He had made a deal with Murad and raised an army, positioning himself as the champion of those opposing the union of the churches, and then declared war on John. When Sophronites reached Demetrios to propose Constantine's offer, Demetrios was already preparing to march on Constantinople. The threat he posed was significant enough that Constantine was summoned back from the Morea by John to oversee the city's defenses. In April of 1442, as Demetrios and the Ottomans began their attack, Constantine left the Morea. He met his wife at Lesbos, and together they sailed to Lemnos, where they were trapped for months by an Ottoman blockade. Though Venice did send ships to assist, Katerina, his new wife, fell ill and passed away in August on Lemnos. Constantine did not reach Constantinople until the month of November, by which time the Ottoman threat had already been repelled, and Demetrios, he was locked up, albeit briefly. Well, in March of 1443, Sophronites was appointed governor of Selymbria in Constantine's name. From there he kept a watchful eye on Demetrios. In November, Constantine handed over control of Selymbria to Theodore, who had abandoned his role as despot of the Morea, leaving Constantine and Thomas as the sole despots, and giving Constantine control of the Mistras, the prosperous capital of the despotate. With Theodore and Demetrios out of the picture, Constantine and Thomas switched their efforts to strengthening the Morea, which had become the cultural center of the Byzantine world. They envisioned the Morea as a safe and nearly self-sufficient principality. The philosopher Gemistrus Plato, in Constantine's service, suggested that Mistras and the Morea could become the new Sparta, a centralized and strong Hellenic kingdom. One of their major projects was the reconstruction of the Hexamilian Wall, destroyed by the Turks in 1431. By March 1444, the wall was indeed fully restored, to the impression of many, including the Venetian lords who had declined to fund the project, thinking it was impossible. Well, we sure showed them. The restoration was costly, and required significant manpower, of course. Some Morat landowners fled to Venetian territories to actually avoid financing the project, kind of like a tax evasion sort of thing, while others actually rebelled before being compelled through military means to pay their share. Constantine sought to win the loyalty of local landowners by granting them lands and privileges, and staged local athletic games where young Morats competed for prizes. In the summer of 1444, possibly encouraged by news of a crusade launched from Hungary in the previous year, Constantine invaded the Latin duchy of Athens, at that time a vassal of the Ottomans. He was in contact with Cardinal Julian Cesarini, a leader of the Crusade, who was informed of Constantine's intentions to strike at the Ottomans from the south. Constantine swiftly captured Athens and Thebes, forcing Duke Nerio II Accaeoli to pay tribute to him instead of the Ottomans. The recapture of Athens was celebrated, with one of Constantine's counselors comparing him to the ancient Athenian general Themistocles. Now, despite the crusading army being destroyed by Murad II, At the Battle of Varna in November 1444, Constantine continued on in his campaign, supported by Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy, who supported him by sending 300 soldiers. Constantine raided central Greece and the Pindus Mountains in Thessaly, where he was once again welcomed as a liberator. One of his governors seized the town of Lidoriki from the Ottomans, which was renamed Constantinopolis in his honor. Murad II was beginning to get more than a little tired of Constantine's successes. Thus, he marched on Morea in 1446 with an army of possibly up to 60,000 men. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Constantine refused to surrender his gains and prepared for battle. The Ottomans quickly took control of Thessaly. Constantine and Thomas rallied at the Hexamilian Wall. Despite their efforts and the wall's strength, Murad brought cannons with him, and that was a big problem. Well, I'm sure you can see how it ended up. By December the 10th, the wall was breached. Most defenders were either killed or captured, and Constantine and Thomas escaped, albeit barely. Murad's general Turahan was sent to take Mistras and devastate Constantine's land, while Murad led forces in the north. Although Turahan failed to take Mistras, Murad did not aim to conquer the Morea, but rather to instill terror, make an example, living memory of terrible things so that no one would stand up to the Ottomans again. The devastated and depopulated peninsula was thus left in ruins. Constantine and Thomas, well, they were in no position to negotiate. The writing was on the wall. They accepted Murad as their lord, paid him tribute, and promised never to restore the Hexamilian Wall again. Theodore, who had previously been the despot of Morea, passed away in the June of 1448, and later that year, on October 31st, Emperor John XI Palaiologos also died in Constantinople. Among the surviving Palaiologoi brothers, Constantine was notably the most popular, both in Morea and the capital. John VIII's preferred successor was indeed Constantine, and this choice was strongly supported by their mother, Helena Dragas, who also favored him for the crown. As news of John VIII's death spread, both Thomas and Demetrios rushed back to Constantinople, reaching the capital before Constantine could leave the Morea. Despite many in the capital favoring Demetrios due to his anti-unionist stance, Helena used her authority as regent to stall Demetrios' attempt to seize the throne until Constantine's arrival. Thomas accepted Constantine's appointment without contention, and Demetrios, though initially overruled, eventually proclaimed Constantine as the new emperor. Shortly afterwards, George Soprantes informed Sultan Murad of the succession, and the Sultan also accepted Constantine's appointment on December 6, 1448. With the succession issue resolved peacefully, Helena sent two envoys, Manuel Palaiologos Largos and Alexios Philanthropenos Laskaris, to the Morea to officially proclaim Constantine as emperor, and, of course, to escort him to the capital. Thomas came along for the journey. Constantine was proclaimed emperor of the Romans in a modest civil ceremony at Mistras on January the 6th, 1449. Instead of the traditional crown, Constantine may have placed a pilos, which is another type of imperial headgear, on his head by his own hands. This local ceremony in Mistras was notably unconventional, as emperors were typically crowned in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. However, there were historical precedents for such local ceremonies, and like his predecessors, Constantine chose not to have the traditional coronation ceremony in Constantinople upon his arrival. This was partly because both he and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Gregory III Mamas, were supporters of the union of churches, and a formal coronation by Gregory might have incited rebellion among the anti-unionists in the capital. Constantine considered his proclamation at Mistras sufficient for his imperial coronation, and believed it granted him all the constitutional rights of an emperor. In his earliest known imperial document, a Chrysobull from February 1449, he referred to himself as Constantine Palaiologos, in Christ true emperor and autocrat of the Romans. He arrived in Constantinople on the 12th of March 1449, travelling there aboard a Catalan ship. Having served as regent twice and ruled numerous fiefs throughout the empire, Constantine was well prepared for his role as an emperor. By the time he ascended the throne, Constantine was significantly diminished. Rather, Constantinople was significantly diminished from its former glory. The city had not fully recovered from devastating circumstances of the Fourth Crusade in 1204, and yes, they were so devastating that even 200 years later they had not recovered. The 15th century Constantinople was almost like a rural network of population centers, with many churches and palaces, including the former imperial palace, completely abandoned and in disrepair. The Palaiologoi emperors used the Palace of the Blachernae as their main residence, located closer to the city's walls than the former Grand Palace. The population of Constantinople had also significantly decreased due to Latin occupation, civil wars in the 14th century, and recurring outbreaks of the Black Death. By the time Constantine became emperor, the city's population was around 50,000, a stark contrast to its peak in earlier centuries. Shortly after arriving in Constantinople as emperor, his immediate concern was the threat from the Ottomans. Within 2 weeks, he sought to secure the empire by negotiating a truce with Sultan Mehmed II. He dispatched Andronikos Lagaris as an ambassador, who successfully arranged a truce that included not only the capital, but also his brothers in the Morea, aiming to protect that province from further Ottoman incursions. To neutralize his brother Demetrios, who harbored ambitions for the throne and was a source of potential instability, Constantine appointed him as despot of the Morea. This move allowed Demetrios to rule alongside Thomas, dividing the despotate between them. Demetrius took over the former capital, Mistras, and the southern and eastern parts of the Morea, while Thomas controlled the northwest and Corinthia, with his residence alternating between Patras and Leontari. Back in the capital, Constantine faced significant opposition from anti-Unionists, who rejected the authority of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. Although Constantine was not a zealous supporter of the union of the churches, he saw it as essential for the empire's survival. However, the Unionists and anti-Unionists found the emperor's pragmatic approach to be unconvincing, prioritizing spiritual integrity over the possibility of Western aid that may not even come. Another pressing issue for Constantine was the continuation of the imperial line, as neither he nor his brothers had male heirs at the time. In February 1449, he sent Manuel de Chipatos to Italy to negotiate with Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples for military aid against the Ottomans, and also to arrange a marriage with Beatrice of Coimbra, Alfonso's niece. However, the alliance did not materialize. In October of 1449, Constantine sent George Soprantes to explore potential brides in the Empire of Trebizond and the Kingdom of Georgia, although this mission also proved to be fruitless. Diplomacy is not easy. Well, upon learning of the death of Murad, Soprantes and Constantine considered a strategic marriage to Murad's widow, Mara Brankovic, to deter the new Sultan, Mehmed II, from attacking Constantinople. However, Mara had no interest in remarrying, having vowed to live a life of celibacy. Soprantes then suggested a Georgian bride for Constantine, but rising tensions with the Ottomans prevented him from pursuing this alliance any further. No time for dating, I suppose. Well, the death of Helena Dragas in March of 1450 was a significant loss for Constantine, as it would be for anyone whose mother passes away. She was deeply respected, and her passing left Constantine without a clear advisor to rely on. At court, Andronikos Palaiologos Kantokozenos, the Megas Domestikos, often disagreed with Constantine, especially over the choice of a Georgian princess as a bride instead of a princess from Trebizond. Locus Notaros, the Megas Doax, and a close friend of Constantine, believed that Constantinople's formidable defenses, would buy enough time for Western aid to arrive. George Soprantos, now promoted to the title of First Lord of the Imperial Wardrobe, was cautious about antagonizing Mehmed II, and advocated for more discreet appeals to Western aid. Well, Constantine quickly sent envoys to the new Sultan Mehmed as a truce, and Mehmed assured the Byzantine envoys of his peaceful intentions, but Constantine remained skeptical about the Sultan's reliability. As he prepared for a potential conflict, he sought alliances, particularly with Venice, which operated a large commercial colony in Constantinople. However, after Constantine raised taxes on Venetian imports to boost the imperial treasury, the Venetians threatened to move their trade elsewhere, and they even signed a treaty with Mehmed in 1451. Constantine attempted to counter this by offering trade incentives to the Republic of Ragusa, though they could provide very little military support. The broader European response to the Ottoman threat was seemingly muted, with most Western kingdoms preoccupied with their own conflicts. The recent succession of the young Mehmed lulled Europeans into a false sense of security. To the papacy, enforcing the union of the churches was a lot more critical than responding to the Ottoman threat. In the August of 1451, Constantine's ambassador, Andronikos Bryennios Leontaris, arrived in Rome, but Pope Nicholas V responded with an ultimatum. Further military aid would only come if the union achieved at Florence was fully accepted at Constantinople. This, of course, placed Constantine in a very difficult position, as enforcing the union risked inciting riots in the capital. Cardinal Isidore of Kiev was sent by the Pope to help enforce the union, but arrived only in October 1452, and at this time Constantinople was already facing significant threats from Mehmed. In an effort to secure the Byzantine Empire against the growing Ottoman threat, one of Constantine's initial acts as emperor was to utilize the presence of Orhan Çelebi, the great-grandson of the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I, and a potential rival claimant to the Sultanate. Orhan lived as a hostage in Constantinople, and Mehmed had previously agreed to pay annually for his keep. In 1451, Constantine sent a message to Sultan Mehmed, asserting that the payment for Orhan's upkeep was insufficient, and hinting that, without increasing the payment, Orhan might be released to possibly ignite a Ottoman civil war. This strategy of using Ottoman princes as hostages to create political leverage had been employed by Constantine's father, Manuel II, but it was fraught with risks. Mehmed's Grand Vizier, Halil Pasha, was shocked by the Byzantine threat and considered it a sign of desperation and foolishness. Halil, who had been a mediator ensuring peaceful relations due to his long-term connections with the Byzantines, lost his temper with the Byzantine messengers, vehemently dismissing their threats and warning that the new sultan would not be as lenient as his predecessors. Well, we actually have a source that was chronicling what was actually said at the time. So, in the words of Halil Pasha, it goes a little bit like this. "You stupid Greeks, I have had enough of your devious ways. The late Sultan was a lenient and conscientious friend to you. The present Sultan is not of the same mind. If Constantine eludes his bold and impetuous grasp, it will only be because God continues to overlook your cunning and wicked schemes. You are fools to think you can frighten us with your fantasies, and that when the ink on our recent treaty is barely even dry. We are not children without strength or reason. If you think you can start something, then do so. If you want to proclaim Orhan as Sultan in Thrace, go ahead. If you want to bring the Hungarians across the Danube, then let them come. If you want to recover the places which you lost long since, try it. But know this, you will make no headway in any of these things. All that you will achieve is to lose what little you still have." Pretty brutal, isn't it? Now, obviously, this was not a wise decision from Constantine, but hindsight is a beautiful thing. The blunder of this significantly weakened Constantine's position. Mehmed considered the threat regarding Oran to be a breach of their 1449 truce, and revoked the small concessions he had granted the Byzantines. The threat gave Mehmed the justification he sought to focus all his efforts on capturing Constantinople, a goal he had harbored since his ascendancy to the Sultanate. Thus, he saw the conquest of Constantinople as vital for the survival of the Ottoman state, ensuring it could not serve as a base for potential crusades, or even fall into the hands of a more formidable adversary than the Byzantines. Inspired by figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was driven not only by strategic considerations, but also by a fascination with classical and medieval history, wanting to write himself into his own heroic story. Well, I suppose you're the hero or the villain. It depends on whose perspective the story's being told from. In the spring of 1452, Mehmed began constructing the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the western side of the Bosphorus Strait. That's the gap of water that separates the two sides of Constantinople. Now, directly opposite the already existing fort, the Analodohu Hisari. This allowed Mehmed to control sea traffic and effectively blockade Constantinople by both land and sea. Constantine was alarmed by this aggressive move, and citing a precedent set during his grandfather's reign, protested the construction, reminding Mehmed that they had a peace treaty, and he better honor it. Don't be so rude. Well, Mehmed's intentions became increasingly clear, and panic began to ensue in Constantinople. Constantine tried to manage the situation by declaring war on Mehmed after the Ottomans' aggressive actions, but quickly rescinded this declaration, realizing the futility of the gesture. The construction of the Rumeli Hisari was completed by August 1452, serving both as a blockade and a staging area for the planned conquest. Constantine, acknowledging this immediate threat, began urgently to prepare for a siege, focusing on repairing and reinforcing the formidable Theodosian walls of Constantinople. He placed Manuel Palaiologos Lagros in charge of these vital repairs, which were completed later in 1452. Understanding the desperate need for allies, Constantine sent numerous pleas for military aid. To Venice, he stressed that without immediate support, Constantinople would fall. While the Venetians did express sympathy, their own conflicts in Italy limited their ability to provide military support, though they did offer to send armor and gunpowder. The sinking of a Venetian trading ship by the Ottomans, though, changed Venice's stance, placing them at war with Mehmed as well. Now, it wasn't just the Venetians. Constantine also reached out to other potential allies. Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples was promised the island of Lemnos for his support. John Hunyadi of Hungary was promised Mesembria or Selimbria. the Genoese on Chios were offered other incentives for their military assistance. The ambassador to Pope Nicholas V, Biernarius Leontaris, delivered a letter in 1451 outlining the challenges of implementing the union of the churches and proposing a new council to address these issues on fairer ground. However, Nicholas's response was uncompromising, demanding full acceptance of the union achieved at Florence and the reinstatement of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. By late 1452, as the situation grew increasingly dire, Constantine continued to fortify Constantinople and appeal in all directions for assistance, but the responses that he did get were limited and largely non-committal. The city itself was on the brink, with Mehmed poised to fulfill his ambition of conquering the last remnant of the Roman Empire, setting the stage for one of history's most dramatic sieges. Constantine's diplomatic efforts intensified as the threat from the Ottomans loomed larger. Understanding the critical nature of his situation, he sent numerous appeals out for assistance, particularly focusing on Pope Nicholas V, whose support was conditional on the full acceptance of the union of the churches and recognition of his spiritual authority over Constantinople. Well, despite the Pope's sympathetic stance, he made it very clear that the papacy alone couldn't significantly counter the Ottomans. They were far too strong, and he insisted on a collective response from Western Europe, mirroring Venice's position that promised only to help if other European powers also helped too. On October the 26th, 1452, Nicholas V's legate, Isidore of Kiev, arrived in Constantinople, alongside the Latin Archbishop of Mytilene, Leonard of Chios, bringing a modest force of 200 Neapolitan archers. While this force was not substantial enough to turn the tide of the impending conflict, their presence was more than a military statement. It was a symbol of potential larger Western support, and a direct attempt to solidify the union of the churches. Their arrival, however, stirred significant unrest among the city's staunch anti-unionists. Theodore Agalianos, a lawyer and vocal anti-unionist, encapsulated the sentiment of many in Constantinople, viewing the union as a cause of great strife and a precursor to the empire's mounting troubles. He criticized the union for scattering the faithful, and believed it was the root of Byzantine misfortunes. Constantine faced a severe backlash for his overtures towards the union. Lucas Notaras, trying to quell the unrest, reasoned with the assembly of nobles that the Catholic visit was well-intentioned, and the accompanying soldiers might indicate forthcoming aid. This did manage to convince many that temporary spiritual concessions could be a price worth paying for their survival, fostering a hope that perhaps more substantial help was on the way. Despite this, once it became more than clear that no further aid was going to come, riots and chaos broke out in the streets of Constantinople. Leonard of Chios advised Constantinople to adopt a firmer stance against the anti-unionists by arresting their leaders. But Constantine, fearing that such actions would martyr the opposition leaders and exacerbate tensions, opted instead for dialogue. He invited the leaders of the synaxes to the palace, asking them to document their objections to the union achieved at Florence. This approach, however, did very little to mitigate the broader crisis, especially as another Venetian ship was sunk by Ottoman fire from the new Rumeli Hisari castle, exacerbating fears and rallying the city around a common threat. As the forces of Sultan Mehmed tightened their grip around Constantinople, Emperor Constantine faced the daunting reality of defending his city against his seemingly impossible odds. The Ottomans, determined to capture the city, bombarded Constantinople's formidable land walls while planning to infiltrate its weaker sea defenses. Constantine, foreseeing this, had laid a massive chain across the Golden Horn, effectively blocking the Ottoman fleet's entry. This defensive measure held firm initially, preventing the fleet from aiding the land assault directly. However, the siege's tide began to change with the arrival of crucial reinforcements. A few days after the siege commenced, the massive chain was temporarily lifted to allow 3 Genoese ships from the papacy and a large supply vessel from Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples to enter the city on April 20. Their successful breach of the Ottoman naval blockade under the hostile gaze of Mehmed significantly boosted the morale of Constantinople's defenders. The Ottoman admiral Süleyman Baltoglu, under direct and frantic commands from Mehmed, failed to stop these ships, marking a significant, albeit brief, victory for the Constantinople side. Well, despite the morale boost, Mehmed was relentlessly in his strategy to conquer Constantinople. By April 23rd, to the defenders' dismay, they witnessed the Ottoman fleet being dragged across land on a series of tracks behind Galata. This ingenious move by Mehmed circumvented the chain and allowed the Ottoman ships to enter the Golden Horn. Attempts by the Venetians to counter this maneuver by attacking the Ottoman ships were unsuccessful. As the siege wore on, the strain on Constantinople's defenders grew. The sea walls, known to be weaker than the land fortifications, now also needed to be manned. Food shortages also began to take their toll. Prices began to soar, leading to starvation among the poor. Constantine ordered that the funds be collected from churches, monasteries, and private residents to buy food for the destitute. Precious metals from church treasuries were thus melted down, with Constantine promising to repay the clergy if the city withstood the siege. The Ottoman bombardment eventually created a breach in the outer walls, exposing the inner defenses and heightening Constantine's anxiety. He desperately sent messages to Mehmed, offering any form of tribute to end the siege. But Mehmed left him on red, and his resolve was firm. Mehmed responded with a stark ultimatum. Either Constantine surrendered the city for generous terms, including territories for his brother, or face complete destruction and death for himself and his nobles. Constantine, the Roman emperor, the very last of that line, bound by duty and honor, could not conceive of surrendering Constantinople, and dismissed Mehmed's offer. He had resolved to fight to the end. As hope dwindled, rumors of a Venetian fleet coming to relieve the city provided a glimmer of hope. However, when a Venetian ship scouting the blockade returned with no news of an approaching relief force, despair set in among the city's defenders. Some of Constantine's counselors and companions pleaded with him to escape and establish a government in exile, possibly in the Morea. Constantine refused, unwilling to abandon his city and be remembered as the emperor who fled. His resolve was to stand with Constantinople. He had declared, and I quote, "God forbid that I should live as an emperor without an empire. As my city falls, I will fall with it." In his final message to Mehmed, Constantine expressed the collective resolve of Constantinople's citizens to die free rather than live under Ottoman subjugation, stating in his letter, "As to surrendering the city to you, it is not for me to decide or for anyone else of its citizens, for all of us have reached the mutual decision to die of our own free will, without any regard for our lives." As the siege entered its final days, internal strife among the defenders began to surface, with Venetians and Genoese bickering amongst each other, forcing Constantine to remind them of the greater enemy at the gates. The emperor, placing his faith in divine will, prepared for the inevitable assault, ready to face the end with his city, embodying the spirit of a ruler steadfast in the face of overwhelming odds. In the dark early hours of May 29th, 1453, the final assault on Constantinople began. Mehmed's forces had meticulously prepared for this moment, their numbers overwhelming. Despite the unrelenting siege and the dwindling hope, Constantine remained with the men, resolute in his decision to stand with them against the encroaching Ottomans. And as the siege wore on and on, the city of Constantinople was beset by ominous signs. On the 22nd of May, before the final day, a lunar eclipse cast a great shadow over the city, fulfilling a prophecy that the city would fall when the moon waned. Constantine, in an effort to bolster the morale of his beleaguered forces, ordered the revered icon of the Virgin Mary to be carried through the streets in procession. However, this effort was thwarted first by the icon slipping from its frame, and then by a sudden shift in the weather to rain and then hail. The following days were cloaked in a thick fog, adding to the sense of the impending doom. On the night of May 26, as Mehmed prepared the troops for the onslaught, strange lights were observed illuminating the dome of the Hagia Sophia, interpreted by both the Ottomans and the Byzantines as a divine symbol. To the former, a harbinger of victory, and for the latter, a sign of their doom. The Byzantine emperor led his solemn procession along the city walls, icons and relics in hand, as both Orthodox and Catholic defenders joined together in prayer, a rare show of unity fostered by their shared peril. And on this night, before the final assault, The city was a tableau of desperate hope and prayer. The Hagia Sophia opened its doors to all, with Emperor Constantine himself present, praying and seeking forgiveness, just like any other member of the public. He then made his rounds, inspecting the defences and saying his farewells, aware that these would be his final hours. Dawn broke on May 29th. The Ottoman cannons ceased their bombardment, and silence fell, a brief, eerie calm before the storm of the final assault. The defenders, stretched thin and exhausted, fought valiantly under the command of the Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani. But as the sun rose, Giustiniani himself was gravely wounded, and his withdrawal marked the beginning of the end. The Ottomans exploited a small, unguarded position, postern gate, the Kerkerporta, to flood into the city. Panic ensued among the defenders as they saw the Ottoman banner rise over the walls. And with that, the city was overrun. The once mighty walls that had withstood sieges for over 1,000 years finally fell. Emperor Constantine, seeing the collapse of his city's defences, refused the calls to flee. His last stand was among his soldiers. There was no distinction between emperor and soldier in those final moments. According to later accounts, his final words as he charged back into the fight were poignant, yelling at the Ottomans while charging at them, screaming, "The city is fallen, and I am still alive." His body was later found among the others, and though there was confusion and conflicting reports about his exact fate, the consensus among historians is that he did indeed die fighting. His head was severed and presented to Mehmed II, a grim trophy of the conquest. Thus, the fall of Constantinople marked the end of an era and the end of an emperor. The last remnants of the Roman Empire vanished into history. Mehmed entered the city, not only as a conqueror, but as a successor to the Roman legacy, styling himself Caesar in addition to Sultan. The city he conquered would become the heart of his empire, renamed Istanbul, and serve as a bridge between continents and cultures for centuries to come. Constantine's legacy endures as a symbol of resistance and dignity, the last emperor to stand in defense of his people and his city and Christendom against impossible odds. His death marked not just the fall of the city, but the end of the Byzantine Empire, leaving a profound legacy on both Eastern and Western history. Well, I hope you didn't cry too hard. I suppose it's all, well, if you are a European descent person, I suppose it's all a little bit too much to think about. Well, all in the past now, as we can say, though it is hard to be detached sometimes. It's sad. Kievan Rus, a federation of East Slavic tribes in Europe from the 9th to the mid-13th century, was centered around Kiev and founded by the Varangian prince Rurik. This medieval state laid the groundwork for the modern Slavic nations, including Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. It was marked by the adoption of Christianity from the Byzantine Empire in the year 988 under Prince Vladimir the Great. Kievan Rus was a major trade hub also, especially between the Baltic and the Byzantine Empire, which helped in developing a rich cultural mix along with a strong political organization. But it couldn't last forever. The state eventually declined due to internal disputes and was devastated by the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, leading to the rise of regional powers such as the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, a comment, and if you're inclined to do so, subscribe. Helps YouTube know that more people need to see the video. So, thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our full history of Kievan Rus. Please make yourself relaxed. Before the rise of Kievan Rus in the 9th century, the lands north of the Black Sea were predominantly inhabited by Eastern Slavic tribes, alongside other groups. What is known as the Ilmen Slavs settled around Novgorod, with the Krivichi in nearby territories stretching across West Dvina, Dnieper, and the Volga rivers. The Finnic Chud tribe resided further north in the Lagoda and Karelia regions. Further toward the south, in the modern-day Kiev area, lived the Poliane, with the Drevliane and Severiane neighboring them on either side of the Dnieper. The Vyatichi were to the northeast, and beyond them lay lands transitioning from Slavic settled forests to the steppes of the nomadic herdsmen. The identity of the Rus, whether they were Varangians, Norsemen, or Slavs, has also been a subject of considerable debate, and will likely continue to be so for a great foreseeable future. Current scholarly focus has shifted from determining their exact origins to understanding the pace, and nature of the Norse assimilation into Slavic culture. This discussion, of course, is hampered by a scarcity of contemporary sources, and it leads researchers to rely simply on archaeological findings, descriptions by foreign writers, and later historical legends and literature. The debate isn't just academic, but it's intertwined with the foundation of myths of modern nations in the region, often colored by nationalist agendas. Now, during the Stalinist era, and I know we're jumping forward a little bit, but it's all relevant, Soviet historiography emphasized the Slavic origins of the Rus to counteract the German claims of a Germanic foundation of the Russian state. More recently, post-Soviet nationalism has influenced scholarly and political discourse, with some efforts to revise the narrative of the Rus' origins actually being supported by the state apparatus. This has led to the promotion of foundation myths that align with current national identities, even finding their way into educational materials like those in Russia. Such political involvement in historical interpretation gives us a complex relationship between history, identity, and state policy. And it just goes to show how the past can be reinterpreted to serve present-day objectives. Always be on the lookout for that one. Now, the question of the Rus origins, whether they were Norse traders and Vikings known as Varangians, or just Slavs, is another topic of debate, particularly against the backdrop of Russian and Ukrainian nationalist historiography. The debate is known as the Normanist versus anti-Normanist controversy, and it's centered around the interpretation of historical sources, linguistic evidence, and archaeological findings. Normanist theories draw heavily on the primary chronicle, a key 12th century source for East Slavic history, asserting that the Varangians, coming from Scandinavia, played a critical role in the formation of the Rus state. Anti-Normanists, of course, challenged this view, arguing that the Rus were Slavic in origin, predating Varangian influence. They point to the minimal presence of Scandinavian words in Russian, and the quick substitution of Scandinavian names with Slavic ones in historical records as evidence for their stance. Well, despite all the divergent views, there is significant evidence of the extensive Scandinavian settlement across Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, alongside clear Slavic influences in the Swedish language. We really cannot deny them. This suggests a more complex interaction between the Slavic and Norse people, which ultimately led to a rapid assimilation of the Varangians into Slavic culture, should the Proto-Rus have been Norse. There is a broadly accepted view, at least outside the ultra-nationalist narratives, of this cultural integration, a transformation from Swedish to Slavic identity within a couple of centuries. This perspective is supported by descriptions from contemporary observers like Aman Abin Fadlan, Liutprand of Cremona, and Leo the Deacon, who provide external accounts of the Rus. Ibn Fadlan noted their distinctive physical appearance and attire. Liutprand associated the Rusi, as he called them, with the Norse, but based on physical characteristics, rather than cultural or linguistic traits. And Leo the Deacon referred to the Rus as Scythians, observing their adoption of Greek rituals. All makes it a little bit more confusing, doesn't it? Well, the primary chronicle, as we mentioned before, offers a narrative that depicts the early interactions between the Varangians, Slavic, and Finnic tribes, and also the Khazars in the 9th century, outlining a foundational moment in the history of Eastern Europe. According to this account, Slavic and Finnic tribes initially paid tribute to the Varangians, until 862, when they decided to rebel, wanting to govern themselves independently. The subsequent appeal to the Varangians for a prince to bring order to their rich but chaotic lands led to the invitation of the Varangian Rus, including the brothers Rurik, Cineas, and Truvoa, to rule over them. This tale, which scholars consider to be crafted by 12th century authors to justify the Rurikid dynasty's rule and the swift Varangian conquests, established Rurik as the progenitor of the Rurik dynasty, with Novgorod as his seat of power. Rurik's associates, Askold and Dir, embarked on a journey to Tsargrad, which was Constantinople in their tongue, stopping at Kiev which was then under Khazar tribute, and establishing their dominion there. Their venture to Constantinople in the mid-860s marked the first recorded military encounter between the Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The surprise attack led by Askold and Dir resulted in significant devastation in the suburbs and nearby islands of Constantinople. Various accounts detail the destruction and the Rus' eventual retreat, attributed to either a storm, the emperor's return, or perhaps divine intervention following prayers to the Virgin Mary. This episode spurred the Byzantine Patriarch Photius to send missionaries to the north, aiming to convert the Rus and the Slavs, setting the stage for the Christianization of the region, which is a saga on its own. This narrative from the primary chronicle, while reflecting the historiographical traditions and political agendas of its time, shows the complexity of diplomacy, warfare, and the region's early interactions between the Varangians, the East Slavs, and the Byzantine Empire. Now, what about Rurik? Well, his leadership certainly did lay the groundwork for the expansion and consolidation of Rus territories, although it was a task continued by Prince Oleg after Rurik's death in the 9th century. Oleg's military expedition southward significantly extended Rus control, culminating in the capture of Kiev, which he declared mother of Rus cities. His actions not only established Kiev as a pivotal political center, but also shifted the focus of the Rus expansion and trade from Novgorod to Kiev, thereby securing key trade routes across Europe. Oleg's conquests of neighboring Slavic tribes and the imposition of tributes expanded the Kievan state's influence, directly challenging the Khazars' dominance in the region. His successful subjugation of tribes such as the Drevlians and the Sevarian marked a significant expansion of Rus control, and managed to secure very lucrative resources along with their trade routes. The expansion was, of course, strategic, aiming to monopolize the rich resources and trade routes that pass through Rus-controlled territories, and there were plenty of them. The prosperity of the Kievan state under Oleg's rule was significantly buoyed by its control over these major trade routes. Novgorod, positioned on the northern trade routes, linked the Baltic to the rich markets of Central Asia and the Middle East via the Volga and across the Caspian Sea. The southern route, from the Varangians to the Greeks, facilitated trade between the Baltic and Black Sea, and onwards to Byzantium, which was a crucial link for trade with the wider Mediterranean world. Kiev emerged as a crucial commercial hub, benefiting from its strategic location along the Dnieper and its connection to both east-west overland trade route with the Khazars in Central Europe, and possibly serving as a key node for Radhanite Jewish traders. This extensive network of trade routes enabled the flow of goods such as furs, beeswax, honey, and of course slaves, enriching the Rus state and funding its military expansions, architectural endeavors, and of course further urban development. The economic boom facilitated by these trade networks fostered a vibrant production of luxury goods and jewelry, catering to the demand for such items within and beyond the Rus territories. It's also likely led to the development of advanced financial practices, including credit and money lending systems, further strengthening the economic foundation of the Kievan state. Under Oleg's rule, the Rus established a formidable state that leveraged its strategic geographic position to dominate the trade routes of Eastern Europe, and laid the foundations in general for the prosperity and influence of the Kievan Rus in the region. The expansion of the Rus southwards in the late 9th century not only transformed the politics of Eastern Europe, but also upended a balance of power across the Pontic steppe and the Black Sea region. The period marked a shift from the dominance of the Khazars, who had facilitated trade and maintained peace, at least a relative peace, known as the Pax Khazarica, Pax being the Latin word for peace, by the way, to an era of increased conflict and realignment among regional powers, including the Rus, Byzantines, Magyars, which are the Hungarians, Pechenegs, and others. The Rus challenged the Khazar control over these key trade routes, aligning and then conflicting with the Khazars to secure their own strategic advantages. The rivalry was part of a broader shift caused by the westward migration of Turkic peoples, including the Magyars and Pechenegs, following the collapse of the Göktürk Khaganate. These migrations introduced new military pressures on the Khazars and disrupted traditional trade networks, contributing to regional instability. The Byzantine Empire, of course, was watching very closely and capitalized on this turmoil, strengthening its commercial and political ties first with the Khazars and later with the Rus and other steppe groups. The establishment of the theme of Kherson in Crimea aimed to protect Byzantine interests, serving both as a defense against raids and a diplomatic bridge to the steppe. The fortress at Sarkel, built with Byzantine assistance, exemplified efforts to maintain the Khazar buffer against incursions by the Rus and other nomadic groups. Oleg's campaigns in the lands of the lower Dniester and Dnieper rivers around the year 890 show the ongoing contest for access to the Black Sea and its trade routes. The Byzantine manipulation of Magyar and Pecheneg movements against the Bulgarian Empire in 894 further shows this intricacy of the alliances and conflicts that were shaping the region in this time. The forced migration of the Magyars into the Hungarian plain opened the Black Sea to Rus expansion, marking a significant shift in the regional dynamic. The Rus raids into the Caspian Sea by the early 10th century, particularly the large-scale expedition in 913, signify a broadening scope of their ambitions, and also the decline of Khazar influence. As the century progressed, the Khazars' ability to command tribute and maintain alliances dwindled, with the Byzantines increasingly aligning with the Pechenegs against them. Relations between the Rus and the Pechenegs were characterized by alternating periods of peace and conflict, reflecting a fluid nature of steppe politics. The Pechenegs' strategic position between the Rus and Byzantine Empire made them pivotal in controlling access to trade routes, leading to a pragmatic, if uneasy, coexistence punctuated by bouts of sporadic warfare. The aftermath of the Rus raid on Constantinople in 860 catalyzed a significant shift in Byzantine diplomacy and religious outreach, leading to the mission of Cyril and Methodius to the Slavs. Sent by the Byzantine Emperor at the request of Prince Rastislav of Moravia, the brothers aimed to evangelize the Slavic peoples, who at the time lacked a written language. Their creation of the Glagolitic alphabet, which later evolved into Cyrillic in the First Bulgarian Empire, and their standardization of Old Church Slavonic facilitated the translation of the Bible and the drafting of Slavic civil codes. This linguistic and cultural mission helped spread Byzantine influence throughout Slavic territories, including Kievan Rus, intertwining evangelical efforts with Byzantine foreign policy goals. By the time Oleg had seized Kiev, the Rus' interactions with the Byzantine Empire had grown increasingly complex, underpinning by a blend of commercial, cultural, and military dynamic. The Rus' economy was heavily reliant on trade with Byzantium, necessitating an annual journey by the princes of Kiev along the Dnieper to the Black Sea, bringing goods to trade in Constantinople. These expeditions were crucial not only for the wealth they generated through exchange of goods such as furs for silk, fabrics, spices, and wine, but also for maintaining the political and economic stature of Kievan Rus. Disputes between the Rus and Byzantines often escalated into military confrontations, as evidenced by the Rus' attacks on Constantinople in 907, interpreted by the primary chronicle as an attempt to secure trade access. While Byzantine records of this event is lacking, the subsequent treaties in 907 and 911 between the two powers show the military and diplomatic pressure applied by the Rus. These agreements afforded the Rus merchants quarters, supplies, and tax-free trading privileges in Constantinople, illustrating the leverage the Rus wielded over Byzantium due to the latter's reliance on their trade. The primary chronicle's recounting of Oleg's demise is steeped in quite a bit of mythology, with his death actually foretold by a sorcerer to be connected to a horse. Maybe you'll fall off the horse, or be eaten by a horse, who knows? Well, despite Oleg's efforts to avoid this fate by sequestering the horse, he ultimately met his end through a snake bite, said to emerge through the carcass of the horse. Okay. Well, obviously this narrative blends the themes of destiny and inevitability of fate, which is common in historical myths, but I don't think we can really take it as historical gospel. Perhaps it is, but it certainly sounds a little far-fetched. Now, following Oleg, Prince Igor ascends to the rule, leading Kievan Rus into a period of relative peace, after the initial conflicts, of course, marking the continuation of the Rus leadership's lineage and their engagements with neighboring peoples. The year 941 saw Igor spearheading a significant Rus military expedition against Constantinople, driven by disputes likely tied to trading privileges. The timing of this assault, conducted with a formidable navy and Pecheneг allies, exploited the Byzantine Empire's preoccupations elsewhere, allowing the Rus to inflict considerable damage along the Bosphorus Asiatic shores. The Byzantine response, utilizing Greek fire against the Rus fleet, showcased the empire's ingenuity and military capability, significantly diminishing the Rus' military and naval strength and curtailing their advance. And it was overall a shift in the dynamic since the 911 treaty with Byzantium. Igor's subsequent attempts to get his revenge, involved rallying a vast force comprising Slavic and Pecheneг allies, alongside Varangian reinforcements. However, the 944 campaigns against the Byzantines culminated not in further conflict, but rather a negotiated peace, with the Byzantines securing terms more favorable than in the past. This treaty, emphasizing trade regulations and merchant conduct, shows Byzantium's diplomatic acumen in mitigating the threat posed by a potential Rus-Pecheneг-Bulgarian alliance. Now, regarding Igor's reign, from his succession to the campaigns against Constantinople and the ensuing treaty, it shows the evolving power dynamic between Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. It shows the importance of trade and diplomacy in medieval statecraft, as well as the shifting balance of power that characterized interaction between emerging states and established powers. I mean, it's pretty hard to go up against Byzantium, but of course, that depends on the time period. Well, after Igor's death in 945, Olga assumed regency over Kievan Rus, steering the state until her son, Sviatoslav, could take the throne around 963. Sviatoslav's rule heralded a period of remarkable territorial expansion for the Rus, notably through conquest of the Khazars in the Pontic steppe and his own ventures into the Balkans. This era of expansion under Sviatoslav significantly altered the politics of Eastern Europe, and it was the moment that Kievan Rus became a formidable power by anyone's definition. Sviatoslav's decision to relocate the capital to Pereyaslav on the Danube in 969 showed his ambition and a shift towards the Balkans and Byzantine Empire. However, his reign, while notable for its military achievements, was also marked by a steadfast adherence to pagan traditions, setting him apart from his Christianized mother, Olga. This divergence in religious paths between mother and son highlights a bit of a transitional nature of the Kievan Rus during this period, which was pretty much always a kingdom that was caught between its pagan roots and this emerging influence of Christianity, a veritable seesaw of theologians. Sviatoslav's untimely death in an ambush in 972 abruptly ended his expansionist projects. His conquests, as vast as they were, lacked the administrative framework needed to sustain a unified empire. It was all brawn, no brains, I'm afraid. And his oversight in securing a stable succession precipitated a destructive struggle among his sons. This internal discord, culminating in the death of two of Sviatoslav's three sons, fractured the unity of the Kievan Rus, and once again shows the fragility of the state amidst its own territorial expansion. The aftermath of Sviatoslav's rule illustrates the challenges of consolidating conquests into a lasting political structure, and the critical importance of stable succession mechanisms. If only people would learn, write a proper will. Now, The fratricidal conflict among his heirs didn't only just weaken Kievan Rus internally, but it diminished its standing and influence externally. People were beginning to talk, and of course this set the stage for even more political and territorial fragmentation. The snowball was beginning to roll down the hill. The emergence of the title Grand Duke within Kievan Rus is not precisely documented, yet it's recognized that the importance of Kiev Principality surged following Sviatoslav I's demise in 972. The intense struggle for power between Vladimir the Great and Yaropolk I showed once again Kiev's dominance, which persisted for another 2 centuries. The Grand Duke of Kiev wielded control over the territories around the city, with his relatives ruling over other cities and paying tribute, marking a period of consolidation and centralization of power within Kievan Rus. Which brings us to Vladimir the Great, whose ascent to power was dramatic. Fleeing to Scandinavia after his father's death, Vladimir garnered support from his uncle, Earl Håkon Sigurdsson of Norway, and returned with a formidable Viking force to reclaim Novgorod and Kiev from his half-brother, Yaropolk. This saga of exile, alliance, and conquest shows a volatile landscape of the time, and the vital role of martial prowess and strategic alliance. The Christianization of Kievan Rus, a pivotal moment in its history, was a gradual process, and just as complicated, influenced by earlier religious developments in the region and diplomatic maneuvers. Despite the significant role played by Vladimir in adopting Christianity from Byzantium, the path towards Christianization had much earlier roots. From the 1st century Christianization of Greeks in the Black Sea colonies to the influence of Arian Christianity among the Goths, the region had a multifaceted religious history. Notably, several Kievan princes and princesses, such as Oler of Kiev, had embraced Christianity, indicating a gradual inclination towards the faith prior to Vladimir's formal adoption. Vladimir's decision to convert to Eastern Christianity, after dispatching emissaries to explore various faiths, was influenced significantly by the splendor and rituals that he observed in Constantinople. His marriage to Princess Anna of Byzantium further solidified the adoption of Christianity, strategically enhancing his relations with Byzantium and ensuring Kiev's access to crucial trade routes. The introduction of Cyrillic liturgy in Greek translations and into the religious and cultural life of Kievan Rus facilitated widespread conversion and integrated them into the broader Eastern Christian tradition. This transformative period in Kievan Rus under Vladimir's reign not only aligned it with the Byzantine world, but it also laid the foundational stones for its religious, cultural, and political future. The adoption of Eastern Orthodoxy had profound long-term effects, shaping the region's identity and historical trajectory well beyond the Great Schism of 1054. Yaroslav the Wise, ascending from the position of Prince of Novgorod, faced familial contention for control over Kievan Rus after the death of his father Vladimir the Great in 1015. His ascent to power was not without challenge, however. It was only in 1019 that he managed to secure Kiev, and it took until 1036 for him to have undisputed rule over the entirety of Kievan Rus. Yaroslav's tenure was marked by a strategic focus on enhancing diplomatic relations and aligning Kievan Rus with the broader European politics, notably through matrimonial alliances. His efforts to bind his lineage with the ruling houses of Europe, marrying off his progeny to the royalty of Poland, France, Hungary, and Norway, and his granddaughter Eupraxia to Henry IV of the Holy Roman Empire, were aimed at bolstering the prestige and influence of Kievan Rus on the European stage. His domestic policies were equally transformative. He is credited with promulgating the first East Slavic law code, the Ruskaya Pravda, laying foundational legal principles that would govern the social and economic parts of the Kievan Rus. His patronage extended to the ecclesiastical domain as well, with the construction of the St. Sophia cathedrals in Kiev and Novgorod standing as monumental endorsements of Christianity, reflecting the spiritual and cultural flourishings under his reign. These architectural masterpieces were not only religious centers, but also symbols of the state's authority and its deepening Christian identity. Moreover, Yaroslav's contributions to education and monasticism, including the development of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra by his sons, underscore his commitment to fostering a literate and morally guided society. His reputed establishment of a school system further highlights the value he placed on learning and the dissemination of knowledge, advancing the intellectual capital of the Kievan Rus for years to come. Thus, his legacy is that of a ruler who adeptly navigated the challenges of his times, steering Kievan Rus towards greater internal cohesion, religious and cultural advancement, and an elevated status within the medieval European order. These succession dynamics within Kievan Rus, followed by establishment by Rurik's lineage, presented a complex and often disputed process that played a significant role in the state's gradual fragmentation. The mechanisms for transferring royal power among the Rurikid rulers still remain somewhat ambitious, with scholars divided over the existence or nature of any standardized succession system. Now, some have highlighted the uncertainty surrounding the actual practice, but others in our modern scholarship suggest the utilization of a rota system. Now, this system purportedly allowed princely succession to move among family members, including from elder to younger brother, from uncle to nephew, and of course from father to son. Typically, junior dynasty members would ascend through the ranks by initially governing less significant districts, progressing to more affluent principalities once they had a little bit more experience, and ultimately vying for control over Kiev, which was the most coveted throne. However, the lack of a clear and effective succession system, particularly after the reign of Yaroslav the Wise, 1019 to 1054, is cited as a catalyst for the Kievan Rus' incremental destruction. The absence of structured inheritance rules led to pervasive family conflicts and fostered an overall environment ripe for rivalry and contention. The period saw the frequent use of familicide as a means to usurp power, a tactic that became especially prevalent among Yaroslav the Wise descendants, the Yaroslavici. The succession to Vladimir II, monarch as the Grand Prince of Kiev, which seemingly bypassed the established rota system, ignited significant disputes among various princely factions, including the Olegovici from Chernigov, the Monomarchs from Pereyaslav, and the Izyaslavici from Turov and Volhynia, and the Polotsk princes. The challenges of succession exacerbated existing divisions within the royal family and weakened the central authority of the Grand Prince of Kiev. Growing influence of regional clans further eroded the unity and strength of the Kievan state, setting the stage for its fragmentation into a patchwork of semi-autonomous principalities. The web of conflicts and alliances among the principalities of Kievan Rus in the 11th and 12th century show the challenges that beset the state. The competition for power was not only internal, among the descendants of Yaroslav the Wise, but also involved external threats. For example, the invasion of the Cumans, which dealt a significant blow to the Rus forces at the Battle of the Alta River in 1068. The aftermath saw the Grand Prince Izyaslav seeking assistance from Poland, marking a period of heightened instability and incessant warfare. The discord culminated in the Council of Lübeck in 1097, convened by Vladimir II Monomarch near Chernigov. The council aimed to reconcile the conflicting factions, but the peace was short-lived. By 1130, the descendants of Veseslav the Seer were exiled by Mstislav the Great, highlighting enduring power struggles notably against the Olegovici and the Rostislavici, with Vsevolod II's accession to Grand Prince of Kiev exemplifying the turbulent power dynamic. On to the decline of Constantinople, a pivotal trading partner, which severely impacted Kievan Rus as well. The trade route from the Varangians to the Greeks, crucial for the movement of goods and the prosperity of Kievan Rus, lost its significance as the Byzantine Empire waned and Western Europe established alternate trade routes. Now Mstislav the Great was the last ruler to maintain a semblance of unity, arguably, within the Kievan Rus. His death in 1132 heralded a period of decline, and Kiev actually got sacked in 1169 by Andrei Bogolyubsky of Vladimir, symbolizing the fragmentation of the state to its worst stage. The end of the 12th century saw the proper disintegration of Kievan Rus into this mosaic of different little principalities. But it wasn't quite fragmented enough. The Crusades, in 1204, further isolated Kievan Rus, especially after the Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople in 1204, rendering the Dnieper trade route completely obsolete. Meanwhile, the Northern Crusades threatened the Baltics, encroaching on Novgorod's territories. But Novgorod, by contrast, flourished by controlling trade from the Volga to the Baltic, gradually gaining independence from Kievan rule. By 1136, it had effectively become a self-governing republic, expanding its mercantile influence to the west and the north. Now in the west, the unification of Halych and Volhynia under Prince Roman Mstislavic in 1199, and the subsequent reign of his son Danilo, who sought support from the west and accepted a crown from the papacy, marked the continuing evolution of the former territories of Kievan Rus. Until, of course, the Mongol invasion, which significantly reshaped everything. The Kuman's flight into Rus territories due to the Mongol onslaught was a precursor to the widespread devastation that would soon follow. The Mongol invasion not only decimated the population through slaughter and enslavement, but also dismantled the region's economy, devastating its urban centers and agricultural production. But the disintegration of Kievan Rus paved the way for new political entities. The Principality of Galicia-Volhynia emerged in the southwest, finally falling under the influence of the Gediminids and becoming a part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. This entity, which would later expand to include Ruthenia and Samogitia, heavily drew upon Rus's cultural and legal traditions, demonstrating the lasting influence of Kievan Rus on the region. And in the northeast, the Vladimir Suzdal Principality, and eventually Moscow, began to rise as significant centers of power, gradually absorbing the traditions of Kievan Rus and leading to the formation of a distinct Russian state. The Novgorod and Sukhov federal republics, with their less autocratic structures, remained somewhat independent until their incorporation into the expanding Grand Duchy of Moscow. And if you want to learn about the Grand Duchy of Moscow, I suppose you're just going to have to wait for the video on it. Nostradamus, born Michael de Nostradam in December of 1503, Saint-Rémy de Provence, France, a 16th century physician, astrologer, and reputed seer, famous for his book Les Prophéties, published in 1555. This collection of 942 poetic quatrains is alleged to predict future events and has been widely interpreted and speculated upon ever since its publication. Nostradamus initially practiced as a doctor and fought against the plague in several French cities, utilizing innovative methods to treat patients. However, his enduring fame certainly does rest on his prophecies, which his supporters claim to have foretold major world events, from the Great Fire of London even to the rise of the Third Reich, and, of course, some events in the 21st century have been added to the list. Skeptics, however, argue that his quatrains are deliberately vague, leading to multiple interpretations that can be retrospectively matched to any significant occurrence, thereby challenging the credibility of his predictions. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me again for another video. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're doing it right now. If you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button help YouTube push this out to a broader audience, and those who want to go even further above and further beyond may refer to the video description. So now, without further ado, let's all get nice and relaxed and settle in. We'll first begin with a life of Nostradamus, talk a little bit about the man himself. Then we will go into details of his writings, details about his supporters, and a few words from his detractors. So let us begin. Nostradamus, baptized as Michael, was born in Saint-Rémy du Provence, in the Provence region of France, on either December 14th or December 21st in the year of 1503. His family's house, claimed as his birthplace, actually still stands today. He was one of at least 9 children born to Jacques de Nostradam, a notary, and his wife Rainière, who was the granddaughter of Pierre de Saint-Remy, a physician in the same town. The Nostradamus family reportedly had Jewish origins. As such, Michael's grandfather, Cresca, a grain and money dealer based in Avignon, converted to Catholicism around 1459. Upon converting, he adopted the Christian name Pierre and the surname Nostradamus, which translates to Our Lady, and commemorates the saint's day on which his conversion was celebrated. This background shows the family's complex cultural and religious history amidst the societal pressures of 15th century France, and you must remember that conversos were not quite treated as full Catholics. You had to wait a few generations until people had forgotten about your Jewish origins. That's just the way it was. Well, Michael's paternal lineage, can be traced back to Astruge of Carcassonne, who died around 1420. His siblings included Delphine, Jean, Pierre, Hector, Louis, Bertrand, and Jean II, along with Antoine. Details about Nostradamus' early life are scant, but it is traditionally believed that he was educated by his maternal great-grandfather, Jean de Saint-Remy. However, this assertion is questionable, as Jean de Saint-Remy vanishes from historical records after 1504, which casts doubt on the extent of his influence or involvement in Nostradamus' upbringing. As such, this period in general of his life remains shrouded in mystery, with much left to speculation regarding the formation of his character and intellect during these formative years. Nostradamus' academic and professional journey began at an early age, when he enrolled at the University of Avignon at just 14 years old, aiming to earn his bachelor. His studies there included the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, which are foundational to a classic education. However, his time at Avignon was cut short when, little more than a year into his studies, the university was forced to close due to an outbreak of the plague. Following the closure of the University of Avignon, Nostradamus spent the next 8 years, starting from 1521, traveling across the countryside. During these travels, he delved into researching herbal remedies, a pursuit that likely stemmed from the widespread impact of the plague that he no doubt witnessed on his travels, and of course the closure of his university. A mixture of the circumstances and the free time that he found himself in great possession of. Of course, it was this period that was crucial in shaping his skills and interests in medicine, and of course the use of botanicals for healing. Which leads us to 1529. Nostradamus sought to formalize his medical knowledge by entering the University of Montpellier to pursue a doctorate in medicine. However, his time at Montpellier was brief and marred by controversy. You see, he was expelled shortly after his enrollment was discovered that he had previously worked as an apothecary, which is a profession that was looked down upon by the university's standards as a manual trade and banned by its statutes. Furthermore, his activities slandering doctors led to his expulsion, documented in the expulsion record from the university, which still exists in the faculty library. Well, despite this setback, he continued to work in the field he was familiar with, presumably returning to his work as an apothecary. He gained renown for creating a rose pill, a compound that he claimed could protect against the plague, and that's a pretty bold claim. This contribution to plague remedies enhanced his reputation, as he began to be referenced to as Doctor by some of his publishers and correspondents, despite the formal objections and his expulsion from Montpellier. This blend of formal education and self-taught expertise in herbal remedies defined Nostradamus' early career and set the stage for his later fame, both as a physician and as a fortune-teller. Now, in 1531, his life took another significant turn when he was invited by Jules César Scaliger, a renowned Renaissance scholar, to relocate to the city of Aragon. It was here that he married a woman whose exact name remains unknown, though she is possibly known as Henriette d'Ancos. Together they had 2 children, but tragically, in 1534, Nostradamus suffered the profound loss of his wife and children, who presumably succumbed to the plague. Turns out those rose pills weren't so good after all. Well, either way, the personal catastrophe marked a turning point, prompting him to continue traveling extensively across France and possibly into Italy. Upon his return in 1545, he immersed himself in medical practice during a devastating plague outbreak in Marseille. He collaborated with Louis Serre, a prominent physician, demonstrating considerable skill and commitment in combating the disease. His efforts during this period solidified his reputation as a capable practitioner. After Marseille, he independently addressed further disease outbreaks in Salon de Provence and Aix-en-Provence, further establishing his medical credentials and reputation. In 1547, he settled in Salon de Provence, in a house that still stands today. This period of stability followed his marriage to Anne Ponsard, a wealthy widow, which significantly improved his social and also financial standing. Talk about hitting the jackpot with that one. Well, together they had 6 children, 3 daughters and 3 sons. Their family life was intertwined with significant civil projects, notably their investment in 1556 in the ambitious Canal de Craponne. This project, spearheaded by Adam de Craponne, aimed to irrigate the arid regions of Salon de Provence and nearby Desert de la Croix by diverting water from the river Durance. After a subsequent trip to Italy, Nostradamus began to shift his professional focus from medicine to the more esoteric realms of the occult. Quite a jump, don't you think? Well, during this period, following contemporary trends, he composed his first almanac in 1550, marking the occasion by Latinizing his name to Nostradamus, and that's how we get the name Nostradamus. He chose it himself. Now, the publication proved to be very successful, prompting him to produce similar almanacs annually. Over time, these publications amassed a total of at least 6,300 prophecies, alongside at least 11 annual calendars, each commencing on January the 1st, contrary to the common misconception that they actually started in March. The popularity of his almanacs drew the attention of nobility and other distinguished individuals from distant regions, who began seeking Nostradamus's horoscopes and also his psychic advice. Typically, he expected his clients to provide their birth charts, which were essential for these consultations, rather than creating them himself as a professional astrologer would. When he did have to calculate these charts, he often relied on the published astronomical tables of time, which led to frequent errors due to his failure to adjust the data for the client's specific birthplace or time. Perhaps motivated by this burgeoning interest, Nostradamus embarked on an ambitious project to compile a book of 1,000 quatrains, mainly in French. These quatrains would go on to comprise his famous prophecies, which remain widely recognized today. Anticipating potential religious objections to his prophetic writings, Nostradamus employed a variety of obfuscative techniques in his writing. For example, he utilized the Virgilianized syntax, engaging in wordplay and incorporating multiple languages such as Greek, Italian, Latin, and Provençal to veil the meanings of his verses, which of course just makes them open to even more interpretation, more different translations, and more speculation. The publication of these quatrains was undertaken in 3 separate installments. Due to the technical and perhaps logistical issues with the publishers, particularly the publisher of the final installment, who seemed reluctant to start in the middle of a century, that being a set of 100 verses, the last 58 quatrains of the 7th century did not survive in any known edition that we've yet to discover. Perhaps they're out there in some old archive somewhere, or buried under some parking lot. We just don't know. Now, Nostradamus's work, the Le Prophéties, elicited diverse reactions upon their publication. Some liked them, some did not like them. Just like with any book, I suppose. Well, to some, his obscure and enigmatic predictions branded him as a servant of evil, a charlatan, or even insane, a raving and rambling madman set loose with a pen and parchment. However, many among the French elite held a contrasting view, seeing value and perhaps even truth in his writings. Either way, they were very interesting. Notably, Catherine de' Medici, the wife of King Henry II of France, became one of Nostradamus's most ardent supporters and patrons. Catherine's interest in his work was piqued after reading his 1555 almanacs, which alluded to potential threats to the royal family. Understandably, she was more than a little alarmed by these hints of danger, was losing a little bit of sleep over it. Thus, she summoned Nostradamus to Paris to clarify his predictions and to create horoscopes for her and her children, seeking to understand the possible futures that he foresaw. Although Nostradamus was initially apprehensive about this royal invitation, fearing for his life and possibly anticipating accusations of heresy or sorcery, his relationship with the royal family ultimately proved fruitful and secure, which was extremely lucky because usually you don't get away with such things like that, at least not in the 16th century. Well, by the time of his death in 1566, he had risen to the prestigious positions of counselor and physician in ordinary to Catherine's son, King Charles IX of France. Now, his interactions with the Church and the broader fears of persecution for heresy underscore the precarious position of astrologers and prognosticators in the 16th century Europe. Despite the anxieties surrounding the orthodoxy of his work, astrology and prophecy were not categorized explicitly as heretical by the Church, which differentiated them from explicitly banned practices, like magic, for instance. Nonetheless, Nostradamus did certainly face scrutiny, and even imprisonment. Not for heresy, though, but for infractions against secular authority, such as his 1561 imprisonment at Marignan. This incarceration was due to his non-compliance with a royal decree that required prior episcopal approval for the publication of almanacs, a mandate that he breached with his publication of his 1562 almanac. It's kind of like how they got Al Capone on tax evasion. You know. Well, by the time 1566 rolled around, Nostradamus had been suffering from gout for many years, something that he certainly did not see coming. This debilitating condition had severely restricted his mobility and ultimately developed into edema, a painful and more disabling swelling. In the late June of that year, aware of his failing health, Nostradamus took the prudent step of arranging his affairs. Now, he summoned his lawyer to draft an extensive will, through which he allocated his property, and a substantial sum of around 3,500 crowns, which is equivalent to roughly $300,000 today. He allocated this all to his wife, conditional upon her remaining unmarried. While the will stipulated that this inheritance would be held in trust for her sons until they reached the age of 25, and for his daughters until they were married. This document was soon followed by a shorter codicil, further detailing his last wishes. On the evening of July 1st, 1566, Nostradamus reportedly made a chillingly precise prediction, to his secretary, Jean de Chavigny, stating, "You will not find me alive at sunrise." And the next morning, he fulfilled his own prophecy. His body lying on the floor next to his bed on a bench. Nostradamus was dead. This event was later recorded in one of his presages, number 141, for November 1567. Notably, this entry was posthumously edited by Chavigny to align with the actual circumstances of Nostradamus's death, illustrating how his legacy was shaped and perhaps even mythologized by those who survived him. Initially, he was buried at the local Franciscan chapel in Salon, a part of which is now incorporated into the restaurant La Brocherie. However, during the turbulence of the French Revolution, his remains, like many others, were reinterred at the Collégiale Saint-Laurent, where his tomb continues to draw visitors and historians interested in his life and works. That's right. You can go and see Nostradamus's tomb, with his remains there safe and sound, intact, albeit a little bit dusty. Now, on to the specific works of Nostradamus. What exactly was he writing about? Well, he compiled his collection of major long-term predictions into that work entitled Les Prophéties. The initial volume, published in 1555 and comprised 353 quatrains. By the third edition, in 1558, 300 additional quatrains were included, although this edition now only survives as part of the omnibus edition, released posthumously in 1568. This final compilation contained 1 unrhymed and 941 rhymed quatrains, organized into 9 sets of 100 and 1 set of 42, referred to as the centuries. Printing practices of the era, which often included typesetting from dictation, resulted in no 2 editions being exactly identical, a fact that complicates assumptions about the authenticity of the spelling or punctuation in any given edition. Such variances make it particularly challenging for scholars or enthusiasts attempting to decode and interpret the texts as what they think would be original. Well, his almanacs were the most frequently published and popular of his works, appearing annually from 1550 until his death. He often released several editions a year under the titles of almanacs, prognostications, or presages, each offering a range of predictions from detailed to more generalized. And hey, if the content's working, just keep pumping it out. In addition to his divinatory pursuits, he was a professional healer and authored at least 2 books on medical science, sorely needed while the plague was ravaging all of Europe and quite a few other parts of the world at the time. Now, one was a liberal translation or paraphrase of Galen's The Protreptic, tailored to encourage study in the arts, especially medicine. In his work titled Traite des Fardemens, essentially a medical cookbook, he described various treatments for the plague, including bloodletting. And by the way, none of the treatments in this medical cookbook proved to be effective, and the bloodletting, well, that often led to infections, and nobody wants that. This book also detailed the preparation of cosmetics. But that's not all. Among the lesser known of his works is a manuscript typically referred to as the Orus Apollo, housed in the Lyon Municipal Library, which itself stores over 2,000 original documents that are related to Nostradamus. This manuscript is a supposed translation from Greek of a work on Egyptian hieroglyphs based on later Latin versions, which unfortunately were all based on misinterpretations of the ancient Egyptian script. The script was not correctly deciphered until Champollion's work in the 19th century. If you want to know about that, go and have a look at my Rosetta Stone video. Now, despite the breadth of his writings, only the prophecies have maintained significant popularity since Nostradamus' death. They have spawned over 200 editions and more than 2,000 commentaries over the centuries. The enduring appeal of the prophecies may be attributed to their ambiguous and timeless nature, which allows them to be selectively quoted and interpreted as prophetic hits, even after major events unfold. But of course, there's quite a bit of confirmation bias that goes into it. Well, Nostradamus' approach to crafting his predictions was rooted in judicial astrology, which involves assessing the astrological quality of events like births, weddings, and coronations to somehow forecast future possibilities. However, his methods and assumptions drew significant criticisms from his contemporaries, notably from professional astrologers such as Lorenz Vidal. Critics particularly faulted Nostradamus for his reliance on comparative horoscopy, the practice of comparing future planetary alignments with those of past events to predict future occurrences. This methodology was seen by many as flawed, with skeptics arguing that it lacked a credible basis for any accurate prediction at all. Research into Nostradamus's work suggests that his prophetic writings were largely composed of paraphrased collections of ancient apocalyptic literature, predominantly derived from biblical sources, along with historical records and compilations of omens. He projected these sources into the future using comparative horoscopy, resulting in predictions that often involved ancient figures such as Sulla, Gaius Marius, Nero, and more. His prophecies also famously included surreal and fantastical images, like, and I quote, battles in the clouds and frogs falling from the sky. Very Old Testament sort of stuff. Interestingly, despite his predictive work being heavily influenced by astrology, Nostradamus mentions astrology, explicitly only a few times within his texts, twice in his preface, and more substantially in his dedicatory letter to King Henry II. The Centuries, his main body of prophetic quatrains, contained 41 mentions of astrology. Notably, he concludes the 6th century of his quatrains with a pointed critique of astrologers, distancing himself from those who claim similar professional titles. Nostradamus's historical references were indeed diverse, drawing from a wide array of sources, which certainly, if anything, shows how well read he was. Access to literature was not as common back then. Of course, if you could get into a university, well, you could read as much as you want, or as much as the library had. He incorporated passages from classical historians like Livy, Suetonius, the 12 Caesars, and Plutarch, as well as medieval chroniclers such as Geoffrey of Villehardouin and Jean Froissart. His astrological content often mirrored the text of Richard Rosat's Livre de l'Estat et Mutations de Temps, from which he borrowed extensively, sometimes just completely copying the whole thing. One significant influence on Nostradamus's work was the Mirabilis Liber of 1522, which featured an array of prophecies by figures such as Pseudo-Methodius, Tiburtine Sibyl, Joachim of Fiore, and Savonarola. Notably, Nostradamus' preface to his own work includes 24 biblical quotations that closely mirror the sequence used by Savonarola in the Mirabilis Liber. This book had been popular in the 1520s, going through several editions, but its influence over time began to wane, likely due to its challenging Latin text, interspersed with ancient Greek, modern French, and Provençal, all set in the Gothic script, with numerous difficult abbreviations. Nostradamus was also among the first to paraphrase these prophecies in French, which perhaps contributed to the misattribution of their original to him. During the 16th century, what we now consider plagiarism was simply commonplace. Authors regularly copied and paraphrased from one another without any citations, drawing heavily from classical sources. And there was also the fact that, well, the classical sources The authors were all long gone. You weren't going to have somebody come after you. There is even research suggesting that Nostradamus may have engaged in bibliomancy, selecting random pages from historical or prophetic works to inspire his predictions. That's right, just randomly closing the eyes, shuffling the book around a little bit, putting your finger down, and then interpreting it as, well, whatever sounds the coolest. Additionally, Nostradamus sourced material from Petrus Cretinis, which itself included excerpts from Michael Sello's De Daemonibus and other works, including texts on Chaldean and Assyrian magic. These works, both of which have been published in Lyon, were paraphrased significantly in his quatrains. Interestingly, while Nostradamus claimed to have burned all the occult books in his library in 1555, it remains unclear exactly which works were destroyed. In fact, it wasn't until the 17th century that scholars began to recognize his extensive reliance on classical and earlier sources. Now, regarding the methods that he might have used for divination, there is very little evidence to suggest that he employed trance-inducing techniques beyond contemplation, meditation, and incubation. Despite popular legends that he used flame or water gazing, his writings simply do not say anything about this. Instead, he describes a process of achieving mental calm and tranquility to, and I quote from his works, empty my soul, mind, and heart of all care, worry, and unease, akin to the preparatory practices of the ancient oracles. Thus he frequently invokes the bronze tripod of Delphic rites metaphorically, indicating a symbolic rather than literal use of these tools in his prophetic work. Thus, much of Nostradamus's methodology appears grounded in a reflective and scholarly engagement with texts rather than the mystical rituals often attributed to him. A recurring theme throughout his predictions is the foretold invasion of Europe by Muslim forces from the east and the south, an echo of the contemporary Ottoman invasions and the historical incursions by Saracen armies. These predictions were intertwined with the apocalyptic expectations spurred by the Mirabilis Liber, reflecting the pervasive 16th century European fears of the Antichrist and the end times. Despite the frequent allusions to cataclysmic events, Nostradamus himself does not explicitly mention the world's end in his quatrains, though the context of his time was certainly rife with such fears, as evidenced by numerous other contemporary collections of end-time prophecies, including an unpublished work by Christopher Columbus. Now, the interpretations of Nostradamus's work have indeed varied greatly over the centuries. Some view his predictions as profound and prescient insights into future calamities. Others critique them as retroactive forgeries. These critics argue that many of the quatrains were actually written by later authors who sought to leverage his enigmatic style for political purposes. Either way, he certainly has amassed a considerable following that believes his prophecies are authentic, though interpretations of his quatrains do vary significantly, reflecting the subjective nature of these analyses. No consensus exists among his supporters about specific predictions, as interpretations often adapt to fit historical events and political narratives retrospectively. You can certainly see how this all becomes quite a problem. Supporters commonly attribute Nostradamus the prediction of several major historical events, such as the Great Fire of London, the French Revolution, and the rise of figures like Napoleon, and the occurrences of both world wars, along with the nuclear devastation in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Additionally, following significant events, popular authors have frequently claimed that Nostradamus predicted these occurrences, such as the Apollo moon landing, the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, rest in peace, and the September 11 attacks on the World Trade Centers of New York. This tendency to align his quatrains with contemporary events underscores the adaptable and admittedly vague nature of his writings, which allows them to be interpreted in various ways depending on current events, a characteristic common to prophetic literature. Indeed, it is not just him. Look at John Edward. Do you remember that program? Perhaps I'm showing my age a little bit. When I was younger, there was a program of a quote-unquote psychic on television by the name of John Edward. He would effectively come out to a group of maybe 100, 150 audience members. He would begin to say, "I'm getting an M. Does anybody have an M? Somebody's grandmother would be called Mary. Ah, yes, that's it. She's saying that she misses you and not to worry about money very much." Of course, the people in the audience would believe it so much they would burst into tears and say, "Well, yes, I do worry about money." Of course, everybody does. Well, I'm getting off track. But you see what I mean, how things can be interpreted in certain ways to kind of stretch the meaning to fit a certain narrative. It's a very useful trick for charlatans of our age and many ages before us. Well, the interest in Nostradamus's prophecies has sustained a robust market for books that interpret and analyze his quatrains, and one of the first really popular works in English was the Complete Prophecies of Nostradamus, published by Henry C. Roberts in 1947, which underwent several reprints. It was followed by significant works such as Edgar Leone's Nostradamus and His Prophecies in 1961, and Erica Cheatham's The Prophecies of Nostradamus later. Now, Cheatham's book in particular has seen various editions and was the basis for the documentary called The Man Who Saw Tomorrow, discussing generalized predictions for the future attacks on New York. Well, one notable publication include Jean-Charles de Fontbrun's Nostradamus, Historian and Prophet, and John Hogg's extensive writings on Nostradamus from the late 1980s onward. In a more sensationalist example, one commentator in 1992 claimed to contact Nostradamus under hypnosis, interpreting his quatrains in ways that diverge significantly from any historical or textual basis, such as alleging a prediction of an attack on the Pentagon. The works written about Nostradamus, apart from those by Roberts, often agree on not only his prophetic capabilities, but also on elaborating his biography with fascinating but unverified details. And not only unverified, but unverifiable. You can't prove them right, but you can't prove them wrong either. These accounts generally present Nostradamus as a descendant of the Israelite tribe of Issachar, with an education provided by his grandfathers, who were physicians at the court of good King René of Provence. They claim that he started his higher education at Montpellier University in 1525, returning there in 1529 to earn his medical doctorate and eventually lecturing in the medical faculty until his unconventional ideas simply caught up to him and led to his departure. He was too smart for them all. These biographies also attribute to Nostradamus a belief in the heliocentric model of the universe, and describe extensive travels to Habsburg, Netherlands, where he supposedly composed prophecies at the Abbey of Orval. During his travels, he is said to have performed various miracles, such as predicting that a mere seminary monk, would ascend to become Pope Sixtus V. He is also credited with curing the plague in Aix-en-Provence and other locations. He supposedly practiced scrying, using devices like a magic mirror or a bowl of water. By Easter 1554, he had attracted a secretary named Chavigny, and by 1556 he caught the attention of Queen Catherine de' Medici, who summoned him to Paris to explain a prophecy that foretold the death of her husband, King Henry II, in a duel. Some more embellishments to his legend include the claim that he left a lost book of prophetic paintings to his son, that he was buried standing up, and that when his grave was exhumed during the French Revolution, it contained a medallion accurately predicting the date of disinterment. Samuel Pepys, writing in 1667, recounts a local legend that Nostradamus had the townsfolk swear never to disturb his grave. Yet when it was eventually opened 60 years later, a brass plaque on his chest supposedly bore the precise date and time of the exhumation, along with a curse for those who disturbed his final resting place. Well, since the 1980s, academic scrutiny, particularly in France, has significantly impacted the overall perception of Nostradamus. The discovery and publication of his private correspondence in 1983, and the unearthing of his original editions of his works in 1555 and 57, revealed inconsistencies between documented facts and claims traditionally made about his life and predictions. Thus, scholars have demonstrated that many of the legendary aspects of his life were simply based on unsourced rumors or inventions by later commentators, or simply misunderstandings of the 16th century French texts. For example, the claim that Nostradamus's quatrain 35 predicted King Henry II's death was not published until 1614. Now this is a problem because that was 55 years after King Henry had died. It's certainly easy to make a future prediction about things that have already happened. Skeptics like the great James Randi have criticized Nostradamus's prophecies, suggesting his reputation as a prophet is a product of retroactive clairvoyance, where his vague predictions are fitted to events after they have occurred. In fact, he made so many of them that, indeed, it's quite easy to find something and shoehorn it into a narrative. Nostradamus's quatrains have never really been shown to predict any specific events prior to their occurrence beyond broad and ambiguous statements that could apply to pretty much anything. There was one prophecy, and it goes like this. In 1727, in October, the king of Persia shall be captured by those of Egypt. It's been retrospectively linked to a peace treaty between the Ottomans and Persia of that year, despite Egypt's role as merely a part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. Furthermore, the infamous 1999 prophecy and the alleged Mayan prophecy predicting the world's end in December 2012 are often cited as misinterpretations or exaggerations of his writings. Either way, I do remember in 1999, New Year's Eve, as soon as the bells struck out at midnight, me and my sister ran to the computer to check if it was okay. After around an hour or so, we were fairly convinced that the world had not ended. The planes had yet to fall from the sky. Well, Nostradamus himself claimed his prophecies extended to the year 3797, suggesting a timeline that reaches far beyond any plausible prediction. It's a claim that likely aligns with his time's astrological theories, particularly those of Richard Rosé, who speculated about the world's end. Critics also point out the poor quality of English translations of Nostradamus's quatrains, which often show very little understanding of 16th century French and are biased towards matching the prophecies with the specific historical events. The translations typically derive from later editions of his works rather than the original publications. And you've got to remember, everyone who is a publisher, it's their job to sell books. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope that if you came here wanting to hear about all the predictions that Nostradamus made, how they came right, well, I hope you're not disappointed. Maybe you are. Perhaps I've ruined your fun. But, well, I'm sure you can go and find something else to do to cheer yourself up. And if you've listened this far, I really doubt that you've taken much offense to it. Stefan Lazarevic was a notable Serbian prince and later despot, whose rule from 1389 to 1427 marked a period of significant political and cultural development in medieval Serbia. The son of Prince Lazar Hrabeljanovic, who perished at the Battle of Kosovo against the Ottomans, Stefan initially succeeded his father as the ruler of Moravian Serbia. His early reign was thus characterized by a complex alliance with the Ottomans, as he became a vassal to Sultan Bayezid I after the battle. However, after the Ottoman defeat at the Battle of Ankara in 1402, Stefan shifted his allegiance to the Byzantine Empire, and later to the Kingdom of Hungary. He was granted the title of despot by the Byzantine Emperor in recognition of his status and authority. Under his rule, Lazarevic significantly strengthened the Serbian state, enhancing its military and economic power. But he was also a patron of the arts and culture, fostering a renaissance that made his court a center of Serbian medieval culture, notably commissioning the construction of the monastery of Resava. His is a reign that is often seen as a golden age in the history of Serbia, leaving a lasting legacy on the region to this very day. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you here again. As always, if you want to support the channel, like and subscribe, it does wonders for the algo. Or if you want to go above and beyond, take a look in the video description. You'll find where you want to go. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our full biography of Stefan Lazarevic. Stefan Lazarevic was likely born in 1377 in Crusade, the capital established by his father, Prince Lazar. Following the significant and chaotic Battle of Kosovo in June 15, 1389, where his father lost his life, Stefan ascended to the role of Serbian prince. However, since he had not yet come of age, his mother, Princess Milica, governed the state during the interim period. This Battle of Kosovo in 1389 was a critical and also symbolic event, marked notably by the deaths of both the Serbian leader Prince Lazar and the Ottoman Sultan Murad I. And this event is somewhat rare in history, with Murad distinguished as the first and only Ottoman ruler to be killed on the battlefield, not an achievement that anybody wants to unlock. Well, Stefan's ascent to the throne occurred during a particularly precarious time for Lazarevic's state, which found itself encircled by formidable neighbors. You see, to one side there was Bayezid I, who after the Battle of Kosovo retreated to consolidate his power among the Ottomans. On the other side was Vuk Brankovic, Stefan's brother-in-law, i.e. he was married to Stefan's sister Mara, who emerged as the most potent of Serbian aristocrats following the battle. To the west, there was King Tirtko I of Bosnia, who served as Ban from 1353 to 1377, and as king from 1377 to 1391. Tirtko asserted himself as the legitimate successor to the Nemanjic crown, and portrayed the Battle of Kosovo as his own victory over the Ottomans. Meanwhile, to the north, Stefan's domains bordered those of Hungary, which were, at the time, ruled by King Sigismund. Following the Battle of Kosovo on June 15, 1389, the regional dynamics had significantly shifted, and this of course affected the young Serbian prince. Just 3 weeks after the battle, on July the 7th, Sigismund of Hungary took proactive steps to influence the situation in Serbia by sending his palatine, Nicholas II Garai, to negotiate with Vuk Brankovic. These negotiations aimed to secure terms favorable to both Hungarian and Serbian interests, with Sigismund confirming in advance any agreements reached. While the exact outcomes of these talks are not documented, by the autumn, Sigismund initiated military actions against Stefan, crossing the Sava River and capturing the fortresses of Borac, Sestin, near present-day Kragujevac. Now, amidst these threats, the Serbian State Assembly, with the backing of the Serbian Patriarch Spiridon, decided to seek peace and accept the overlordship of Sultan Bayezid I. Negotiations with the Ottomans concluded with a peace treaty before mid-1390, notably before the death of Patriarch Spiridon on August 18, 1389. Under this treaty, Prince Stefan agreed to send additional troops to aid the Ottomans and pay tribute to them. Thus, he and his brother, Vuk Lazarevic, were also required to personally affirm their allegiance to Bayezid each year in person at his palace. A significant aspect of this vassalage included the marriage of Stefan's youngest sister, Olivera, to Sultan Bayezid. Stefan personally escorted her to Bayezid in Bursa. Well, the impact of this alliance was immediately evident. By the summer of 1390, Serbian forces, augmented by Ottoman troops, recaptured lost cities, and, likely in these operations, the Ottomans seized Golubac. Stefan supported various Ottoman campaigns, while Bayezid assisted Stefan against his internal rivals, ultimately leading to the strengthening of Serbia. But what about the actions of Vuk Brankovic? Well, during this period, there's not as much information on that as we would like. We know that after the Battle of Kosovo, he did indeed expand his territories, including parts of Polimja, using the same title previously held by Prince Lazar. By May 1390, feeling a little threatened, Vuk sought assurances from the Republic of Ragusa for his safety, which might relate to the Ottoman forces aiding Stefan that summer in repelling Hungarian advances. However, there is no direct evidence of hostilities between Stefan and Vuk. Records do indicate that Vuk participated in the formal transfer of Prince Lazar's remains from Pristina to Ravanica Monastery between the late 1390 and early 1391, and also that Princess Milika visited his court in 1392. While the conflict along the Serbian-Hungarian border continued for the next 2 years, with King Sigismund frequently visiting the Danube army. In the summer of 1392, he crossed the river near Kovin, marched to the city of Zdrelo near Zaljevo, then retreated in an attempt to capture Golubac. During this time, Vuk Brankovic's territories were under Ottoman attack. By early 1392, the Ottomans had captured Skopje and continued northward, forcing Vuk, by the end of the year, to agree to peace with Bayezid and to become his vassal. In 1393, Stefan Lazarevic officially assumed the throne as an adult ruler, marking the end of the regency period led by his mother, Princess Milika. Following this transition, Milika became a nun and retreated to her endowment, the monastery Lubostinia. That same year, Sultan Bayezid took action against his Bulgarian vassals, suspecting them of collusion with the Hungarian king Sigismund. This, of course, led to the siege of Veliko Tarnovo and the devastation of Bulgaria, impacting Stefan's brother-in-law, the Bulgarian ruler Ivan Shishman. The tumultuous situation prompted many Bulgarian scholars and nobles to seek refuge in neighboring Christian countries, including Serbia. Of course, they brought with them all of their cultural knowledge, which rather enriched the intellectual life in Serbia. Towards the end of 1393 and into early 1394, Bayezid convened a meeting of his Christian vassals in Ceres. Notable attendees included Stefan, Emperor Manuel II of the Byzantine Empire, his nephew John VII, his brother Theodore I of Morea, and the Serbian lord Constantine Dragaš. There was a belief supported by Byzantine sources that Bayezid initially planned to eliminate these vassals at the meeting and to seize their territories. An order for their execution was issued, but not immediately acted upon. Bayezid then reconsidered and decided to spare them. Following this reprieve, some vassals returned home, while others joined the Ottoman campaign, leading to the conquest of Thessaly and the capture of Thessaloniki on the 12th of April. In the autumn of 1394, Bayezid began mobilizing for a campaign against Mircea I, the voivode of Wallachia. Stefan personally led the Serbian heavy cavalry, with Serbian nobles such as Marko Mirankovic and Constantine Dragaš, along with Constantine Balasic, commanding their respective forces. The campaign led to the Battle of Rovin on May 17, 1395, near present-day Pitesti, which ended in a victory for Wallachia. In this battle, both Marko and Dragaš were killed, and Bayezid subsequently annexed their territories. According to Constantine, the philosopher, in his Life of Stefan Lazarevic, Marko expressed a poignant wish before the battle, hoping for divine support for the Christians, and to be among the first to die in the war. A kind of martyrdom complex, it seems. Well, following the defeat, the Ottoman forces captured Vidin, and, reinforced by Serbian detachments, advanced into Banat during the summer of 1396. This offensive also targeted the lands of Vuk Brankovic, leading to the conquest of a large part of his territory, including Pristina. The victory at Rovin in 1395 sparked a significant response across Europe, culminating in a large crusader force that included knights and soldiers from England, France, Germany, and other nations. The force was joined by Hungarian King Sigismund and Mircea I of Wallachia, alongside a Venetian fleet that entered the Danube from the Black Sea to support the land forces. The Crusaders gathered in Hungary and initiated their campaign by crossing the Danube and capturing Vidin. They then proceeded along the Danube to lay siege to Nicopolis, a key city with substantial Ottoman garrison. This siege momentarily broke the blockade of Constantinople, prompting Sultan Bayezid I to redirect Ottoman forces northward toward the Danube, where they joined with the heavy cavalry of Stefan Lazarevic near Plovdiv. On September 25th, 1396, a critical battle unfolded, leading to the complete destruction of the Crusader forces at the Battle of Nicopolis. Despite their numerical superiority, the Crusaders suffered from a lack of coordinated command and a poor understanding of Ottoman military tactics. The battle began favorably for the Crusaders, but the Ottomans launched a counterattack that was initially resisted by the Hungarian knights. At this turning point, the Serbian heavy cavalry, led personally by Stefan Lazarevic, executed a decisive maneuver. They broke through the Hungarian lines, surrounded King Sigismund, and specifically targeted the troops of Nicholas II Garai, dispersing them. This action caused confusion among the Crusaders, some of whom believed Sigismund had been killed, and thus the battle was lost. The Hungarian commanders persuaded Sigismund that retreat was the best option. This breakdown in Crusader ranks led to a devastating defeat, with Johann Schildberger, a participant in the battle, describing how Stephan's forces, emerging from a grove on Bayezid's left wing, launched a sudden and effective attack. Stephan's cavalry was instrumental in crushing the king's banner and turning the tide of the battle. The aftermath of the Battle of Nicopolis was catastrophic for the Balkan Christians. Vidin was destroyed. Athens was occupied in 1397. The Despotate of Morea was devastated, and the fall of Constantinople seemed inevitable. Vuk Brankovic's territory was overtaken by the Ottomans, and Brankovic himself was captured, dying in captivity in 1397. Most of his domain was transferred to Stefan Lazarevic, while a smaller portion centered around Vucitern was left to his wife Maria and sons Durad, Gerger, and Lazar. The Ottomans also retained strategic locations under their direct control. In addition, the Ottomans launched raids into Hungary, pillaging the southern regions, including Zemun, which was devastated, and Sremska Mitrovica, which was burned down and its population displaced. The Battle of Nicopolis and its aftermath shows the shifting power dynamic in the region and marked a pivotal moment in Lazarevic's rule. His tactical skill at Nicopolis and the politics that followed, including a potential pre-battle dealings and his actions during the battle, shows his complex role in this period of intense conflict. His later induction into the Order of the Dragon as its first member was possibly influenced by his actions during the battle, especially his maneuver that allowed King Sigismund to escape to Venetian ships on the Danube. In January 1398, the Ottomans launched a new offensive into Bosnia. This military campaign was led by Musa Celebi, one of Bayezid's sons, and included additional Serbian forces commanded by Lazarevic. The primary aim of this incursion was to plunder the region, but the campaign yielded little strategic success, largely due to the harsh winter conditions, which led many soldiers and captives to return to their own territories. During this time, certain Serbian nobles sought to exploit Stephan's absence on the campaign to seize power for themselves. Dukes Novak Belokrovic and Nikola Zokic, along with Voivode Mihailo, plotted to discredit Stefan by suggesting to Bayezid that the unsuccessful invasion of Bosnia was due to Stefan's alleged secret dealings with King Sigismund of Hungary behind closed doors. They intended to convince the Sultan that Stefan was an unreliable vassal who should be removed. However, the exact sequence of these events is not well documented, but it is clear that Stefan became aware of this conspiracy, likely through information from Mihailo. Thus, Stefan responded decisively to the threat. He summoned Duke Novak, who held lands in Toplica and near Pek in Vosno, to his castle, and then executed him. Following this, Belorkovic, with his estates around Rudnik, fled to the fortress of Ostrovica and took monastic vows to save his life, forfeiting his lands in Serbia as a consequence. Well, eventually, news of these events reached the ears of Bayezid, prompting an Ottoman force to enter Serbia in late March. The exact details of what the Ottomans did during this incursion are admittedly vague, with no recorded significant military actions against neighboring regions. But as I said, no recorded. Well, in the spring, to smooth over tensions between Stefan and Bayezid, Stefan's mother, who was now a nun, named Eugene actually, and monk Jefimija, traveled to Bayezid to talk things over. They managed to arrange a meeting between Stefan and the Sultan before May 23rd. During this diplomatic mission, they also retrieved the relics of St. Petka from Bursa, which were likely placed in the Lazarevic church in Crusade. Bayezid's respect for Stefan was notably higher than for other Christian vassals, or reportedly even for his own sons, a respect that was further demonstrated when Bayezid arranged a marriage between Stefan's sister and himself. So, Stefan and his mother were both warmly received by Bayezid, and the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Now, during their meeting, Bayezid expressed his deep admiration and trust in Stefan, stating, and I quote, "I regard you as my eldest and most favored son. Who else holds such honor in my court as you do? I am growing old, and may soon die, perhaps in battle or from sickness, and then it will be your time to rise." Well, the complexity of the relationships and the politics involving Lazarevic and his contemporaries continued to evolve in the early 1400s. Not much is documented about the exact nature of the relationship between Prince Stefan and the Brankovic family over the years. However, it is known that they managed to reclaim some of their former territories using the substantial funds that Vuk Brankovic had left in Kotor and the Republic of Ragusa. By early 1402, their domain included parts of Kosovo, Sejenica, and Briskovo. Starting that year, they also had become vassals to Bayezid, assuming the same responsibilities that Prince Stefan had. Outside their control remained key locations like Gluhavica, Zhelezh, and Zekan, which were under Ottoman control, and Pristina, which was part of Lazarevic's state as of March that year. The invasion of the Tatars, led by the formidable conqueror Tamerlane, significantly shifted the situation in Asia Minor and southeastern Europe. Tamerlane's incursion forced Bayezid to mobilize his forces for a confrontation, leading to the pivotal Battle of Ankara on the 28th of July 1402. This battle ended in a disastrous defeat for the Ottomans, with Bayezid and his son captured. Bayezid then died in captivity the following year. A major factor in the Ottoman defeat was the desertion of the Turkic and Tatar cavalry from Anatolia, who had switched sides to Tamerlane, citing dissatisfaction with Bayezid's rule and a sense of kinship with Timur's forces. This shift allowed Tamerlane to break through Bayezid's left wing and encircle the center, where Bayezid was positioned with his janissaries. On the Ottoman right wing were Bayezid's vassals, including Durad Brankovic and his brother Gurger, Stefan's brother Vuk, and Stefan himself, who also commanded this wing. Stefan fought valiantly, earning Timur's admiration. Chroniclers like Duca noted that Stefan and his 5,000 heavily armed knights, including cavalry, made repeated attacks on enemy lines to rescue Bayezid. Although he managed to reach Bayezid, the Sultan refused to retreat, prompting Stefan to take Bayezid's son, Suleiman Celebi, and retreat towards Bursa, albeit under continuous Tatar attacks. Launikos Chalkokindiles praised the Serbs for their bravery, noting in his writings, "They fought as real heroes. They attacked the Tatars with great vigor, crushing them hard in the fight." It was during this battle that Prince Stefan was wounded, and Gregory Brankovic was captured but later released. Well, what happened after the battle? Well, one reason that Stefan had honored his obligations to Bayezid was to maintain the Serbian-Ottoman alliance against the increasing Hungarian pressure, and of course because his sister Olivera was married to the Sultan himself. While following the battle, though negotiations that capitalized on the respect Timur held for Stefan, Olivera was released without a ransom and returned to Serbia in the spring of 1403. She later settled permanently in Stefan's castle in Belgrade. And it's interesting to note as well that a group of imprisoned Serbs was taken to Samarkand by Timur's forces for construction work, of all things. Definitely not a pleasant career change, by all means. Well, by 1403, Timur had left Asia Minor, and he died in the early 1405 during an expedition to China. As for Bayezid, well, his capture and subsequent death led to a civil war among his sons for the throne, a tale as old as time. After the tumult in Bursa, Stefan and his brother Vuk traveled to Constantinople, which had finally been freed from years of Ottoman blockade. It was there that John VII Palaiologos, ruling in place of his uncle Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, awarded Stefan the high Byzantine title of despot in the August of 1402. And this was a big deal, quite a mark of honor. In late October of 1402, Lazarevic led his army from Bar through Balashik and Venetian territories, from Shkodër to Kosovo. Evading major roads controlled by their adversaries, Stefan's forces reached Grakanica, near Tripoli, on November the 21st. In the ensuing battle, forces loyal to Brankovic, reinforced by Ottoman units, suffered a defeat. Prior to the battle, following his mother's instructions, Stefan divided his forces. He positioned the majority of his troops under his brother Vuk's command to confront the forces led by Durad Brankovic, while he took the smaller segment to engage the Ottomans. Stefan's troops achieved victory, but a significant role was played by Caesar Ujesha Vlatkovic. Although an Ottoman vassal, Uglesa disclosed the war plans to Stefan and switched sides during the battle. In gratitude, Stefan granted him authority over Vranje, Inoshte, and Preševo, regions previously controlled by his father and now linked to the Serbian despotate. After the battle, Stefan retreated to Novo Brdo, where he and Vuk engaged in a heated argument. Vuk had criticized Stefan for not understanding the casualties of war and accused him of poor leadership, as the majority of their forces under Vuk's command had been defeated by Durad Brankovic's army. Well, either way, the victory at Tripoli allowed Stefan to secure his throne and increase his influence in Serbia. But his conflict with Brankovic had persisted and was further complicated by the tensions with his brother Vuk. In the summer of 1403, Vuk left Serbia to seek aid from Suleiman, hoping to force Stefan to cede part of the state administration. Their mother thus followed Vuk, but she couldn't reach him before he arrived at the Suleiman's court. Nevertheless, she successfully reconciled the brothers by October 1404 and smoothed relations between Stefan and Suleiman. The following year, Stefan sought to avoid reigniting hostilities with the Ottomans. In 1403, Suleiman was in Gallipoli, negotiating with various Christian states, including Byzantium, Genoa, Venice, the Knights Hospitaller, and Naxos, to secure an alliance and launch an offensive against his brothers in Asia Minor. These negotiations resulted in Byzantium shedding its vassal status to the Ottomans, regaining Thessaloniki and several cities along the coasts of the Bosphorus and the Black Sea. Although Stefan likely wasn't directly involved in these talks, under the agreement he maintained his territories, but was still required to pay tribute and provide military support to the Sultan, albeit without having the obligation to lead the forces personally. During this period, the Kingdom of Hungary was in crisis, with King Sigismund having lost his throne in April 1401, when part of the nobility captured him in Buda. Released later that year, he spent much of the following year in Bohemia. The shifting conditions in Southeast Europe led to a closer relationship between Stefan and Sigismund, and Stefan needed a strong ally to help free him from this Ottoman control and secure his throne amidst his conflict with Brankovic, who had the support of Suleiman. Hungary, deeply mired in its own internal problems, and with Sigismund struggling to regain control until 1403, sought a stable southern border, previously vulnerable to Serbian Ottoman incursions, and a base to counter the Ottomans and expand southward. Negotiations were likely initiated by the Hungarian side, namely Sigismund, who sent emissaries, including his Florentine associate Filippo Scolari, to Stefan. These discussions led to an argument between the two rulers in late 1403 or early 1404. Under this agreement, Stefan accepted a vassal relationship with Sigismund and received Makva and Belgrade, strengthening his northern border marked by the Sava and Danube rivers. As a close ally, Stefan became one of the first knights in the Order of the Dragon, marking a significant strategic realignment in the region. In early 1404, he initiated a campaign against the lands of the Brankovics around the river Sitnica, and then extended his military efforts to areas under Ottoman control, potentially with the support of Hungarian troops. The exact regions from which he managed to expel the Ottomans are not fully known, but it's believed that his offensive targeted eastern Serbia and Kosovo. Following these military successes, Stefan was able to negotiate peace with the Brankovics, and, through his mother, reconcile with Suleiman. He immediately began rebuilding the fortifications of Belgrade after taking control, as they had been destroyed by the Ottomans in 1397. He also initiated urban development projects that continued until the end of his reign. By early 1405, Stefan had moved his capital from Kruševac to Belgrade. In September of the same year, he married Helena Gattulusio, but 2 months later, the death of his mother left him without a significant pillar of support. However, the situation in Serbia began to stabilize and even prosper, as evidenced by a charter issued in Borac on December the 2nd of that year from Dubrovnik. The negotiations concerning trade privileges were conducted throughout the year, and with this charter Stefan confirmed the privileges that Dubrovnik merchants had previously enjoyed. In early 1405, a major rebellion broke out against Venetian rule in Skadar, due to the oppressive and arrogant manner in which the Venetians governed, including the impounding of property and denial of rights to Orthodox churches. Stefan's nephew, Balsha III, became involved in this resistance, aiming to reclaim cities that his father had ceded to Venice in 1396 to protect them from Ottoman incursions. He sought help from Suleiman and Duke Vuk Lazarevic, but the conflict unfolded without major battles or a clear victor. Stefan mediated in the peace negotiations, which initially failed despite several attempts. Although a peace agreement was finally signed in June of 1408, with Stefan as one of the guarantors, but the conflict continued regardless. In December of 1408, Sigismund, the founder of the Order of the Dragon, and Lazarevic were among the first knights, recognized in the founding charter on December 13, 1408. He attended the ceremony in Buda, where the dragon symbol became part of his new court insignia. During this period, Stefan faced even more protests from Vuk, who was dissatisfied with his refusal to share the throne and part of the state administration. His disappointment was likely exacerbated by Stefan's alliance with Sigismund and the West, prompting him to seek military aid from Suleiman. In exchange, Vuk promised to recognize Suleiman's sovereignty if he received his own state and if the Brankovic family joined his side. In early 1409, Suleiman's forces invaded Serbia, reaching the battlefield of Kosovo, and nearby Pristina was destroyed, as noted in a letter to Dubrovnik in February. Merchants in Serbia were advised to maintain neutrality during the conflict, but to avoid harming Stefan's people and assist in the defense of towns if attacked. Sigismund supported Stefan, with forces led by Philip Descolari joining in Serbia in late January. The quick response indicated that Stefan and Sigismund were aware of Vuk's plans to join Suleiman, and therefore it made provisions. By early May, Sigismund himself went to Serbia, joined by Ban Jovan Morovic of Makva. But in June, Suleiman launched a new offensive. After intense battles throughout the summer, Stefan retreated to Belgrade, refusing to comply with Suleiman but eventually negotiating with his brother. This led to a practical division of the country, with Vuk administering the southern part, including the area south of the West Moravia. On his terms and recognizing Suleiman's suzerainty, as did the Brankovic family. In addition to these internal conflicts, 1409 saw several key events that shifted the situation in the Balkans. Suleiman finally made peace with the Venetians in June, agreeing to pay them an annual tribute and cede former Venetian territories in Skadar and Zeta. His brother and rival, Musa Celebi, moved to Europe and began gathering supporters for his fight against Suleiman. Amid the escalating conflict with the Ottomans, Lazarevic and Celebi found themselves as natural allies. Stefan first assessed Musa's military capabilities through his emissary, Duke Vitko, before initiating negotiations that culminated in a formal alliance. Alongside Stefan, the Brankovic family and Vuk Lazarevic also aligned themselves with Musa. With Suleiman occupied in Asia Minor, Musa's forces commenced an offensive, capturing Gallipoli by early 1410 and reaching Yambol by February 13th, overcoming the defences led by the Burglerbeg Sinan. This forced Suleiman to attempt to return to Europe to confront Musa. During this period, the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, maintaining friendly relations with Stefan, facilitated Musa's efforts by providing a ship for him to cross the Bosphorus. Manuel's influence significantly altered the regional power dynamic, prompting former supporters of Musa to switch their allegiance to Suleiman. In an effort to support the transfer of his forces to Europe, Vuk sought assistance from the Venetian fleet in early June. However, he soon defected to Suleiman, followed by the Brankovic brothers. Stefan and Musa attempted to prevent Suleiman's forces from crossing into Europe by targeting the fleet transporting them. While they managed to destroy some ships near Galata, Suleiman's forces still succeeded in crossing the Bosphorus Strait. The decisive battle between the sons of Bayezid took place on the 15th of June at the Battle of Cosmedion, near the Golden Horn, just outside Constantinople's Byzantine land walls. Musa's forces were defeated, and as he fled the battlefield, Stefan withdrew. Following the battle, Emperor Manuel arranged for the ships to transport Stefan to Constantinople, despite his own leanings towards Suleiman. Stefan received a grand reception once he did arrive in Constantinople, where Manuel reaffirmed his title of despot and presented him with the crown of despotic dignity. After a brief stay in Constantinople, Stefan, accompanied by Uljesa Vlatkovic and a few others, traveled back to Serbia via the Black Sea and the Danube, passing through the lands of Duke Mirsha and arrived at Golubak in late July or perhaps early August. Following his victory at Cosmidion, Suleiman again sought to depose Stefan, just as he had after the Battle of Ankara in 1402, by sending Stefan's relatives, including Vuk and Lazar Brankovic, to Serbia. However, these efforts ended up failing, and on July 11th, Stefan defeated his younger brother at Adrianople. Meanwhile, supporters of Musa captured Prince Stefan in Philippoge on the 4th of July. After a little deliberation, Vuk Lazarevic was executed, while Lazar Brankovic was spared, at least for a few days. Musa tried to coerce Durad Brankovic to switch sides for the upcoming Battle of Adrianople on July 11th, but Durad refused and played a key role in Suleiman's victory, leading to Lazar's execution. Shortly afterwards, Stefan regained full control over Serbia, including the southern regions previously governed by Vuk. Musa's situation deteriorated after his defeat, and he returned to Serbia, where Stefan offered him sanctuary. Musa then garnered support from the Ottomans in Europe and others disenchanted with Suleiman's unstable rule. His forces triumphed over Suleiman's defenders in Serdica in early 1411, and while Suleiman fled Adrianople attempting to reach Constantinople, he was captured and killed by Musa's supporters on February 17th. Musa then became the sole ruler of the European part of the Ottoman Empire. The ascent to power of Musa Celebi did not bring peace or stability to the Balkans. Rather, he quickly turned against his former allies, including Stefan Lazarevic. Stefan sent representatives to Musa to confirm prior agreements and regulate relations. But not only did these efforts fail, but the envoys barely escaped with their lives. In a provocative move, Musa granted permission for Vuk Lazarevic's body to be exhumed and transferred back to Serbia, signaling a declaration of war. Stefan immediately launched an offensive, penetrating the Pirot region, from which he launched attacks on Ottoman positions, only halting when Musa proposed negotiations. Throughout 411, the alliance between King Sigismund of Hungary and despot Stefan was reinforced. In the July of that year, Stefan visited Buda with his nobles, strengthening their mutual bonds, although the specific terms of the agreement remain undocumented. Stefan's biographer noted that during this visit he genuinely embraced the local Western culture. In fact, Giovanna Kalic commented that Stefan frequently visited Buda and never came back without acquiring new properties generously endowed by the Hungarian ruler. From Hungarian sources of that period, it is evident that Stefan, with his territories, undermined the supremacy of the Hungarian king. Stefan received lands in what was then Hungary, including villages, towns, and mines in Zatmar, Bihar, Zabolsk, and Torontal counties. By the late summer, Sigismund had brokered peace with King Ostoja of Bosnia and other Bosnian nobles, which managed to end some long-standing conflicts. The region of Usora remained under Sigismund's command, while Srebrenica was likely transferred to Stefan during that year. At that year's end, Stefan's sister Jelena, widow of Durad II Kotromanic Balsic, remarried to Sanjald Hiranic Kosacha, following a peace agreement with Sigismund. In May of the following year, Stefan attended a major council of European aristocracy in Buda, where reconciliation occurred between Sigismund and the Polish king Vladislav II Jagiello, the Duke of Lithuania, 1377 to 1434, and King of Poland from 1386 1434. The council was also attended by the King of Bosnia and numerous other Balkan rulers and nobles. Simultaneously, Stefan's sister Mara worked to repair relations between him and Musa on behalf of her son Durad, who was serving in Musa's army. She succeeded in reconciling them. In the fall of 1411, Musa's forces attacked the town of Selimbria near Constantinople, which at the time was harboring Suleiman's son Orhan, a candidate favored by Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos for the Ottoman throne. During the siege, Musa attempted to assassinate Durad, but he escaped with his troops to Selimbria and later returned to Serbia in the fall of 1412, reconciling with Stefan and ending the conflict between their families. A broad coalition formed against Musa, including Ottoman commanders from parts of the Balkans and his remaining brother Mehmed I, who ruled parts of the former Asian territories of Bayezid. The first attempt by this coalition to cross into Europe in 1411 ended in defeat, but they continued fighting on other fronts. By year's end, Stefan and the Beylerbeys of Skopje and Künstendil attacked Musa's lands. The swollen river Marica and winter weather prevented their forces from joining with Mehmed I over the Sur area. In early 1412, Musa attacked Vranje from Serdica and Semernik, looting it while Uljesa Vlatkovic, the local ruler, narrowly escaped. Musa's forces then marched to Novo Brdo, but retreated upon learning of Stefan's approach and headed to Thessaloniki and Thessaly. Later, in 1413, Musa had launched another new campaign, capturing Hamza Bey of Svirjig and Sokograd, thereupon executing him and taking complete control of Bovan, Lipovac, and several other small towns situated in the Morava Valley, including Koprian, Kruševac, Marko Vocale, Petrus, and Stalash. Reports in March from Novo Brdo to Dubrovnik indicated Musa's forces also devastated Toplica and Branicevo. During this time, Stefan had gathered his forces with military support from Sigismund and his son-in-law, Sandal Hranik Kosasha. Their armies merged near Kruševac and moved south, with some of Musa's supporters, including army commanders Evrenos, joining them by the Toplica River at Dobrik, near Koprian. Stefan and Kosasha, along with Jovan Morovic, left their troops at Skopza Knargora and returned to Serbia, while Durad Brankovic took command. The critical Battle of Kamulu occurred on July 15, 1413, near Vitocia Mountain, present-day Bulgaria, Initially, Musa's forces pushed back the Serbian army, but Durad's flanking attack, notably led by the distinguished commander Radic Postupovic, broke the enemy lines and secured victory for the Allies. Musa was then captured and killed during the retreat at the Iskar River, ending over a decade of civil war in the Ottoman Empire. Following the battle, Stefan and Durad acknowledged Mehmed's supremacy. Thus, Mehmed rewarded Stefan with rich gifts and territories, including the fortress of Nepalje and the Koprian area, cementing a period of relative stability and expanded influence for Stefan in the Balkans. The end of the civil war between Bayezid's sons marked the beginning of a long period of peace for Serbia, fostering economic and cultural development. Stefan wisely chose not to intervene militarily in the coastal conflicts or the wars that embroiled Bosnia in 1413, which introduced Ottoman influence to the region. In 1415, Sigismund of Hungary launched 2 counter-offensives in Bosnia. The first attempt early in the year failed to dislodge the Ottomans, while the second, mid-year, ended disastrously. Hungarian forces were defeated at Lajva in July, and many nobles were captured and taken to Vesan. They later secured their release through negotiations, with Stefan playing a role in brokering the freedom of Jovan Morovic. The situation in Bosnia grew ever more complex, with the assassination of one Prince Pavle Radinovic in the late August of 1415 rather, an act which King Ostoja and Kosaja were implicated in. This event led to conflicts between Pavlovic and the Kosaja families. Moreover, the Ottoman presence and the failures of the Hungarian army prompted Bosnian nobility to oppose Sigismund. A consequence of this was the Bosnian parliament's decision to reclaim Srebrenica for Stefan, though the plan was never implemented due to the overall volatility of the situation. Perhaps the game just wasn't worth the candle for them. Well, it was during this time that the Council of Constance was held on Lake Constance, hence the name, from 1414 to 18. It was a significant ecclesiastical assembly addressing the Western Schism and the fate of Jan Hus, who was executed on July 6, 1415, sparking the Hussite Wars. And I guess we can say that he was a kind of a heretic, I suppose. Well, the council also highlighted the Ottoman threat, of course. A Serbian mission was present at the council too, and it is speculated, though not proven, that Stefan himself had attended. Well, despite being an Ottoman vassal, Stefan did not abandon efforts to escape Ottoman dominance. This is evident from his letters to subordinates in Hungary and representatives in the Byzantine Empire and the Republic of Venice. He indicated that Serbia would join a broader anti-Ottoman coalition if one was to form. He also utilized this period of peace to complete his monumental endowment, the Rasava Monastery, near today's Despotovac. Its construction began in 1407, but faced interruptions due to Ottoman incursions in 1409 and from 1411 to 13. Finally, it was completed in 1418. Now, Stefan, as we've mentioned, was a notable patron of the arts, supporting scholars from Serbia and those exiled from countries that were occupied by the Ottomans. He was educated at his parents' home, and he was fluent in Serbo-Slavic, Greek, and he understood Latin. His rule saw the issuance of the Code of Mines in 1412 in Novo Birdo, Serbia's economic hub. But he was also an accomplished author, with works including the English titles, of course, A Homage to Love, dedicated to his brother Vuk, and Inscription on the Marble Pillar at Kosovo. During his reign, the transcription school of Rasava flourished within his foundation, the Manasija monastery. The period saw a huge surge in transcribing activity, with more Christian works and major texts from ancient civilizations being transcribed than ever before. In fact, at the Rasava monastery, Constantine the philosopher, a renowned Serbian teacher and translator, established the influential orthographic school, a school that was aimed to correct errors in ecclesiastical literature resulting from multiple translations and incorrect transcriptions. Chinese whispers sort of problem. And of course to overhaul previous orthographic practices. His treatise on Slavic orthography set out complex rules that many authors adopted for an extended period. Despite later criticism, the significance of writing an essay on orthography in the 15th century Serbia shows more of the advanced state of literary culture. Lazarevic was also known to be an enthusiastic horseman, frequently seen riding out with his escort to hunt in the villages that surrounded Belgrade. And reportedly on one such occasion they returned from the castle within Belgrade fortress and neared a place known as Glava or Glavica on Mount Kosmaj. Something unforeseen occurred when he got there. Stefan, poised to release his hawk, suddenly found his body unresponsive, frozen. His escort watched in shock as he swayed in his saddle and then collapsed to the ground. According to Constantine the philosopher, Stefan's sudden death on the 19th of July 1427 was accompanied by a mystic storm that engulfed the skies above Belgrade and turned them black. Thunder roared, masking his final whispered words. Get Durad. Get Durad. This event struck those who witnessed it as apocalyptic, a moment of profound dread and sorrow. The entire Serbian state mourned the loss of their ruler, whom they had revered as the chosen messenger of the new age. It was a death that marked the beginning of one of the most challenging periods in the history of the Serbian state and its people. It heralded the destruction of the state that Stefan had nurtured and the loss of a distinct Serbian identity. This period was steeped in the old Byzantine South Slavonic prophecies, such as the revelation of Pseudo-Methodius, the apocryphal visions of Daniel, the oracles of Leo the Wise. These texts often interpreted the consequences of the Ishmaelites, that is, the Muslims, as a direct consequence of Christian sins. For Orthodox Christians in the 15th century, this interpretation became particularly compelling, as it aligned with the prevailing eschatological belief in the end of the world in the year 7000 from the creation of the world, which would bring them to 1491 to 92 according to the Byzantine calendar. Well, whether you believe that or not, the death of despot Stefan Lazarevic, it wasn't just an end of an era for Serbia, but this symbolic event that was taken as a divine sign, a moment that seemed to validate the direst of prophecies and foretell a tumultuous future for the Serbian lands and their people. Well, if you've seen pictures of these cities and the beautiful places they have in Serbia, I dare say it didn't turn out too bad for them. God knows what the future holds, though. One shudders to think. The Franks were a Germanic tribe that emerged during the late Antiquity period and became a dominant power in Western Europe. Initially settling in the Roman province of Gaul, roughly modern-day France and some parts of Germany, they established a series of kingdoms under the Merovingian dynasty in the 5th century. The Franks are particularly noted for their conversion to Christianity under King Clovis I, which allied them with the Roman Church and distinguished them from other Germanic groups. Under the later Carolingian dynasty, which succeeded the Merovingians, the Franks reached their zenith with the reign of Charlemagne, who was crowned emperor in the year 800, symbolically reviving the Western Roman Empire. If you want to learn about them, then you've come to the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, liking the video helps YouTube know that you're enjoying it, and then they'll let other people know as well. So, thank you in advance. Now, let's get on with our video for today. A history of the Franks. Now, first of all, where did the Franks come from? Well, once more, we walk the thin line between history and mythology. The mythological origins of the Franks are detailed in several early medieval sources, which provide fascinating but largely fictional accounts of the tribe's ancestry. According to the History of the Franks by Gregory of Tours, a historian from the 6th century, the Franks may have originated from Pannonia, settling initially along the Rhine River before moving through Thuringia and establishing a ruling class in the regions they conquered. There is, however, a more fantastical tale that appears in the Chronicle of Fredegar around the 7th century, which claims that the Franks were actually descendants of Trojans, linking them to the ancient epic heroes of Virgil's writings. Fredegar narrates that after the fall of Troy, the Franks, under leaders such as Frigga and Frankio, journeyed from Asia to Macedonia, and eventually to the banks of the Rhine, where they purportedly attempted to rebuild a new Troy. Well, it's a nice story. The Liber Historiae Francorum, another key source from the 8th century, echoes this Trojan lineage by suggesting that the Franks, under leaders like Priam and Antenor, migrated from Troy to Pannonia, and then to the region near the Sea of Azov. This text adds that after aiding the Romans in military campaigns, the group was dubbed the Franks, a name that implied fierceness in battle. Well, of course, Modern observers critique these accounts, noting that they reveal the Franks' lack of a unified heritage, or ancient noble lineage, compared to other contemporaneous groups. This absence likely drove to the creation of these grandiose legends, aiming to construct a prestigious origin story for a relatively young confederation of tribes. Of course, historical revisionism is more or less as old as history itself. The early mentions of the Franks in historical sources show their interactions with the Roman Empire, highlighting both cooperative and hostile engagements. The Panegyrici Latini, along with writers like Ammianus Marcellinus, Claudian Zosimus, and particularly Gregory of Tours, provide fragmented but valuable insights into the movements and cultural backdrop of the Frankish tribes. From these accounts, we can summarize that the Franks first emerged in the historical record in the late 3rd century. Their initial appearance is noted during the 260s, when they began to exert pressure on Roman territories. Various Frankish groups like the Chamavi, Bructeri, Chatuari, and Sali, or Salians, also the Tubantes and Amsivari, are sporadically mentioned in Roman accounts from the late 3rd throughout the 4th century. The Franks are often mentioned in Roman sources under two categories, that being the Laeti, for allies, and Deditici, the enemies or surrendered foes. Of course, to the Roman world, there's only two kinds of people, allies and enemies. Notable episodes include a group of Franks reaching as far as Tarragona in Spain around the year 260, where they caused significant disruption until the Roman forces repelled them, but that wasn't until a decade later. By the end of the 3rd century, the Roman leadership took a more aggressive campaigns against the Franks. The Emperor Maximian is recorded as having subdued the Salian Franks along with other groups in 288, relocating them within the empire's borders. Why did they do this? Well, one, they wanted to utilize their manpower, but two, if they were inside the borders, they could somewhat keep an eye on them and curb further incursions. I mean, they weren't going to be making any incursions if they were already in. Not bad logic. Keep your friends close and enemies closer, perhaps. Now, the strategic relocation of these tribes by Roman authorities, as recorded by Eumenius, who refers to the expulsions and resettlements constructed by Constantius, reflect Rome's broader policy of barbarian management through resettlement. Of course, the policy aimed at both fortifying the Roman borders and slowly assimilating these groups into Roman military and economic systems. Further, the Frankish presence along the Rhine is marked on the Tabula Petinguriana, a medieval copy of a Roman map, which identifies places occupied by the Franks, such as the region opposite to Nijmegen and Xanten, which is labeled as Francia. Now, the Salian Franks, mentioned by Ammianus Marcellinus in the context of Julian's campaigns in 358, played a foundational role in the history of the Frankish people and their expansion within the Roman Empire. As foederati, or federated groups, the Salians were allowed to settle in Texuandria, a region moved from their original settlements around the Rhine-Maas delta. This strategic relocation facilitated their role both within and eventually beyond the Roman imperial borders. By the 5th century, the Salians, along with other Frankish groups, began to exert control over the river Scheldt, disrupting maritime transport to Britain and showcasing their burgeoning power as both allies and threats within the Roman domains. Despite Roman efforts to pacify them, their presence as pirates persisted, showing the challenge the empire faced in controlling these martial groups. The Salians' southward push into what is now modern France marked the beginning of their significant territorial expansion. This movement is closely associated with the establishment of the Merovingian dynasty, which famously codified the Salian law, Lex Salica. This law is notably applied in the Neustrian region, indicating the new geographical and political realities shaped by the Salians beyond their original settlements. The Silva Carbonaria, or charcoal forest, served as a geographical boundary that the Salians crossed under the leadership of figures like Clodio, who extended Frankish control into areas such as Tournai, Artois, Cambrai, and the Somme region. Clodio's legacy, as recounted by Gregory of Tours, positioned him as an ancestor to the Merovingian kings, with Childeric and later his son Clovis expanding and consolidating the Frankish rule. Childeric collaborated with Roman forces, reflecting the complex interdependence between Roman authorities and their barbarian foederati. His activities in the Loire region and beyond contributed to the foundation of what would become the Frankish kingdom of Neustria, essentially the heartland of later medieval France. Clovis's reign further solidified this trajectory by unifying the Frankish tribes under his rule and extending his authority eastward past the Silva Carbonaria into Belgica, laying the foundation for the kingdom of Austrasia. This region later adopted the Ripuarian law, another Frankish legal code that was distinct from that of Salian law. The Rhineland Franks, often differentiated from the Salians, and sometimes known as Ripuarian Franks in modern scholarship, were situated along a crucial stretch of the Rhine, spanning from Mainz to Duisburg, including the region around modern-day Cologne. This area, historically tied to the Ubi tribe and encompassing parts of both Germania Inferior and Germania Superior, played its own role in the development of Frankish territories, and certainly a significant one. While the Rhineland Franks, like the Salians, appear in Roman records as both raiders and allies, depending on the time and context, documentation regarding their official settlement within the Roman Empire's borders remains somewhat unclear. They managed to establish control over key locations such as Cologne, and, over time, were possibly referred to as Ripuarians, a name likely deriving from river people, due to their proximity to the Rhine. Very creative. The term Ripuarians is often linked with the Lex Ripuaria, a Merovingian legal code. However, it's important to note that this code was applicable not just in Ripuarian regions, but across all Frankish lands, indicating a broader administrative application than what was initially being assumed. The distinction between Salian and Ripuarian Franks, while very useful, does not necessarily reflect the rigid historical or territorial divisions, but rather differentiations that emerged over time within the broader Frankish identity. Jordanes' account in his Getica, mentioning the Ripari alongside other groups like the Franchi and Saxones during the Battle of Chalons in 451, suggests a very complex interplay of tribal identities under Roman command. However, these Ripari are generally interpreted as a distinct group based along the Rhone, not as Ripuarian Franks from the Rhine region. As part of the Merovingian realm, Ripuarian territories were integral to the Kingdom of Austrasia, a core component of Merovingian power. This kingdom encompassed not only areas associated with the Salian and Ripuarian Franks, but also extended into Roman Germania Inferior, and even parts of Gallia Belgica. Over time, Austrasia evolved to include regions that correspond to medieval Lower and Upper Lotharingia, with territories stretching from the Rhine's west bank across to the lands east of the river. Gregory of Tours provides a detailed account of the Frankish kingdoms in the 5th century, highlighting several small kingdoms around regions like Cologne, Tournai, and Cambrai. During this period, the Merovingian dynasty began to emerge as a dominant force, perhaps leveraging its connections with Roman military and administrative structures in northern Gaul. This period marked the integration of Frankish leaders into the Roman military hierarchy, which played a crucial role in their rise to power. In the mid-5th century, Childeric I, a Salian Frank, served as a military commander in Roman Gaul, alongside other leaders with equally diverse ethnic backgrounds. He was temporarily eclipsed by the Roman commander Aegidius, who maintained control over the Frankish kingship connected with the Roman forces along the Loire for about 8 years. The concept of a kingship during this era, inspired by figures such as Alaric I, represented a new form of leadership that set the stage for the Merovingian ascendancy. After Aegidius's death around 464 or 465, Childeric regained prominence, and his son, Clovis, continued to expand their influence. Clovis went on to achieve significant victories, including the defeat of Sigargius, a Roman ruler of the Kingdom of Soissons, in 486 or 487. Also the subjugation of other Frankish kings such as Chararic and Ragnacar. His conquests laid the groundwork for what would become a consolidated Frankish kingdom. By 509, Clovis had vanquished the Ripuarian Franks and established Paris as his capital, becoming the first king to rule over all the Frankish tribes. His realm was characterized by significant territorial expansion, including the defeat of the Visigoths at the Battle of Wallais and the eventual integration of regions like Burgundy, Provence, and Brittany by his successors. Clovis's death led to the division of his kingdom among his 4 sons, who managed to maintain a unified front long enough to conquer Burgundy in 534. However, the subsequent generation saw intense rivalry, particularly between the queens Brunhilda and Fredegunda, which fueled ongoing conflicts among the descendants of Clovis. These rivalries led to the formation of 3 distinct sub-kingdoms: Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, each seeking to assert dominance over the others. The political center of the Frankish realm gradually shifted to the Rhineland, thanks in part to the influence of the Arnulfing clan in Austrasia. By 613, the realm was reunified under Clothar II, who issued the Edict of Paris to strengthen royal authority and curb corruption. His son, Dagobert I's reign marked the zenith of Merovingian power, which declined under subsequent kings, known as les rois fainéants, the do-nothing kings. The final shift in power occurred when Pepin the Short, a mayor of the palace, deposed the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, in 751 with ecclesiastical and aristocratic support, founding the Carolingian dynasty. This transition marked the end of the Merovingian era and the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Frankish kingdom, namely the Carolingian Empire. The division of the Carolingian Empire after Louis the Pious's death was formalized in the Treaty of Verdun in 843, which partitioned the empire among his 3 surviving sons. This division reflected the complex dynastic, cultural, and religious tensions within the empire, and set the stage for the development of modern European states. Louis's eldest son, Lothair I, received the middle portion of the empire, which included parts of modern-day Italy, the Low Countries, and regions around the Rhine and Rhone rivers, effectively controlling the imperial title. Charles the Bold was granted the western part, which evolved into modern France, and Louis the German, well, you can guess which part he received, which would eventually become the core of the Holy Roman Empire. The tripartite division led to a political fragmentation, and of course frequent conflicts over borders and authority. The lack of a strong central authority led to the rise of local powers such as the feudal lords, who often held more actual power in practical terms than the actual kings. As each region developed independently, distinct cultural, social, and linguistic identities began to form. The use of vernacular languages increased, and gradually Latin was eclipsed in many areas. Different parts of the Carolingian Empire developed different economic systems based on their geography and resources, influencing their future economic stability and development. The Carolingian Renaissance, which had flourished under Charlemagne, continued to influence these regions, albeit in varying degrees. Charlemagne's efforts to revive classical knowledge and improve education had lasting effects on the intellectual life of Europe. Oh, and by the way, I'm only just going to talk about Charlemagne a little bit in this, since we don't really have time. But I've already done an entire hour-long video on him, a complete biography, which you'll be able to find probably in the medieval history section of the playlist. Monasteries and cathedrals continued to be centers of learning and literacy, preserving not only religious knowledge, but also secular texts from antiquity. However, the unity imposed by Charlemagne would never be fully realized again, and the fragmentation of the empire eventually led to the development of feudalism in Europe. This system of local governance, characterized by the decentralization of power, became a defining feature of the Middle Ages. Now, on to a few specifics of the Carolingian Empire, namely some of their culture, some notes about their language, religion, and then we'll have a look at their military structure. The Old Frankish language. It's often called Old Franconian, spoken by the Franks prior to the High German consonant shift between 6 and 700 AD. This shift significantly influenced the linguistics of the region, leading to a divergence where dialects that would become Dutch did not experience the shift, while others did, albeit to varying extents. Consequently, the distinction between Old Dutch and Old Frankish is actually quite minimal, with Old Dutch or Low Old Franconian often used to denote these variations post-shift. Oh, and by the way, they do say that Dutch is the easiest language for native English speakers to learn. That has very little to do with the Franks, but I'm just commenting. The direct evidence of Old Frankish is scarce, primarily limited to a few runic inscriptions, such as the Bergaker inscription. However, a considerable portion of Frankish vocabulary has been reconstructed through early Germanic loanwords in Old French, and comparative linguistic reconstruction, particularly through Dutch. I have no idea how they do all of this with these old languages, but some very, very smart people, some very cunning linguists, of course. The impact of Old Frankish on Gallo-Roman language and culture, including vocabulary and phonological changes, remains a significant area of scholarly inquiry. Notably, Frankish influence on contemporary vocabulary includes words for the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, and also an estimated 1,000 other words. Linguistically, Northern Gaul became a bilingual region of Vulgar Latin and Frankish during the Frankish conquest, while Latin remained the language of writing and formal affairs. Culturally and artistically, the early Frankish contributions are part of the Migration period art, transitioning into what is recognized as Carolingian art or pre-Romanesque architecture. Surviving Merovingian architecture is rare, with the majority of early churches likely being constructed in timber. The best preserved example includes a baptistery in Poitiers, reflecting a Gallo-Roman style. Furthermore, artifacts such as jewelry, weapons, and manuscript illuminations provide insight into the aesthetic and cultural values of the time. The grave of Queen Aragon and the treasure of Gourdon highlight the artistry of the period, though the overall quality may not be fully represented by the surviving works. The Carolingian Renaissance, later marked as a significant cultural transformation, of course heavily influenced by Charlemagne's patronage of the arts, included the commission of works from abroad. Carolingian art and architecture, such as the Palatine Chapel in Aachen, demonstrate a confident adaptation of Byzantine influences and sophistication that set the stage for future developments in Western art. Other notable Carolingian sites include the monasteries of Sentula, St. Gall, and the original Cologne Cathedral. Look that one up, it's pretty. Now, a little bit about religion, because of course, it kind of goes hand in hand with culture, doesn't it? The conversion of the Frankish aristocracy to Christianity followed quickly after Clovis, although converting the entire population under Frankish rule was a very long and complex process. Frankish paganism, which persisted in some forms, shared many traits with broader Germanic paganism, being highly ritualistic and centered around a pantheon of localized deities. Among these was possibly the Quinator, a mythological water god linked to the Merovingian lineage. Frankish religious practices were deeply entwined with their daily lives and linked to specific regional cult centers, beyond which their gods held no sway or authority. Archaeological evidence, such as the burial of Childeric I, where his body was adorned with cloth decorated with bees, suggests a symbolic connection in pagan rituals, potentially linking the Angon, a type of spear that means sting, hinting at a martial deity or spirit. The fleur-de-lis, a symbol later associated with the French royalty, may also derive from this weapon. The pivotal moment for Frankish Christianity came, of course, with Clovis, who converted to Catholicism in 496 after his marriage to the Burgundian Catholic Clotilde, and a decisive military victory, believed to be divine intervention. This event led to the baptism of Clovis and thousands of his warriors, significantly aligning the Frankish kingdom with the Catholic Church, unlike other Germanic tribes, which were promptly Arian. Now, Arian was just a different point of view. You had Arian Christianity and then the Roman Catholic Christianity. Arianism, of course, was the one that fell out of favor. Clovis's conversion facilitated a smoother leadership between the Church and the Frankish state, which was, of course, pivotal for the spread of Christianity in Western Europe. Despite the swift conversion of the Frankish elite, the complete Christianization of the populace was gonna take some time. And by some time, I mean centuries. And, of course, they had to overcome considerable resistance. You know what that means. Ragnar, a Frankish noble who initially supported Clovis's rise, later rallied a massive group of pagans against his conversion. This, of course, led to his execution. The ongoing Christianization efforts were largely advanced through the establishment and expansion of monastic networks across the kingdom. The Merovingian Church, of course, faced its own challenges, including integrating with the existing Gallo-Roman ecclesiastical structure, Christianizing pagan customs, and defining a new theological foundation for Merovingian kingship that had pagan roots. Of course, it's easy to get people to slightly change their pagan customs rather than give them up completely. This is how we get a lot of our modern sort of festivals around different things. We effectively co-opted the old ways and changed the flavor, but not the recipe, let's put it like that. Well, the church also had to manage the influence of Irish and Anglo-Saxon missionaries and meet the administrative demands of the papacy. Monasticism flourished, endorsed by the wealth of the Merovingian elite and driven by waves of Hermeticism, which eventually led to the widespread adoption of the Benedictine rule. The relationship between the church and the Merovingian kings was often quite strained, particularly as kings sometimes displayed pagan practices such as polygamy. It's hard to give that one up. The transition from the Galician to the Roman Rite was actually encouraged by Rome, and the eventual rise of the Carolingian mayors of the palace, crowned by the Pope, marked a significant realignment of the Church towards a more stable governance under a Christian emperor. Well, of course, they developed their own legal system as well, so let's take a look at that. The legal systems of the Franks, like that of any other Germanic tribe, was originally based solely on oral traditions, with laws memorized and recited by officials known as Rakembergs, similar to the law speakers found in Scandinavian cultures. By the 6th century, these laws began to be recorded in written form, marking a significant transition in the administration of justice among the Franks. They were governed by primarily two legal codes, the Salic law for the Salian Franks and the Ripuarian law for the Ripuarian Franks. These legal systems reflected the distinct tribal origins and settlements of the Frankish people. The Gallo-Romans and the clergy in regions south of the River Loire continued to be governed by traditional Roman law, indicating a coexistence of Germanic and Roman legal principles in this area. And I hazard to say that the Romans thought that theirs was quite a bit better. Now, Germanic law, including that of the Franks, primarily focused on individual rights and personal justice, rather than state interests. This approach to law emphasized the importance of resolving disputes at a more personal level, with cases involving personal property or injury receiving meticulous attention. This focus on individual and personal issues in Frankish legal practice shows the fundamentally different priorities and social structures compared to those of the Roman legal system, which was more centrally organized and focused around the state. The Frankish legal tradition underscores a societal framework where personal honor, property rights, and community standings were of the greatest importance. Now, let's do a little bit about the military history and how the Franks composed their armies. The integration and influence of Germanic tribes, including the Franks, within the Roman military framework, significantly shaped the development of military practices in late antiquity. In fact, the participation of Germanic peoples in the Roman army dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, but their role became increasingly prominent following the collapse of Roman authority in Gaul around the 260s AD. One of the first notable instances of Germanic leadership in the Roman military post-collapse was the revolt led by the Batavian commander Postumus. Postumus, declaring himself emperor, effectively created a separatist Gallo-Roman Empire that restored order and was supported by Germanic soldiers. It was a period that marked the beginning of a trend where Germanic military leaders gained substantial influence and command within what remained of the Roman territorial control. A few decades later, another equally significant figure, the Menapian Carausius, formed a Batavian British rump state, relying heavily on Frankish military support. This indicates the growing military capability and autonomy of the Frankish soldiers during this era. And throughout the 4th century, Frankish commanders such as Magnentius, Silvanus, Ricimer, and Bauto held prominent positions within the Roman military itself, showing another way that they were integrated depending on the time and context. Now, Ammianus Marcellinus' accounts provide insights into how Germanic tribes, including the Franks and the Alemanni, adopted Roman military organization and tactics, reflecting a fusion of Roman military discipline with the Germanic warrior culture. This blend of practices continued to evolve, particularly evident after Cholidio's invasion, when the Roman armies at the Rhine border essentially became Frankish, adopting Roman-like organizational structures, tactics, and equipment. The observation by the 6th century scholar Procopius that the Arboricoi, having assimilated with the Franks, retained their Roman legionary organization long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, gives us another example of the lasting Roman influence on Frankish military structure. Well, under the Merovingian dynasty, the Franks melded their Germanic customs with these Romanized military organizations, leading to significant tactical innovations. These changes not only enabled the Franks to expand their territory, but also laid the groundwork for the development of feudal military systems in medieval Europe. The accounts of Procopius and Agathias, when discussing the military customs of the Franks during the 6th century, give us another example of a distinct blend of simplicity and ferocity in their approach to warfare. Yet these narratives are fraught with contradictions and historical complexities. For example, Procopius depicts the Franks as predominantly infantry, armed primarily with axes and swords and shields, eschewing the use of spears or bows in favor of throwing axes that would of course shatter enemy shields and wreak havoc in their ranks. You don't need to have an axe thrown at you to come to the conclusion that it would be quite a frightening ordeal. Either way, this portrayal emphasizes the Frankish preference for close combat and their reliance on heavy shock tactics rather than missile warfare or cavalry maneuvers, which were of course common among other contemporary military forces. Which seems to be very German. Just get in there, close up, axes, fists. Yeah, seems a bit German to me. Well, Agathias corroborates some aspects of this depiction, noting that the Franks' disdain for body armor and sophisticated military attire, suggesting a warrior culture that valued mobility and shock over protection. Lightly armored means light on your feet. Smart. Both historians agree on the Frankish preference for infantry tactics, with Agathias specifically highlighting their skills in hand-to-hand combat and their ability to adapt to different combat situations, including the use of the Aragon, a type of spear that could be thrown or used in melee. Wonder where they got that idea from. However, these Byzantine sources contradict each other on the use of the spear and present an image that doesn't really align with archaeological finds or contemporaneous Gallic sources, like Sidonius Apollinaris and Gregory of Tours. These later sources, along with legal codes such as the Lex Ribuaria, provide evidence of a more diversified Frankish military that indeed used spears, helmets, and possibly even some form of mail armor, suggesting a more complex and capable military organization than the Byzantine historians imply. Well, in light of this, while Procopius and Agathias provide a lot of valuable insights into Frankish warfare, their accounts must be considered within the broader scope of all available sources, and that includes archaeological evidence and Frankish legal codes. These suggest a military capability that was both influenced by and distinct from Roman practices, characterized by a flexible approach to warfare that could integrate both Roman and traditional Germanic elements. The Merovingian military, deeply rooted in the Roman traditions, adapted and evolved these influences to form a unique Frankish approach to warfare that was both pragmatic as much as it was versatile. This adaptability was crucial in both defensive and offensive capacities, particularly in their campaigns against external enemies and in internal power struggles within the Frankish realms. The militarized nature of the Merovingian society was evident in the institution of the Marchfeld, an annual assembly where plans for the upcoming campaign season were laid out. These gatherings served not only as strategic planning sessions, but also as demonstrations of royal power and opportunities to affirm loyalty among the Frankish nobility. The focus on displaying military strength showed once again the importance of an armed force in maintaining and extending Merovingian rule. In terms of equipment, the Merovingian forces were well equipped, at least by the standards of the time, drawing heavily on the legacy of the late Roman military system. The elite units and the retinues of nobles would typically wear coats of mails and helmets, and were armed with swords, lances, and shields. These items were not just tools of war, but also kind of like symbols of status within the warrior aristocracy. The influence of Alanic cavalry tactics, which came a lot later, highlighted the integration of diverse military traditions within the Merovingian domain. They also demonstrated considerable tactical flexibility, incorporating siege engines and fortified positions in civil conflicts, while focusing on mobility and rapid strikes in internal campaigns. And, well, what about naval capabilities? Well, though less emphasized in historical records, they were significant, at least comparatively, especially in operations against the Danish incursions. The campaign by Theodoric I in 515 illustrates the strategic use of naval power in protecting and extending Frankish interests along the European coastlines. The Merovingians also incorporated soldiers from conquered or allied regions, such as the Saxons and the Wends, who brought their own weapons and also their own fighting styles into the Frankish military apparatus. This integration, of course, helped in forging a more diverse and versatile military force, capable of operating across the varied terrains of the Frankish Empire. Slavery in medieval times, a complex and diverse institution across various regions. Unlike the racially codified chattel slavery of later periods, medieval slavery often involved prisoners of war, debtors, and those sold by families during famines, with the absence of a strong racial component. Notably, Europeans captured by Viking raids or during the expansion of Islamic caliphates were sometimes taken as far as North Africa or the Middle East. In contrast, in parts of Eastern Europe, the term Slav itself, denoting widespread enslavement of these groups, highlights the prevalence of slavery. However, with the rise of feudalism, particularly in Western Europe, serfdom began to replace traditional slavery, tying peasants more to the land than to individual owners. So, today in this video I'm going to attempt to explain the situation of slavery in medieval times across Europe, but also the Near and Middle East. But first, hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. For those who want to support the channel, a like and subscribe certainly helps out. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video description. But let's all get nice and relaxed first, and settle into the topic for today. It may be quite a macabre one, but it's one that we certainly have to learn about. Let's go back to the earliest parts. During the early Middle Ages, which was roughly year 500 to 1000, the practice of slavery was heavily influenced by the remnants of Roman customs, and further shaped by the social upheavals following the barbarian invasions of the Western Roman Empire. The continuity of Roman legal frameworks allowed the adaptation and spread of slavery into emerging European societies. For instance, Welsh laws under Hywel the Good explicitly addressed the conditions of slaves, while in Germanic realms, such as under the Visigothic Code, criminals unable to pay fines, or those guilty of other offences, were often sentenced to enslavement, typically becoming the slaves of their victims. And don't get me wrong, the concept of slavery was certainly not invented by the Romans. They had certainly perfected it, if you could say so, but unfortunately slavery is a tale as old as time, and all over the world. In fact, wherever there is rich and poor, there will always be slave and master. But moving on, as Christianity spread among these populations, the Church itself began to play a significant role in advocating against slavery, or at least the enslavement of fellow Christians. Saint Patrick, that's it, the patron saint of Ireland, you know the one, who was himself a former slave, notably condemned the enslavement of newly baptized Christians following an attack by the soldiers of Coroticus. Over time, the influence of the Church and the gradual stabilization of European societies contributed to the transformation of outright slavery into a more stable system resembling serfdom. A pivotal figure in this transformation was one Bathilda, a former slave who became queen of the Franks and later regent. Bathilda was instrumental in banning the trade of Christian slaves throughout the Merovingian Empire, reflecting a broader shift in societal attitudes towards slavery among Christians. By the time of the Domesday Book in 1086, about 10% of England's population were recorded as slaves, although the precise nature of their servitude is complex to ascertain. In fact, the term servus, originally denoting a slave in Roman times, had by this time, around the 11th century, began to evolve into what would become recognized as serfdom. During the medieval period, the demand for slaves in the Islamic world profoundly shaped the European slave trade. From the 7th to the 15th century, a significant portion of this trade involved selling slaves from non-Christian territories into Muslim Spain, North Africa, and the Middle East. Despite prohibitions by the Church against selling Christian slaves to non-Christians, a stance that was enforced through various councils, such as the Council of Koblenz in 922, London in 1102, and Armagh in 1171, Venice had emerged as a pivotal player in the trade of non-Christian slaves. Which brings us to take it back a little bit to 840. The Pactum Lothari exemplifies early efforts to bring some kind of regulation to this trade, with Venice agreeing not to buy Christian slaves within the Carolingian Empire, nor would it sell them to any Muslim territories. However, when trading Christians was restricted, Venetian merchants increasingly trafficked Slavs and other Eastern Europeans. These non-Christian slaves were transported through Alpine passes to Venice, reflecting an established route from Eastern Europe that was vividly described in the toll records of Rafflestetten. Moreover, the presence of Arabic silver dirhams across Eastern Europe and southern Sweden indicates robust trade routes from Slavic regions into Muslim territories, driven by the high demand for slaves. In particular, eunuchs fetched particularly high prices, leading to the grim rise of what was known as castration houses in major trading cities like Venice to meet market demands. Certainly wouldn't want to end up in one of those, I dare say. But Venice was not the only Italian city that was involved in the trade. Amalfi, during the 9th and 10th centuries, and later Genoa, were significant centers for the slave trade, with Genoa dominating the eastern Mediterranean and Black Sea markets by the 12th century. This trade network included a diverse array of peoples, including Greeks, Bulgarians, Armenians, and various Slavic and Caucasian ethnic groups, who were sold into Middle Eastern Muslim territories. By the early 15th century, the scale of this trade was substantial, with records indicating that tens of thousands of slaves was sold through Venetian markets alone. That's right, that's not even counting the other ones. Now, Al-Andalus, the Muslim-controlled region of the Iberian Peninsula from 711 to 1492, was not only a significant market for slaves, but also a critical hub in the broader Islamic slave trade network. This region imported numerous slaves, particularly valuing men of fighting age for their military potential. The Umayyad rulers of Spain, such as Al-Hakam and Abd al-Rahman III, notably expanded their military and administrative apparatus through the extensive use of enslaved individuals, particularly the Sakaliba or Slavic slaves. Al-Hakam, an early Umayyad monarch, is known for enhancing the ceremonial splendor and security around his rule by significantly increasing the number of his Mamelukes, or, as they are known in a rough translation, slave soldiers. His personal guard included up to 5,000 cavalry and 1,000 infantry, predominantly composed of non-Muslims, Christians, or simply foreigners. These forces were stationed at his palace and played a critical role in maintaining his power and authority. If you wanted to get to Al-Hakam, well, you had to go through a few thousand bodyguards first. The scale of slavery under Abd al-Rahman III grew exponentially, reflecting the importance of slave labor to the economic and social structures of Muslim Spain. At one point, his capital, Cordoba, housed up to 13,750 slaves, all of Slavic origin. But the demand for eunuchs, who were particularly prized in Islamic markets, led to specialized trades, such as the castration of slaves, often managed by Jewish merchants from Verdun, known for their expertise in this grim practice. The Viking raids on Al-Andalus during the 9th and 10th centuries suggest a Viking involvement in the Iberian slave trade, although direct evidence of their participation does remain sparse. These raids typically aimed at plundering and capturing slaves, among any other valuables that could be carried back. So, during the Viking Age, roughly 700 to 1100, the Nordic countries extensively practiced slavery. It was everywhere, essentially a central part of Viking expansion and trade. Vikings referred to their slaves as thralls, and the term thrall encompassed various roles within Viking society, often indicated by specific names tied to the slave's duties or statuses, and of course, not all slaves were equal. For example, the term ambot was used for female slaves, reflecting their domestic role, while deja also referred to female slaves, but with a primary focus on dairy production and related tasks. The term briti highlighted a thrall's role in food management, deriving from the words to cook or to bake bread, suggesting a managerial position in the household, such as overseeing the kitchen or food supplies. Runic inscriptions, like that of a man named Tolir, described as a briti, indicate that some thralls could achieve significant responsibility, such as managing estates for their masters. The term muslagoman was specifically used for runaway slaves, indicating the challenge thralls faced and the strict control under which they were kept. Thus, Vikings actively engaged in the capture and sale of slaves, primarily sourced from Western Europe, We're talking Franks, Anglo-Saxons, and Celts. They were usually the most common victims. But there was also a significant number of Irish captives taken during the Viking raids for the colonization of Iceland between 874 and 930. Monastic communities were frequent targets due to their isolated locations and the potential high value of young, educated individuals who could be sold into markets far from their homelands, such as in Venice, or as far as the Byzantine Empire through the Black Sea slave trade. By the late 8th century, Scandinavians had established important trade centers that facilitated this trade of slaves, stretching from Hedeby in Denmark and Birka in Sweden to Staraya Ladoga in northern Russia. The taking of captives was often a byproduct of military raids or potential conflicts with these regions. The Annals of Fulda, for instance, records that in 880 Vikings captured Franks following a military defeat. And, well, I don't have to explain to you what ended up happening to the Franks. Quite a drastic career change. As the Viking influence expanded, so did their trade networks, which included new centers like Kaupang in southwestern Norway, and Novgorod and Kiev further east, the latter being strategically closer to the Byzantine Empire. Viking settlements such as Dublin served as hubs in the northwestern European slave trade, funneling captives northwards and integrating them into the broader networks. Accounts from this period illustrate the reach and brutality of the Viking slave trade. The 10th century Persian traveler Ibn Rusta described how the Varangians, or Rus, terrorized and enslaved Slavs along the Volga River, with these slaves often being sold southwards along the Volga trade route to Byzantium or Muslim territories. Finland and the Baltic states also emerged as significant sources for Viking slave raids, with captives from these areas being traded as far as Central Asia within the expansive Viking trade network. This network was so extensive that individuals like the Irish St. Findan could be bought and sold multiple times across vast distances. Of course, the Mongols were well and truly in on the action themselves, far be it from everybody else to do all the heavy lifting. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century significantly impacted the landscape of slavery and the slave trade across Eurasia. The Mongols, under leadership of Genghis Khan and his successors, not only conquered vast territories, but captured swaths of people. Skilled workers, women and children, were particularly targeted for their value in slave markets. The captives were forcibly marched to major Mongol cities such as Karakorum and Sarai, which served as central points for their distribution across the Mongol Empire. In fact, many of these slaves were then transported to the thriving slave market in Novgorod, further integrating into the Eurasian trade networks. The involvement of Italian merchant republics, such as Genoa and Venice in the slave trade, was particularly notable in regions such as the Crimean Peninsula. These merchants collaborated closely with the rulers of the Golden Horde, a significant division of the Mongol Empire, which controlled Crimea and the surrounding steppe regions. The strategic positioning of Genoese and Venetian colonies, especially the Genoese colony of Kaffa, facilitated an active slave trade with the Golden Horde. Kaffa became one of the most notorious slave markets, serving as a hub where thousands of slaves from northern and eastern parts of Europe were sold and shipped primarily to Middle East and Ottoman regions. The situation evolved with the establishment of the Crimean Khanate in 1441 by Hausi Giray, who declared independence from the Golden Horde. The Crimean Khanate became infamous for its slave raids into neighboring regions, such as Danubian principalities, Poland, Lithuania, and Muscovy. These raids were organized into two main types: Zephyrs, which were originally sanctioned military campaigns led by the Khans themselves, and Sapols, which were smaller-scale raids conducted by groups of noblemen. Often, Sapols were carried out in defiance of peace treaties, adding a layer of political complexity to these raids. The Crimean Khanate institutionalized a system where the Khan received a fixed share of known as a savga, typically amounting to 10 or 20% of the captives from each raid. Now, this system just shows the economic importance of slavery to the Khanate's economy. And over the centuries, the Crimean Tatars enslaved more than 1 million Eastern Europeans, facilitating a massive slave trade that continued well into the 18th century. And of course, the trade was predominantly directed towards the Ottoman Empire, feeding into the larger Islamic slave markets. During the 13th century, the dynamics of slavery in Europe reflected the complexities between Christian and Muslim powers, particularly in regions where both groups vied for control. While the majority of the slave trade was directed towards Islamic regions, there was a significant, albeit smaller, reverse flow, where the Christians acquired Muslim slaves. In southern France during this period, the practice of enslaving Muslim captives was still relatively common. Historical records from 1248 mention Saracen slave girls being sold in Marseille. This period coincides with the Christian Crusaders raiding Seville and its surrounding regions, resulting in the enslavement of numerous Muslim women who were taken as war captives. These events were even captured in the sorrowful verses of the contemporary Arab poet Al-Rundi, lamenting the loss and enslavement of his people. Back in Italy, the legality of slave possession allowed for broad ownership of Muslim slaves across various strata of society. Pirates and raiders, capturing Muslims primarily from regions like Al-Andalus and North Africa, brought these captives to Italy where they were sold. By the 13th century, cities like Genoa had slave populations primarily composed of Muslims. These individuals found themselves serving in households ranging from royal families and military orders, and even the church itself. The Knights of Malta, who were a military order, actively participated in the regional conflicts of the Mediterranean, targeting Muslim pirates and ships, and there was a very large supply of Muslim pirates. Their base in Malta not only served as a strategic military outpost, but became a bustling center for the slave trade. Captured North Africans and Turks were sold there, and slaves were crucial for manning the galleys of the order, a practice that persisted into the late 18th century. Despite these occurrences of enslavement, it was more common for Christian armies to simply kill rather than enslave Muslim combatants during military engagements. This tendency shows the more brutal aspect of medieval conflicts between the Christian and Muslim forces, where the capture and enslavement of enemies were often more overshadowed by more lethal outcomes. But the involvement of Jewish merchants in the early medieval slave trade is a topic that has been clouded by both historical misinterpretations and, of course, the proliferation of certain attitudes prevalent in other circles, such as the Inquisition and attitudes towards conversos. Well, medieval records do indeed show that some Jews owned slaves in medieval Europe, which of course was common practice among many inhabitants of the region, regardless of their religion. However, the assertion that Jewish merchants were the predominant traders in European slaves relies heavily on certain misreadings of the historical texts from that period. Of course, there were indeed a lot of Jewish slave traders, but there were also a lot of Muslim slave traders. Now, one historian, Michael Tock, in 2013, did examine such claims, pointing out that earlier sources like those of Charles Verlinden may have misunderstood or misinterpreted the primary documents of that era. In reality, contemporary Jewish writings from the early medieval period do not support the notion of a significant Jewish role in large-scale slave trades or distinct ownership of slaves compared to their non-Jewish contemporaries. But once again, these come from Jewish sources and could be biased for various reasons. The stereotype, however, of the Jewish slave dealer dealing in Christian slaves has become a common motive in medieval Europe, and it somewhat distorts the historical record and fuels a few narratives that lead to certain outcomes. But we're not going to talk about them, at least not yet. Well, as the Christianization of Europe progressed, and as conflicts between Christian and Muslim nations intensified, the dynamics of the slave trade began to shift towards more distant sources. By the 14th and 15th centuries, the papacy issued multiple bans against sending slaves to Muslim territories like Egypt, a practice that was discouraged due to the potential for these slaves to be enlisted as soldiers against Christian states. The repeated issuance of these bans, recorded in years from 1317 all the way up to 1425, suggests that while the trade did continue, it had become increasingly controversial and was seen as less desirable by Christian authorities. By the 16th century, the demographic of the European slave trade shifted dramatically, with African slaves becoming the predominant group, replacing nearly all other ethnic and religious groups previously involved in European slave markets. The complexities of the cultural, legal, and religious traditions from the Byzantine Empire, Persia, and pre-Islamic Arab societies significantly shaped the development of slavery in the early Islamic world. At the end of late antiquity, both the Byzantine and Persian empires exerted considerable influence over the regions that would come under Islamic rule. These empires had well-established systems of slavery that likely influenced Islamic legal and societal norms. The Byzantine Empire, inheriting the institutional frameworks of the Roman Empire before them, practiced forms of slavery that were deeply entrenched in societal and economic life. Just one of those things that was always there, and most people would have told you that, well, it's just always going to be there. The legal principles governing slavery in these societies may have served as precedents for Islamic jurisprudence. For instance, Islamic law adopted and adapted many aspects of the Roman and Byzantine laws concerning the treatment and rights of slaves, or the rights that they did have. Not too many, but they did have a few. Well, additionally, scholars have explored the potential influence of rabbinic traditions on Islamic legal thought regarding slavery. Rabbinic laws, which detailed various aspects of slave ownership, including the treatment, manumission, which is to set a slave free, and the obligations of slaves, might have informed similar Islamic practices through the shared intellectual and cultural exchanges in the medieval Near East. In Islamic law, the status of freed slaves, known as mukataba if they had entered into a contract for their freedom, shares parallels with both Roman and Greek practices, where freed slaves still owed certain duties to their former masters. This similarity shows the continuity and adaptation of ancient slavery practices within Islamic jurisprudence. Moreover, the roots of slavery in the Islamic context also trace back to pre-Islamic Arab practices, which were pervasive and admittedly culturally sanctioned. In pre-Islamic Arabia, slavery was a customary part of tribal life, with slaves obtained through warfare, trade, and tribal raids, simply snatching people out of their beds in the middle of the night and sometimes just snatching them up in broad daylight. The advent of Islam, however, institutionalized these practices within a broader legal framework that also sought to regulate and, in some respects, mitigate some of the harsher aspects of existing practices by introducing some new rights and protections for slaves that had not been seen in earlier systems. The development of Islamic slavery, therefore, reflects this broader synthesis of Byzantine, Persian, Rabbinic, and pre-Islamic Arab traditions, all coming together to contribute layers of complexity to the legal and cultural practices of slavery in the medieval Near East. But the Quran's approach to slavery is admittedly nuanced, acknowledging the institution while encouraging kindness and eventual manumission of slaves, but really only for those who convert to Islam. This perspective shaped the way that slavery was practiced in earlier Islamic societies, differentiating it in several ways from its contemporaries. But do remember, there are the people, then there is the book, and people don't always follow the book to the letter. So while there is the Quranic practice of slavery, the situation on the ground perhaps may be a little bit different. Thus, in the early Middle Ages, the tenure of slaves in Islamic lands was typically brief, averaging around 7 years, which contrasts quite a lot with the potentially lifelong servitude in other cultures. The Islamic preference for manumitting slaves, especially those who embraced Islam, was significant, though conversion did not automatically confer freedom under Sharia law. This practice of manumission helped integrate former slaves into Muslim societies more broadly than in many other contemporary cultures. Well, at least those slaves who made it. Islamic traders were particularly noted for the importation of female slaves due to Quranic allowances for concubinage. This stands in contrast to the practices of Byzantine and early modern slave traders, who focused more on male slaves for labor and military purposes. The early Islamic states initially did not rely on slave soldiers, but freed men played crucial roles in their military expansions. By the 9th century, however, the employment of slaves, particularly Turks and Africans in specialized military units, became more common, indicating a shift towards institutionalized military slavery. In Egypt, for example, the use of slave soldiers was prominent among several dynasties. Ahmad ibn Tulun's strategy to use thousands of African slaves to assert independence from the Abbasid Caliphate in the late 9th century marked the beginning of this trend. Following the demise of his regime, the Iksid dynasty continued the practice, using African slave units to maintain autonomy from the Abbasid Caliphate. The Fatimid dynasty, which followed, significantly expanded the use of black slaves in their military forces, particularly integrating them into professional roles within both infantry and cavalry units. And this was indeed a notable development, as it met with substantial resistance from the Central Asian Turkish Mamluks, who previously dominated the elite military units in Egypt. That's right, they took our jobs. Well, during the later Middle Ages, the expansion of Islamic influence into the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, and Arabian Peninsula significantly broadened the scope of the trade, particularly through the Saharan Indian Ocean network. This extensive market, operational from the 7th century, was responsible for the transportation of approximately, wait for it, 4 million African slaves up to the 20th century. The growth and consolidation of Islamic territories during this period altered the dynamics of the slave trade substantially. A more rigid Islamic legal framework and the establishment of clearer borders shifted the methods of acquiring slaves from capture to purchase or tribute, reflecting a more organized and state-controlled approach. The geographic sources of slaves also diversified from the traditional regions of the Fertile Crescent and Central Asia to newer regions like Indochina and the remnants of the Byzantine Empire. The shift indicates a broadening of the Islamic world's economic and political reach, influencing and being influenced by a wider array of cultures and economies. Now, in terms of the roles and preferences for slaves, very little had changed from earlier practices. Though the scale and integration of slaves into various sectors of society deepened, slaves were utilized across a range of economic activities. This included agriculture, industry, and military service, as well as domestic roles and household servants, even concubines and wives. Female slaves, often prioritized for domestic roles, generally had a different social standing compared to men, who might be employed in more physically demanding roles in agriculture or industry. And probably the worst one would be to be thrown down a mine. Yeah, the survival rates were not very good. Some references do note the use of large gangs of mostly African slaves for the infrastructural projects like drainage in Iraq, or labor in mines and plantations across Sahara and North African regions. But of course it was the eunuchs that remained highly valued for their roles in administrative and domestic functions, particularly in royal courts across the Islamic world. Their high price and demand underlined the unique niches that slaves occupied in medieval Islamic society. The Ottoman Empire's practice of employing slaves in high-ranking positions, notably through the devsirm system, was a significant evolution in the use of slavery. Under this system, devsirm roughly means child collection or blood tax. The system periodically levied young Christian boys from conquered regions, converted them to Islam, and then trained them for key roles in government or military. This not only provided the empire with a pool of loyal administrators and soldiers, known as janissaries, but also allowed some individuals to rise to prominent positions, even as prominent as the Grand Vizier. These slaves, or kuls as they were called, served at the discretion of the Sultan, occupying a unique status that blended servitude with elite governance. Thus their loyalty was ensured by their foreign origin, which cut ties with local loyalties and potential power bases, making them reliable servants of the state. This practice of slavery was deeply embedded in social and military structures of the Ottoman Empire, particularly evident through practices like the devsirm system and the utilization of slaves in both Sultan's military and its harem. The transformation of captives into powerful political and military figures just shows the more complexity that slavery played in these institutions. Now, the janissaries, they were an interesting case. You see, these boys were taken from their families, converted to Islam, and they were the most notable division of this devsirm system. They became elite soldiers, playing a key part in Ottoman military campaigns in Europe. The janissaries, as part of the Sultan's slave army, was central to the expansion and the maintenance of Ottoman power. Thus, they were renowned for their fierce loyalty to the Sultan, their discipline, and their martial skill, which all were cultivated through rigorous training and indoctrination from a young age. And as they were disconnected from their families and given prestigious positions within the empire, they were fiercely loyal to the Sultan, as the Sultan provided them with more than what they needed. Over time, they managed to gain significant military and political influence, sometimes acting as kingmakers or even holding key administrative roles. In fact, many of the Ottoman Empire's most influential administrators came from the ranks of these converted slaves. Figures like Pargali Ibrahim Pasha and Sokolu Mehmed Pasha, who started life as a Christian before being swept into the devsirm system, both rising to positions of immense power, serving as Grand Viziers. Their careers show the potential mobility within the Ottoman system, where slaves could ascend to the empire's highest echelons, but of course there were only a few positions available. Now, the imperial harem was another significant area where slavery played a pivotal role. The concubines of the Ottoman Sultan, usually of non-Muslim origin, were acquired through slave markets, with a preference for Christian girls due to Islamic prohibitions against enslaving Muslims. But these women, upon converting to Islam and entry into the harem, could wield considerable influence. In fact, the mother of the Sultan, known as Valide Sultan, often became a powerful political figure. Kosem Sultan and Roxelana are notable examples. Both had significant impact on the empire's governance and were key figures during the Sultanate of Women era. The institutionalization of slavery in the Ottoman Empire thus served multiple functions, integrating a complex system of social, military, and political roles that were vital to the state's structure and expansion strategies. The system of devsirm and the strategic use of concubines in the harem further exemplify how slavery was woven into the deep fabric of Ottoman society, dyed in the wool, influencing its governance and the dynamics of power throughout its history. Of course, during the Crusades, the interactions between Christians and Muslims not only shaped the political and military scopes, but also had profound impacts on the practices of slavery. In the newly established Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, the complexities of slavery were intertwined with religious conversions and legal nuance. Despite a predominance of free Muslim and Jewish population under Frankish rule, the aftermath of the Crusades saw Muslims, and occasionally Jews, being captured and sold into slavery. The largest city of the kingdom, Acre, housed a significant slave market, indicating the presence of a thriving trade, although most Muslims and Jews did manage to retain their freedom. This period of relative peace allowed for some level of coexistence among Christians, Muslims, and Jews, although the laws instituted by the Crusader states began to reflect the complexities of such cohabitation. For instance, the Council of Nablus in 1120 introduced strict penalties to regulate physical conduct between Crusaders and their Muslim slaves, a measure indicative of the efforts to control the interactions between the conquerors and the subjugated. The legal framework established by the Crusades, such as the Assizes of Jerusalem, further complicated the status of the slaves. These laws detailed the treatment and rights of fugitive slaves, the limitations on their abilities to testify in court, and the conditions under which manumission could be granted. Notably, conversion to Christianity was promoted as a pathway to freedom, although in practice, many Muslim slaves who converted continued to practice Islam secretly. This, of course, led to tensions as Crusader lords often resisted the manumission of converted slaves, a stance that was even supported by Pope Gregory IX, who issued decrees allowing for the continued enslavement of Muslim converts, contrary to earlier practices. Moreover, the enslavement practices extended to the military orders such as the Hospitallers, who utilized Muslim slave labor for their agricultural estates and manned their galleys with slaves. These practices show the utilitarian approach taken by the Crusaders, where religious boundaries were enforced selectively to benefit the Christian overlords. Thus, the role of Christian law in dictating that Christians could not enslave fellow Christians while permitting the enslavement of non-Christians reveals a deep religious hypocrisy that characterized the era, and not just for the Christians, for everybody. But this legal framework facilitated the exploitation of Muslim prisoners of war, reflecting a broader Crusader strategy of domination and control. Now, the dynamics of slavery within the Crusader states were of course heavily influenced by the religious and legal codes of the time, showing this blend of pragmatism and religious doctrine that dictated the lives of the countless individuals caught in the crossfire of the Crusades. The enduring impact of these policies continued to affect Christian-Muslim relations long after the end of the Crusades, leaving a legacy of division and exploitation that was justified through religious and legal reasoning from both sides. Of course, nowadays everybody's forgiven and forgotten and we all get along. I'd like to end it on that note, but unfortunately I can't. But at least we don't have slavery as much as we used to. Believe it or not, there's still plenty of slaves left in the world. More than you could imagine. The Fourth Crusade, initially aimed at reclaiming the Holy Land from Muslim control, took an unexpected and controversial turn that culminated in the sack of Constantinople, the Christian capital of the Byzantine Empire. This diversion was prompted by a series of financial and logistical challenges, coupled with the influence of Venetian merchants who redirected the crusading forces for their own economic and political gains. The Crusaders' attack on Constantinople not only deepened the rift between the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, but also weakened the Byzantine Empire, contributing to its eventual fall to the Ottoman Turks. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you. If you're coming back, good to see you again. And if you'd like to support the channel, the links to the Patreon are in the comments and description. Otherwise, those who feel inclined can leave their thoughts in the comments or like and subscribe the video. Now, this is part of a series on the other Crusades. If you want to watch the other videos, then you'll find them on my channel in the Medieval History playlist. Otherwise, let's continue with the history of the Fourth Crusade. Between 1176 and 1187, Saladin's Ayyubid Sultanate overpowered the Crusader states in the Levant, capturing Jerusalem after a siege in 1187. This loss prompted the launch of the Third Crusade. The Ayyubids then reduced the Crusader presence to a few coastal cities, Tyre, Antioch, and Tripoli. The Third Crusade set out with the aim of retaking Jerusalem, and while it didn't capture the city itself, it certainly did regain significant territories, including Acre and Jaffa. The campaign concluded with the Treaty of Jaffa in 1192 that established a truce with Saladin. This period also saw heightened friction between Western European states and the Byzantine Empire. Emperor Frederick I Barbarossa all but nearly attacked Constantinople over disputes with the Byzantine Emperor Isaac II Angelos, who was preoccupied with internal challenges. Now Richard I of England, also known as Richard the Lionheart, managed to capture Cyprus, and instead of returning it to the Byzantine Empire, as was the arrangement, he decided to hand it over to Guy of Lusignan, a former king of the Crusader state of Jerusalem. Following the death of Saladin in 1193, his empire was divided among his sons and brothers. Henry II of Champagne, the ruler of Jerusalem, extended a truce with the Egyptian Sultan Al-Aziz Uthman. However, the German Crusade of 1197 somewhat disrupted this peace, leading to further conflicts but eventually resulting in a truce that left Jaffa under Ayyubid control and Beirut with the Crusaders. Now, to the jewel in the crown. Constantinople, existing for 874 years by the time of the Fourth Crusade, remained a major Christian city, retaining much of ancient Rome's infrastructure. It was a key trade hub, attracting interest and envy from Western powers, especially Venice. Now, in 1195, Byzantine Emperor Isaac II Angelos was overthrown, and his successor, Alexios III Angelos, faced significant challenges, including financial instability and defensive neglect. All of these culminated together to further weaken the empire. In January 1198, Pope Innocent III assumed papal office, with the proclamation of a new crusade as a central ambition of his papacy. His summons went largely unanswered by the monarchs of Europe, due to various political entanglements. For example, Germany was embroiled in conflicts with papal authority, while England and France, they were a little bit too busy fighting each other. Nonetheless, inspired by the sermons of Fulk of Neuilly, a crusading force was eventually assembled at Tournament in Ecry-sur-Aisne in 1199, organized by the Count Thurbart of Champagne. Now, Thurbart was initially chosen as the leader, but was succeeded by Boniface of Montferrat upon his death in 1201. Boniface, inheriting the title from his brother, Conrad of Montferrat, took on the leadership role. Now Boniface, alongside with the Crusaders' leadership, reached out to Venice, Genoa, and other maritime powers in 1200 to attempt to secure naval passage to Egypt, which was identified as the new target of the crusade, a shift from the previous focus, which was mainly centered around Palestine. This strategy, recognizing Egypt as the primary Muslim power in the Mediterranean, and a significant trading partner, particularly with Venice. Of course, the choice of Egypt necessitated a maritime campaign, demanding the assembly of a fleet, and a damn good one. A task Genoa declined, but Venice, under Doge Enrico Dandalo, accepted the task. Dandalo saw this as an opportunity for Venice to expand its wealth, prestige, and territorial holdings, and Venetian merchants were known for being particularly savvy. Their entire culture at this point was just about making money and building boats, which kind of goes hand in hand. The agreements with Venice stipulated the transportation of a substantial force that required at least a year of preparations. Of course, this affected Venice's commercial engagements. The crusading force, primarily hailing from various regions of France, including Blois, Champagne, Amiens, and Burgundy, among others, also saw participation from Flanders, Montferrat, and contingents from the Holy Roman Empire. This diverse assembly was to depart Venice in the early October 1202, aiming directly for Cairo, the stronghold of the Ayyubid Caliphate. Pope Innocent III ratified this plan, emphasizing a prohibition against assaults on Christian territories. Not all crusaders agreed to depart from Venice, however, leading many to embark from Flanders, Marseille, and Genoa instead. By May 1202, the main body of the Crusader army had gathered in Venice, but the numbers were somewhat less than anticipated. Only around 12,000 showed up, and they were expecting 33,000 at least. A little disappointing. Well, Venice had fulfilled its part of the agreement, preparing 50 war galleys and 450 transport ships, which was more than enough for the gathered forces. However, the Crusaders fell short of the required 85,000 silver marks, managing to scrape together only 35,000, and later adding another 14,000 through severe financial sacrifices. Of course, this situation put Venice in quite a difficult position, having paused its commercial activities to outfit the expedition. So not only they lost money because they weren't doing business as usual, all of a sudden, bills could not be paid because the Crusaders did not meet their obligation. Talk about heartbreaking for Venice. Well, the requirement to crew the fleet also placed a considerable strain on Venice's workforce and economy, so it was not looking good for them. Doge D'Angelo and the Venetian leaders had to then make a choice. The crusade could not afford its fees, yet disbanding the assembled force would damage Venetian prestige and financial stability. Dandolo proposed a solution. The Crusaders could offset their debt by targeting various Adriatic ports and towns. This culminated in the capture of Zara in Dalmatia, a city that had asserted its independence from Venetian control and was under protection of King Emmerich of Hungary and Croatia. I'm sure you can imagine how Hungary and Croatia felt about this development. Well, of course, the decision to attack Zara was controversial, to say the least. King Emmerich was a Catholic who had taken up the cross, and many crusaders objected to assaulting fellow Christians. In fact, they had been told specifically not to do this. It was the only rule that they were given. Well, some, including a group led by Simon de Montfort, opted out and pursued their own journey to the Holy Land independently. Despite opposition from the Pope's threat of excommunication, the Crusaders proceeded to besiege Zara, capturing it in November of 1202, after displaying its Catholic affiliation did not deter the attack. Now, Pope Innocent III, who had told them, "Whatever you do, do not attack other Christians," upon learning of the sack of Zara, excommunicated the Crusaders, urging them to adhere to the original vows and proceed directly to Jerusalem. Fearing the disillusion of their forces, the Crusades' leaders withheld the Pope's decree from their troops. Innocent III later lifted the excommunication for those not directly involved in the attack on Zara, recognizing the coercive influence of the Venetians on the Crusaders. Now, the tension between Venice and the Byzantine Empire was significantly heightened by both commercial rivalry and the historical grievances, which mainly stemmed from the massacre of the Latins. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but I'm sure you can guess what happened via the name. Now, the Chronicle of Novgorod suggests a deeply personal element to this animosity, alleging that Doge Enrico Dandolo had been blinded on the orders of Emperor Manuel I Komnenos during an embassy to Constantinople in 1171. This, of course, fueled quite a lot of resentment towards the Byzantines, especially from Dandolo, who was walking around with his hands in front of him. Now, in the lead up to the fleet's departure from Venice, Boniface of Montferrat made a detour to visit his cousin, Philip of Swabia, sparking a good bit of speculation about his motives. Now, he might have been trying to avoid the threat of excommunication, aware of Venice's contentious plans, or he might have sought an alliance with Alexios IV Angelos, Philip's brother-in-law and the son of the dethroned Emperor Isaac II Angelos. It's uncertain whether Boniface knew of Angelos IV's presence at Philip's court. Now, Alexios IV, who was at this time in exile, proposed a rather lucrative deal to support the crusade financially, offer military assistance, and promise ecclesiastical concessions in exchange for the Crusaders' help in reclaiming his father's throne from Emperor Alexios III Angelos. This proposal, delivered to the Crusade's leadership during their winter stay in Zara, and promising to alleviate their financial strain, was met with quite a lot of enthusiasm, particularly by Doge D'Angelo. But, despite Dandolo's intricate knowledge of Byzantine politics and skepticism about the feasibility of Alexios IV's promises, the allure of resolving their monetary predicament swayed their leaders. After all, they were in way too deep, and they needed a way out, whatever it was. Boniface of Montferrat, having returned from his visit with Alexios IV, joined the fleet in Corfu, ready to advance the plan. While most leaders were persuaded, or possibly influenced by Dandolo's incentives, a faction led by Renaud of Montmirail opted out, proceeding directly to Syria. Now the Crusade, now committed to venture against Constantinople itself, a Christian city, prepared a formidable naval force, including siege engines, and set sail in April 1203. Despite the controversial nature of their new objective, Pope Innocent III's response was ambivalent. He forbade attacks on Christian entities unless they obstructed the crusade, stopping short, just a little bit short, of outright condemnation of the plan to attack Constantinople. Well, upon their arrival at Constantinople on the 23rd of June 1203, those of the Fourth Crusade faced a city of immense scale, home to 500,000 inhabitants, protected by a garrison of 15,000 men, including the renowned 5,000 Varangian guards, and a modest naval fleet of 20 galleys. Despite its imposing population and storied defenses, the city's military might was constrained by political and economic factors, limiting its permanent forces to a core of units, albeit quite elite and experienced. In times of imminent threat, the Byzantine capital had historically been able to call upon reinforcements from its provincial territories. However, this time, the swift approach of the Fourth Crusade left the city's defenders ill-prepared for the siege. The Crusaders' primary aim was to dethrone Emperor Alexios III Angelos and replace him with Alexios IV, the exiled son of the previous emperor, Isaac II. They were driven by the promise of substantial rewards from Alexios IV for their military support. This demand was communicated to Alexios III's representatives via Conan of Bethune, emphasizing the Crusaders' intent to fulfill their bargain with the claimant to the throne. Now, the internal politics of succession within the Byzantine Empire, marked by a history of palace coups and a fluid concept of hereditary right, meant that the citizens of Constantinople viewed the Crusaders' cause with a good bit of detachment, accustomed as they were to frequent shifts in imperial power. After all, it's not like they were voting anybody in. A king is a king, right? Well, initially, the Crusaders attempted to take control of the strategic suburbs of Chalcedon and Chrysopolis, but they were repelled back. However, they demonstrated their military prowess in a smaller engagement, where a contingent of 80 Frankish knights achieved a surprising victory against a larger Byzantine force of 500. Well, this showcases quite a lot of tactical advantages and determination of the Crusaders, despite being outnumbered. To breach Constantinople, the Crusaders first had to get across the Bosphorus. Utilizing around 200 vessels, including horse transports and galleys, they crossed the narrow strait. The Byzantine forces, arranged by Alexios III along the shore north of Galata, were quickly overcome by the Crusader force, who charged from their transports, causing the Byzantine troops to retreat in fear. The Crusaders then targeted the Tower of Galata, key for its control over the chain that blocked the Golden Horn, guarded by a diverse garrison of mercenaries from England, Denmark, and mainland Italy. Well, on July 6th, the Crusaders' flagship, the Aquila, succeeded in breaking this chain, with a segment of it later sent to Acre to strengthen the defenses there. During the siege of the Tower of Galata, although the defenders made several attempts to break the siege, they often faced very heavy casualties. In a notable sally, many defenders were unable to return to the tower, and were either killed by the Crusaders or drowned in the Bosphorus. The capture of the tower allowed the Crusaders to access the Golden Horn, and the Venetian fleet sailed right in. A display intended to rally support for Alexios IV from the city's populace instead was met with taunts and jeers from the citizens, contradicting the Crusaders' expectations of a warm welcome for the pretender. On July 11th, the Crusaders positioned themselves near the Blachernain Palace, at the city's northwest. Initial assaults on the walls were repelled, but a week later, on July 17th, a more coordinated attack on the sea and land walls at the same time led to the Venetians breaching around 25 towers. The Varangian Guard repelled attacks on the land walls until a retreat covered by a Venetian fire screen inadvertently caused significant destruction and displacement within the city. In a decisive move, Alexios III marshaled a large force to confront the Crusaders, but ultimately retreated without engaging, severely impacting morale and leading to his personal flight from the city. Not a good look, Alexios. With Alexios gone, Constantinople's authorities reinstated Isaac II, faced with achieving their declared goal, but without the promised reward, the Crusaders negotiated for Alexios IV to be made co-emperor alongside his father Isaac II, culminating in Alexios IV's coronation on August 1st. Now Alexios IV, he found himself in a challenging position, unable to fulfill the grand promises he'd made to the Crusaders due to the depleted state of the imperial treasury, exacerbated by Alexios III's escape with a significant portion of the empire's wealth. Things were about to get very, very awkward. In a desperate attempt to gather funds, Alexios ordered the melting down of Roman icons for their precious metals, but he managed to raise only around 100,000 silver marks, a decision that horrified the Byzantine populace and was seen as a grievous act of sacrilege. Now this act was condemned by citizens and historians alike, with many marking it as the pivotal moment symbolic of the empire's decline. Just imagine what we lost. All those great statues melted down. It's like taking your mother's wedding ring to a pawn shop to pay your electricity bills. Ugh. Terrible. The forced desecration of religious icons alienated Alexios IV from his people and heightened tensions within Constantinople. In a bid to secure his position, Alexios IV sought to extend his alliance with the Crusaders for another 6 months, until April of 1204, and even led a contingent to confront Alexios III. Now, during his absence, civil unrest escalated, culminating in violent riots and a devastating fire that ravaged the city, leaving approximately 100,000 people without homes, and managing to even further strain relations between the Byzantines and the Latin population, as if they were not strained enough as it was. Now the death of Isaac II in January of 1204, and the growing dissatisfaction with Alexios IV's rule, led to a brief and unsuccessful attempt by the Byzantine Senate to appoint Nicholas Canabus as emperor. But Nicholas was not keen on the idea, and he simply declined the position. Well, if he had have taken it up, there was a good chance he would just be simply assassinated some weeks later. Perhaps we should give him a little bit more credit for being ahead of the curve. Alexios Doukas, a notable figure with military experience and respect among the populace, at least the majority of them, capitalized on the widespread discontent to seize power for himself. After deposing and executing Alexios IV, Doukas was crowned Emperor Alexios V. He promptly focused on reinforcing the city's defenses and rallying support against the Crusader threat. Well, infuriated by the assassination of Alexios IV, whom they had supported and put quite a lot of hope and stock into, the Crusaders and Venetians, who were still quite out of money, demanded that Emperor Alexios V honor the commitments previously made. Now, Alexios V's refusal to comply led to yet another assault on Constantinople. On April the 8th, despite the Byzantines' forces' strong resilience and their success in damaging the Crusaders' siege equipment with heavy projectiles, Adverse weather conditions and a strong shore wind hampered the Crusaders' efforts, preventing most of their ships from approaching the walls effectively. Therefore, this initial attack was a complete failure, with only one minor engagement at the city's towers, and none of which of them were captured. Back to the drawing board. Well, in the aftermath, Latin clergy within the crusading army sought to rally the demoralized troops, preaching that their cause was just and divinely sanctioned, despite the setback. You've got to be joking. I think everybody knew at this point that they were just fighting to get themselves out of debt. Well, either way, they framed the failed assault not as divine punishment, but as a test of faith, depicting the Byzantines as traitors for the murder of Alexios IV, and comparing them unfavorably. The quote was apparently made by the Latin clergy that they were even more traitorous than the Jews, which, make of that what you will. Well, this attempt to morally justify the campaign against Constantinople was met with mixed reception. But a soldier must follow orders, right? Ignoring Pope Innocent III's commands against attacking, the Crusaders made preparations for another assault, while Alexios V opted to defend from within the city. The Varangian Guard, who were also unpaid and discontented, simply walked off. They left their posts, and Alexios V was forced to flee when nightfall hit. Now, amidst all this, there had to be a new emperor, right? Well, the efforts to appoint one amid all this chaos, of course, proved very futile. So, Constantinople was effectively a city without a ruler. Fortune favored the Crusaders on April 12th, when favorable winds allowed the Venetian fleet to breach the city's defenses. A small group of Crusaders then breached the walls, and despite fierce resistance from Byzantine forces, including negotiations by the Anglo-Saxon defenders for better pay, the Crusaders gained a foothold in the Blackernay Quarter. Their attempt to use fire as a defensive measure inadvertently caused further destruction. Who would have thought? And another 15,000 people had their homes burned down. Well, by the next day, April 13th, the Crusaders had taken complete control of Constantinople, marking a significant and devastating turn in the city's history, and a devastating turn in the broader context of the Crusades. I mean, what had the Crusades become, with Christians fighting Christians? One can only imagine the Muslim rulers watching on from Jerusalem thinking, what on earth are they doing? Well, for 3 days following their breach of Constantinople, the Crusaders engaged in unprecedented pillage, marking one of the darkest episodes in medieval history. The systematic destruction and looting inflicted upon the city saw loss or damage of countless Greco-Roman and medieval works, alongside widespread violence against the civilian population. Churches and monasteries, despite the sacredness afforded to them, were not spared. They were desecrated and stripped of their treasures, contravening even the threat of excommunication. No one cared. They just wanted to loot. Well, eyewitnesses from the period, including Nikitas Koniates and Geoffrey of Villehardouin, documented the ruthless greed and destruction that characterized the sack. Not seen since the fall of Rome back in 410. The looting of Constantinople resulted in the acquisition of approximately 900,000 silver marks worth of treasure. While the Venetians claimed their agreed portion, the distribution of the spoils among the Crusaders was uneven, with a significant amount concealed by some knights. Deep pockets, of course. The brutality of the sack, characterized by murder, looting, and was noted for its sheer scale, drawing comparisons to the sacking by historical barbarian tribes, yet surpassing them in ferocity. The Venetians, partly Byzantine in culture themselves, managed to save some of the priceless art. However, many crusaders from other regions who were perhaps not quite as high class didn't recognize the value of these things and engaged in acts of profound desecration and violence. Which leads us to the Hagia Sophia, the pinnacle of Christian architecture in Constantinople, which was subjected to some of the most egregious violations. Its religious icons, holy books, and silver iconostasis were destroyed, and the sanctity of the patriarchal throne was desecrated in a mocking display of contempt for the Orthodox Christian tradition. This event not only represented the significant loss of culture and religious heritage, but also deepened the schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic churches, exacerbating the estrangement of East and West. In fact, it's rather arguable that this event of the Fourth Crusade was more damaging to Constantinople in terms of loss of culture and art and literature than the actual fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks in 1453 was. Think about that. The consequences of the Fourth Crusade's diversion to Constantinople extended beyond the immediate horrors and destruction. It signaled a pivotal decline in Byzantine power, which hastened its vulnerability to future conquests and ultimately facilitating the rise of the Ottoman Empire. This rather ironic outcome starkly contrasted with the Crusade's initial goals, leading to a resurgence of Islam in regions once held by Christian powers. Pope Innocent III was understandably quite angry about this. His reaction to these atrocities committed by the Crusaders was one of profound dismay and complete confusion, as he confronted the moral and spiritual failings of those he had sent forth under the banner of the cross. The sack of Constantinople remains a poignant testament to the complexities and unintended consequences of the crusading movement, leaving a lasting imprint on the historical trajectory of both Eastern and Western Christendom. Of course, imagine being Pope Innocent III. This whole thing was his idea in the first place. It's kind of like finding out your son is a mass murderer. But, of course, Not everybody was in on the siege of Constantinople. The journey of the Fourth Crusade was marked by numerous defections, with many crusaders choosing to take a more direct route and fulfill their vows by heading straight to the Holy Land, bypassing the siege of Constantinople entirely. Despite Geoffrey of Villehardouin's portrayal of these individuals as deserters, modern historical analysis suggests that a significant number, though not a majority, of the Crusaders made their way to the Holy Land by any means necessary. A substantial portion of these Crusaders departed from southern Italy, particularly from ports in Apulia, aiming for a landing at Acre. This route was chosen by several knights and their retinues, who for various reasons, including disillusionment with the Crusade's direction, or simply a desire to fulfill their vows more directly, opted for a more linear approach. The financial resources for the Holy Land's defense, including the contributions from the preacher Fulk of Neuilly, were rather significant. These funds were directed towards the fortification of Acre, which was already fortified enough as it was, but this reinforced its defenses against potential attacks. The defections, well, they occurred in waves, with a notable number leaving after the siege of Zara, and others departing directly from Zara for the Holy Land. Some crusaders, upon reaching the Holy Land, found themselves constrained by existing truces with Muslim powers, and limited in their military options. These constraints had led to rather tragic outcomes for some, like Renard and his contingent, who suffered ambush and captivity while attempting to engage in military actions independently. Additionally, several official and unofficial groups made their way to the Holy Land, either in defiance of or as an alternative to the main crusading force's objectives. These groups included notable figures and contingents that chose to distance themselves from the controversial decisions made by the Crusaders' leadership. Now, in the summer of 1202, Baldwin of Flanders made the strategic decision to divide his forces for the Fourth Crusade, leading one contingent to Venice and dispatching another by sea under the leadership of John II of Nesle, Thierry of Flanders, and Nicholas of Mailly. The Flemish fleet embarked on a Mediterranean journey that included a notable military engagement on the African coast, where they managed to capture a Muslim city, leaving it under the control of the Livonian Brothers of the Sword, before heading to Marseille to overwinter. The Marseille pilots, renowned for their navigational skills and experience in open sea sailing, offered the Flemish and French Crusaders a vital link to the Holy Land. By March 1203, Baldwin's fleet received orders to sail towards Metheny to meet with the Venetian forces. However, due to timing and decision-making processes influenced perhaps by the news of the Crusade's redirection to Constantinople, the Flemish fleet chose to proceed directly to Acre, possibly making a stop in Cyprus, where Thierry of Flanders laid a familial claim to the island. Now, upon reaching Acre, the Flemish contingent faced the same diplomatic constraints as other crusaders, with King Aymery of Jerusalem adhering to his truce with the Ayyubids, and thus limiting their military options. The crusaders dispersed, serving in different capacities across the Levantine states. with some being captured in conflicts that erupted after the truce's initial breakdown. The changing politics and military dynamics in the region, highlighted by the seizure of ships by both Christian and Muslim forces, speaks to the precarious balance of power and the complex network of alliances and hostilities that characterize this period. The embassy of Martin of Paris and Conrad of Schwarzenberg to the main Crusader army, beseeching it to join the conflict in the Holy Land following the truce's violations, illustrates the ongoing challenges and fragmented nature of the crusading effort by this time, as well as, of course, the difficulties in undertaking such a diverse and geographically dispersed task. Now back to Pope Innocent. He spoke of the outcomes of the Crusade thusly, and, my God, he does not sound happy about it. This is from Pope Innocent III, a quote. "How, indeed, will the Church of the Greeks, no matter how severely she is beset with afflictions and persecutions, return into ecclesiastical union and to a devotion for the Apostolic See, when she has seen in Latins only an example of perdition and the works of darkness, so that she now, with reason, detests the Latins more than dogs. As for those who are supposed to be seeking the ends of our Lord Jesus Christ, and not their own ends, who made their swords, which they were supposed to use against the pagans, drip with Christian blood, they have spared neither religion nor age. They have committed adultery and fornication before the eyes of men. They have exposed both matrons and virgins, even those dedicated to God, to the sordid lusts of men. Not satisfied with breaking open the imperial treasury and plundering the goods of princes and lesser men, they have also laid their hands on the treasures of the churches, and what is more serious, on their very own possessions. They have even ripped silver plates from the altars, and have hacked them to pieces among themselves. They violated the holy places, and have carried off crosses and relics." End of the quote from Pope Innocent III. Doesn't sound happy about it, doesn't he? Well, following the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the Fourth Crusade culminated in the division of the Byzantine Empire through the Partitio Terrarum Imperii Romaniae, a treaty that allocated territories between the Republic of Venice and the leading Crusaders. This partitioning led to the establishment of the Latin Empire of Constantinople, marking a profound shift in the region's political and cultural landscape. Boniface of Montferrat, despite being a favored candidate for the emperorship among many, given his royal connections and his visibility among the Crusader forces, was ultimately bypassed in favor of Baldwin of Flanders for the imperial throne. The Venetians harbored certain reservations about Boniface, fearing his ties to the previous Byzantine regime and his potential bias towards Genoa, concerns that stemmed from Montferrat's geographical proximity to Genoa and Boniface's own familial connections through his brother Rainier's marriage to Maria Comnene, a former empress. As a result, Baldwin of Flanders was crowned the first emperor of the newly formed Latin Empire, while Boniface was compensated with the creation of the Kingdom of Thessalonica, effectively a vassal state to the Latin Empire. Now Venice, Don't forget about them. They also secured significant gains, notably establishing the Duchy of the Archipelago in the Aegean Sea, further asserting its maritime dominance and expanding its commercial empire. Well, the aftermath of the Fourth Crusade also saw the emergence of Byzantine's successor states as refugees and remnants of the Byzantine aristocracy sought to preserve their heritage and authority as much as they possibly could. The Empire of Nicaea, under Theodore Lascaris, the Emperor of Trebizond, and the Despote of Epirus were among the most significant of these entities, each representing the center of resistance against Latin rule and a beacon of Byzantine continuity in the face of Latin occupation. And the Muslims, sitting comfortably down in Jerusalem, didn't really feel a thing. Wasn't that interesting? Catherine of Aragon, born 1485 in Spain, the first wife of England's King Henry VIII, and the daughter of Spanish monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile. Her marriage to Henry was initially a political alliance, and she served as queen from their marriage in 1509 until their controversial divorce in 1533. Her inability to produce a male heir led Henry to seek an annulment, setting off a chain of events that ultimately led to England's break with the Roman Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England. Despite the personal and political turmoil, Catherine remained widely respected for her dignity and faith throughout the ordeal. Her steadfast commitment to her marriage and her Catholic faith significantly impacted English and the wider European history, influencing religious policy and politics across the continent. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, simply by enjoying the videos. If you want to go above and beyond, a like and subscribe, and having a look in the description if you feel so inclined to, certainly goes a long way. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Get nice and relaxed. Our full biography of Catherine of Aragon. December 16th, 1485, Catherine was born at the Archbishop's Palace of Alcalá de Henares, near Madrid in modern-day Spain. As the youngest surviving child of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile, she was introduced to a realm influenced profoundly by her illustrious lineage. Her appearance was marked by her long red hair, wide blue eyes and a fair complexion, completed by a round face and stature on the shorter side, reflected in the artwork of the time. Her roots traced back to the English royal house of Lancaster, through her maternal line, her great-grandmother and namesake, Catherine of Lancaster, alongside her great-grandmother, Philippa of Lancaster, both daughters of John the Gaunt and granddaughters of Edward III of England. This connection rendered her not only the third cousin of Henry VII of England, but also the fourth cousin of Elizabeth of York, linking her fatefully to the English crown. Her education in her formative years was, of course, robust and diverse, overseen by one Alessandro Gheraldini, a learned clerk of the Holy Order. Her studies span the normal: arithmetic, both canon and civil law, classical literature, genealogy, heraldry, history, philosophy, religion, of course, fostering a profound Roman Catholic faith that would significantly shape her later endeavors. And it wasn't just those subjects. She was also fluent in Castilian, Spanish, and Latin, also with competencies in French and Greek. Her intellectual pursuits were heavily praised by Erasmus, who noted her lifelong dedication to good literature. Beyond the scholarly, Catherine's training extended to the domestic and artistic realms. She reportedly mastered cooking, embroidery, lace-making, sewing, spinning, and weaving, and she was also proficient in music, dancing, and drawing from an early age. This comprehensive education not only prepared her for the rigors of court life, but also imbued her with the etiquette that was necessary to navigate these complexities of her future roles in the English monarchy. So, from this very young age, she was earmarked as an ideal consort for Arthur, the Prince of Wales, and also the prospective English king. Her eligibility was significantly enhanced by her maternal English ancestry. Catherine's claim to the English throne was theoretically stronger than that of Henry VII, derived as it was from John of Gaunt, the first Duke of Lancaster's marriages to Blanche of Lancaster and Constance of Castile. Henry VIII, on the other hand, descended from Gaunt's third union with Catherine Swynford, whose offspring were initially illegitimate and only later legitimized, yet still barred from succession. This tenuous claim of Henry's casts shadows on the Tudor legitimacy, with some European realms remaining skeptical of the new dynasty. In stark contrast stood the prestigious House of Trastamara, led by Catherine's parents, the Catholic monarchs whose renown made them Europe's foremost royal family. The union between Catherine and Arthur was thus seen not merely as a matrimonial alliance, but as a vital endorsement of the Tudor claim to the English throne, offering any potential male offspring a robust claim of his own. The marital arrangements thus advanced swiftly, with the couple being married by proxy on the 19th of May 1499, and engaging in correspondence in Latin until deemed mature enough for cohabitation. When the time came for Catherine to journey to England, her entourage was a testament to her status. She was accompanied by illustrious figures such as Diego Fernandez de Cordoba, the third Count of Cabra, Alonso de Fonseca, the Archbishop of Santiago de Compostela, and Antonio de Royas Manrique, the Bishop of Mallorca. Notably, her retinue included the first Africans recorded in London, among them the trumpeter John Blank, a symbol of exotic luxury that highlighted the power and reach of her family. Initially expected at Gravesend, Catherine's arrival was met with a retinue of English gentlewomen in October of 1501, ready to escort her via a flotilla of barges up the Thames to the Tower of London, a majestic procession that showed the significance of her arrival, and also the hopes that were pinned upon this union. August 17th, 1501, the youthful Catherine of just 15 years old embarked on her journey from A Coruña, destined to meet her future husband, Arthur, the Prince of Wales. Their first encounter occurred on the 4th of November at Dogmersfield in Hampshire. Despite their prior exchanges, through letters written in Latin, their initial face-to-face meeting revealed a surprising barrier. Differing pronunciations of Latin rendered their spoken conversations almost unintelligible to one another. Nevertheless, Arthur expressed his joy and commitment in letters to his parents and in-laws, affirming his intent to be a, and I quote, true and loving husband, and of course his delight at finally seeing his lovely bride. The young couple's marriage was solemnized just 10 days later, on the 14th of November, 1501, at Old St. Paul's Cathedral, with both bride and groom still only 15 years old. A substantial dowry of 200,000 ducats underscored the union, half of which was promptly paid following the ceremony. On this notable occasion, Catherine and her Spanish ladies-in-waiting made a distinct impression, arrayed in the traditional styles of their homeland, adding a little bit of color to that bleak countryside up north. Well, post-marriage, Arthur had his own responsibilities. He was dispatched to preside over the Council of Wales and the marches from Ludlow Castle, a responsibility befitting his status as Prince of Wales. Catherine accompanied him, embracing her own new role. However, their life together was abruptly challenged when both were struck by illness, possibly the dreaded sweating sickness prevalent at the time. Tragically, poor old Arthur had succumbed to the disease on the 2nd of April 1502, leaving Catherine, now just 16 years old, a widow, far from her native Spain, navigating her uncertain future all alone. Following the premature demise of Arthur, Henry VII was confronted with a significant fiscal and diplomatic dilemma regarding that 200,000 ducat dowry of his daughter-in-law Catherine. As stipulated in her marriage contract, should Catherine return to her native Spain, the substantial dowry, of which we have mentioned only half had been paid, would need to be completely refunded to her father. This predicament was further complicated by the death of Queen Elizabeth in February of 1503, which prompted King Henry VII to contemplate marrying Catherine himself. However, opposition, understandably from Catherine's father, and concerns about the legitimacy of any offspring from such a union quickly quashed this prospect. In an attempt to resolve the situation and retain the dowry within England, they came up with a new arrangement. Catherine would marry Henry VII's second son, the younger Henry, the Duke of York. However, the death of Catherine's mother, which shifted the inheritance of the larger kingdom of Castile to her elder sister Joanna, diminished Catherine's allure in the dynastic marriage market. Well, despite the agreement, the marriage was repeatedly delayed, ostensibly until the young Henry was of suitable age, though the real impediment was Ferdinand II's reluctance to pay the remainder of the dowry, casting doubt on whether the marriage would ever transpire. Well, during this period of uncertainty, Catherine lived under constrained circumstances at Durham House in London, where she was treated more like a detainee than a princess. Her financial struggles were exacerbated by the responsibility of providing for her ladies-in-waiting as well as herself, and that's some pretty high maintenance costs. While the surviving correspondence with her father reveals her resilience and pragmatism, as she once confided to him, and I quote, "I choose what I believe and say nothing, for I am not as simple as I may seem." Well, in 1507, Catherine's situation took quite a remarkable turn when she was appointed as the Spanish ambassador to England, marking her as the first woman to hold such a position in European history. Contrary to Henry VII's expectations of her being somewhat malleable, Catherine demonstrated considerable diplomatic acumen, standing on her own 2 feet not to be pushed around by the boys, defying the anticipations of the English court. The proposed marriage to Henry, the Duke of York, hinged on a dispensation from the Pope, as canon law prohibited a man from marrying his brother's widow. Catherine steadfastly maintained that her marriage to Arthur had never actually been consummated, thereby aligning with canon law that a non-consummated marriage could be dissolved, thus paving the way for her eventual marriage to the future King Henry VIII of England. Thus, on the 11th of June, 1509, 7 years following the death of Prince Arthur, Catherine of Aragon once again stood at the altar, this time joined in new matrimony to the newly ascended Henry VIII in a private ceremony held at the church of the observant friars just outside Greenwich Palace. At 23 years old now, Catherine embarked on this second significant chapter of her royal journey, marrying a king who had only recently claimed the throne. Thus, the coronation of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, a splendid and pivotal event, took place shortly thereafter. On the eve of their coronation, Saturday the 23rd of June, they participated in the traditional procession to Westminster Abbey, which drew a large and enthusiastic crowd. Following custom, the couple spent the night at the Tower of London, the most romantic spot in the city, preparing for the grandeur to follow. The next day, Midsummer's Day, they were anointed and crowned together in a majestic ceremony at Westminster Abbey, led by the Archbishop of Canterbury. The coronation was of course a grand affair, complete with a celebratory banquet held in Westminster Hall, and the creation of many new Knights of the Bath in honor of the event. In the weeks that followed, a series of social occasions introduced the new queen to her subjects. Catherine, with her dignified presence and grace, made a strong and favorable impression on the English populace, who received her warmly. Her ascension to Queen Consort marked the beginning of a new era and set the stage for her influential role in the Tudor court. June the 11th, 1513, as Henry VIII embarked on a military campaign to France, Catherine of Aragon was appointed as Regent of England, bearing the formidable title Governor of the Realm and Captain General. Her regency was immediately tested by the capture of Louis d'Orléans, Duke of Longueville and Thorouanne, although Henry sent Duke to Catherine's household. She, concerned about security due to the active Scottish threat to the north, expressed to her Cardinal Wolsey a preference for the Duke's confinement in the Tower of London. In her correspondence, she fervently prayed for divine favour, similar to that which the English king had enjoyed in France. The ongoing war with Scotland, of course, demanded her full attention. Catherine was industrious at Richmond Palace, personally overseeing the production of standards, banners, and badges essential for the war effort. She rallied support by writing to towns such as Gloucester for muster lists, urging the assembly of troops capable of defending the realm. The Scots invasion propelled her to order Thomas Lovell to muster forces from the Midland counties on the 3rd of September, 1513. By the 8th of September, some 5 days later, Catherine, despite her advanced pregnancy, donned full armour and rode north to inspire her troops with a stirring address. Her eloquence and resolve were so impactful that reports of her speech reached Peter Martyr de Anguera in Valladolid within weeks. Contrary to reports that placed her 100 miles north of London when the victory at the Battle of Flodden Field was announced, she was actually near Buckingham. From Woburn Abbey she sent Henry a piece of the bloodied coat of the fallen King James IV of Scotland, suggesting it to be used as a banner at the siege of Tournai. Remarkable taste, as always. Well, as she aged, Catherine's commitment to her Catholic faith deepened, paralleled by a growing interest in academia. She actively educated her daughter when she came along, Mary, and influenced the broader trend of female education, donating generously to several colleges. Meanwhile, Henry had some concerns, and they were concerns about securing a male heir. Well, reminded of course by the historical precedents of long civil wars that were triggered by female succession. So it wasn't just Henry who was crossing his fingers for this. It was everybody else, because they could see what was going to happen a mile away if there was a struggle for power in the wake of Henry's death. It never ends peacefully. Well, in 1520, politics shifted once more with a visit from Catherine's nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V. Catherine had advocated for an English alliance with Charles over France. Following his departure, she joined Henry in a magnificent visit to France for the Field of the Cloth of Gold. Yet, within 2 years, England had declared war on France, and Charles V was welcomed back, this time with plans to betroth him to Mary. By 1525, Henry's affections had shifted dramatically towards one Anne Boleyn, a young lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine, who was, by the way, significantly younger than the king, between 10 and 17 years his junior. As Catherine was no longer able to conceive, Henry's frustrations and desires for a male heir intensified. He began to question the legitimacy of his marriage to Catherine, driven mainly by a biblical interpretation suggesting a union with a brother's widow would be childless. Well, although Catherine maintained until her death that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, making her a virgin at the time she married Henry, Henry still saw their marriage as divinely cursed. Well, that's one way of getting out of it. The question of whether the Pope had the authority to override what Henry had viewed as a scriptural impediment became central in his fervent campaign to obtain this annulment. And it's highly likely that the push for an annulment was influenced early on by Henry's desperation for a son, considering the historical context of civil wars fought over the English crown before his father's reign. Bad memories. They don't want to go through that again. Well, his resolve to secure an annulment became his overriding mission. Catherine, however, dug her heels in and remained resolute, famously refusing the suggestion to retire to a nunnery with the assertion, I quote, "God never called me to a nunnery. I am the king's true and legitimate wife." Hard to argue with that, isn't it? Well, in pursuit of his goal, Henry circumvented Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, initially keeping him in the dark, and dispatched his secretary William Knight to Pope Clement VII to argue that the dispensation by Pope Julius II was actually obtained under false pretenses. However, the task proved daunting, as Pope Clement VII was then a captive of Catherine's nephew, Charles V, following a rather unfortunate sacking of Rome in the May of 1527. Now, Knight's mission was stymied, by the way, leading Henry to reluctantly involve Wolsey, who strove to secure a favorable decision the best way he could. And amidst all of these ecclesiastical negotiations, both Pope Clement VII and the reformer Martin Luther, who was universally loved and popular at the time, suggested an unconventional solution: that Henry might take 2 wives to maintain the royal dignities of both Catherine and their daughter Mary. This proposal was not aimed at reintroducing polygamy broadly, but rather as a specific measure to resolve the royal dilemma. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey took significant steps to resolve Henry's dilemma by setting up an ecclesiastical court in England, with a papal representative presiding, on both Henry and Catherine in attendance. Despite this effort, the Pope, possibly swayed by the influence of Charles V, Catherine's nephew, recalled his legatee, thereby halting any proceedings taking place in England. Henry perceived the Pope's actions as a clear signal that an annulment of his marriage to the Emperor's aunt was not going to happen. Consequently, the Pope explicitly forbade Henry from remarrying until a decision was reached, and he meant a decision in Rome. Wolsey's failure in this endeavour led to his dismissal from public office in 1529. Subsequently, he engaged in a covert attempt to have Anne Boleyn exiled and communicated with the Pope towards this end. Upon discovery, Henry was not impressed and ordered the immediate arrest of Wolsey. His death in 1530 from terminal illness likely spared him from execution for treason. Which leads us to 1531, the following year after all of these tumultuous events, if we may say so. Catherine was removed from court, and her chambers were reassigned to Anne Boleyn. You can imagine how she felt. As a matter of fact, you don't need to imagine. We have a letter that she had wrote to Charles V expressing her despair at the time, and I'll quickly read a passage from said letter. My tribulations are so great, my life so disturbed by the plans daily invented to further the king's wicked intention, the surprises which the king gives me, with certain persons of his council, are so mortal, and my treatment is what God knows, that is enough to shorten 10 lives, much more my own. Obviously not very impressed with the goings-on in the court. Well, in terms of religious affairs, the ecclesiastical landscape shifted further when Archbishop of Canterbury William Warham passed away, and Thomas Cranmer, the Boleyn's family chaplain, was appointed to the position. As Henry pushed for an annulment, John Fisher emerged as Catherine's staunch advocate, boldly defending the sanctity of her marriage in the papal court. His outspoken stance, reminiscent of John the Baptist's readiness to sacrifice himself for his belief, certainly drew Henry's ire. More than a raised eyebrow, perhaps a clenched fist. It prompted the king to craft a detailed Latin rebuttal to Fisher's arguments. Fisher's annotated copy of Henry's address, by the way, still exists, evidencing his fearless disposition despite the king's wrath. You've got to be pretty brave to go up against the King of England. Well, following the transfer of the case to Rome, Fisher's direct involvement ended, but Henry's resentment towards him persisted. Catherine's plight garnered widespread support, not only from Fisher but also from notable figures such as Thomas More, Henry's sister Mary Tudor, the Queen of France, Maria de Salinas, Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, Pope Paul III, and even Martin Luther himself, illustrating the broad and diverse backing she received during her ordeal. Well, after a covert meeting in Calais with King Francis I of France, Henry returned to Dover and, in secret, married Anne Boleyn. The precise motives behind their hasty marriage are debated. Some believe that Anne was already pregnant, and Henry wished to avoid the possibility of an illegitimate heir, while others argue that Anne, having witnessed her sister Mary Boleyn's brief affair with the king and subsequent disregard, insisted on a marriage before any intimate relations. Smart girl. Henry justified their union by arguing the invalidity of his marriage to Catherine, given her prior marriage to his brother Arthur. and he thus claimed that if Catherine's marriage to Arthur was consummated, he was free to marry under canon law. At least that's what he kept repeating to himself and the angry onlookers as he tied the knot with his new wife. Well, on May 23rd, 1533, Thomas Cranmer, presiding over a specially convened court at Dunstable Priory, officially declared Henry's marriage to Catherine unlawful, dismissing Catherine's steadfast assertion that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated. And just 5 days later, Cranmer affirmed the legality of Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn. So, it was done. The paperwork had all been signed, and, well, it was all over for Catherine. Well, not quite. Despite these declarations, Catherine maintained her status as Henry's legitimate wife and England's rightful queen till her dying day, a title her servants continued to use in her presence. However, Henry only recognized her as the, quote, Dowager Princess of Wales. Still not a bad title, but not the one she wanted. He acknowledged her as the widow of his brother, rather than as a queen. Well, her final years were marked by isolation and frequent relocations. She resided at the Moor Castle in Hertfordshire, starting in late 1531, going back in time there for a moment, before being moved to the royal palace of Hatfield, Elsing Palace in Enfield, Ampthill Castle in Bedfordshire, and finally the coveted Buckden Towers in Cambridgeshire. Just a side note, don't you just love these English town names? They're just so charming. Well, in July of 1533, she was moved to Kimbolton Castle, where she lived a reclusive life, dressed in the austere garb of a Order of St. Francis, and adhering to strict religious fasts. Catherine reportedly rarely left her room, except of course to attend Mass. Although she was allowed occasional visitors, she and her daughter Mary were prohibited from seeing or even writing to each other. However, sympathetic intermediaries secretly exchanged letters between them. Henry proposed improving living conditions and the possibility of reunion if both of them had acknowledged Anne Boleyn as queen. But good luck getting that to happen. Both mother and daughter steadfastly refused. In the late December of 1535, with her health rapidly deteriorating, Catherine prepared for her impending death. She drafted her will and reached out to her nephew, Emperor Charles V, requesting his protection for her daughter Mary. Amidst these solemn preparations, she is said to have written a poignant final letter to King Henry VIII, and it goes a little like this, and it's a little bit sad, forewarning. My most dear Lord, King, and husband, the hour of my death now drawing on, the tender love I owe you forceth me, my case being such, to commend myself to you, and to put you in remembrance with a few words of the health and safeguard of your soul, which you ought to prefer before all worldly matters, and before the care and pampering of the body, for which you have cast me into many calamities and yourself into many troubles. For my part, I pardon you everything, and I wish to devoutly pray God that he will pardon you also. For the rest, I commend unto you our daughter Mary, beseeching you to be a good father unto her, as I have heretofore desired. I entreat you also, on behalf of my maids, to give them marriage portions, which is not much, they being but 3. For all my other servants, I solicit the wages due them, and a year more, lest they be unprovided for. Lastly, I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things. From Catherine, the Queen. I told you it was sad. While the authenticity of the letter has been debated, its contents certainly reflect the enduring grace and even forgiveness that Catherine maintained towards Henry. Well, we can say for sure that if this letter was somehow intercepted by Henry's new wife, well, that would certainly cause an argument. Some things never change. Thus Catherine passed away on the 7th of January 1536 at Kimbolton Castle. The news of her death spurred various reactions at court, and of course sparked rumors of foul play, including speculation that she had been poisoned, possibly by Gregory de Casale. Mourning practices also attracted attention. Anne Boleyn and possibly Henry himself were reported to have worn yellow, a color associated with mourning in Spain, though this was seen by some as inappropriate or perhaps even celebratory. Despite the public display, both Henry and Anne reportedly mourned privately later that day. On the day of her funeral, Anne miscarried a male child, leading to further grim rumors about Catherine's death, though modern experts believe that her symptoms, as reported, were more consistent with those of cancer. Either way, she was laid to rest in Peterborough Castle, honoured as a Dowager Princess of Wales, but of course not as the Queen. Henry abstained from the funeral, and also prohibited their daughter Mary from attending, highlighting the continued complexities of his relationships and the turbulent era of his reign. Regardless, not a very kind move to bar Mary from going to her own mother's funeral under any circumstance. Now let's talk just a little bit about Catherine's religious observance, because it is a rather important part of her life. So before we go, let's just say a few words on that. Of course, she was deeply committed to her faith, and a devout member of the Third Order of St. Francis. She meticulously balanced these royal duties of hers, in any capacity, with her religious obligations, seamlessly integrating the demands of her role as queen and later on the smaller role she played, with her personal piety. Now, after her marriage to Henry was annulled, she famously declared her spiritual priorities by stating, and these are her words, "I would rather be a poor beggar's wife and be sure of heaven, than queen of all the world and stand in doubt thereof by reason of my own consent." Thus, her religious practice was marked by a focus on the essential elements of Catholic devotion, the Big Four: Mass, prayer, confession, and penance, rather than the outward celebration of saints and holy relics, which she did not emphasize in her personal views on spirituality. But despite this, she remained acutely aware of the flaws she perceived within the Church's hierarchy. Though she maintained a critical distance from the more radical criticisms like those proposed by Martin Luther of 1517, which ignited the Protestant Reformation, and, well, plenty of other events. You may want to watch the video on Martin Luther. It's quite interesting, especially his later writings. Now that is a rabbit hole. Well, back to Catherine. In her youth, she was lauded for her exceptional beauty, described as, and I quote, the most beautiful creature in the world, and it was said that there was nothing lacking in her that the most beautiful girl should have. Esteemed figures like Thomas More and Lord Herbert later reflected on her appearance, noting, there were few women who could compete with the Queen in her prime. These accolades highlight the remarkable impression Catherine made with her striking looks and royal demeanor throughout her life. But of course, it's not all about the outside appearance. It can't be. She was not only a queen, but also a pioneering advocate for women's education, and that is important. This is exemplified by the controversial book, at least at the time, The Education of a Christian Woman by Juan Luis Vives, which argued that women have the right to an education, and was both dedicated to and commissioned by Catherine. I know this all sounds pretty obvious, but you must send your brain back in time a little bit. Well, her influence extended even to her adversaries, as Thomas Cromwell, a known opponent, remarked, if not for her being a woman, she could have defied all the heroes of history. Catherine's compassion was evident when she successfully interceded on the behalf of the rebels of the evil May Day, advocating for their lives for the sake of their families, not often something you see in royals. Her commitment to social welfare in general was further demonstrated through her initiation of an extensive program for the relief of the poor. A patron of Renaissance humanism, Catherine was friends with notable scholars such as Erasmus and Thomas More, and some even viewed her as a kind of martyr. Well, her final resting place in Peterborough Cathedral is a site of continuous tribute. You'll rarely see it without decorations of flowers or pomegranates, which are, by the way, her heraldic symbol. Hers is a tomb that proudly bears the inscription, Catherine, Queen of England. In the 20th century, George V's wife, Mary of Teck, had her grave notably enhanced, further infirming her as her status as queen. Annually, Peterborough Cathedral holds a service in her memory, featuring processions, prayers, and various events, including tributes at her grave with candles, pomegranates, flowers, and other offerings. Notably, the Spanish ambassador to the United Kingdom attended the service commemorating the 470th anniversary of her death. And in 2010, the service included a reading of Catherine's speech before the Legatine Court by actress Jane Lapotaire. In her birthplace of Alcalá de Henares, a statue captured her as a young woman holding a book and a rose, symbolizing her lifelong dedication to not only learning, but everlasting grace. And if you've listened this far, perhaps you too have a dedication to learning. Not many make it to this point. If you did, you get the special message. One that I haven't thought of yet. The Christianization of Anglo-Saxon England, which began in earnest in the late 6th century, marked a transformation of English religious, cultural, and political life. Initiated by Pope Gregory the Great, who sent the monk Augustine to Kent in 597 AD, the mission aimed to convert the pagan Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. Over the next several centuries, the spread of Christianity was gradual but profound, as it moved from the southern kingdoms to the more resistant north and east, blending local traditions with the new Christian practices. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or assist me in getting to my 15,000 subscriber goal. I'm sure we're right around the corner. Like, subscribe, all the good stuff. Now, without further ado, please get yourself relaxed, and let's learn together about how Britain found itself to be such a Christian country. Christianity had been present in Roman Britain from the 3rd century onwards, introduced by merchants, immigrants, and soldiers, though many soldiers likely practiced Mithraism. The enforcement of the Diocletian persecution edicts in 303 was relatively relaxed, at least in the territories governed by Constantius Chlorus. Of course, things changed in the year 313, when Constantine, who ruled the Western Empire, and Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, legalizing Christianity across the Roman Empire. By 314, the structured organization of the British Christian community was evident when 3 bishops from Britain attended the Council of Arles. These bishops were Eborius of York, Restitutus of London, and Adelphius, whose diocesan location remains unknown. Their attendance not only underscored the established ecclesiastical framework within Britain, but it also indicated a dependency on the Gallic Church. Thus, the British Christian leadership, facing theological challenges, specifically Pelagianism, sought help around 429. In response to their plea, Germanus of Auxerre and Lupus of Troyes were dispatched to Britain. Germanus, once a high-ranking official, reportedly led British forces to victory against raiders from the Picts and the Saxons in a battle believed to have occurred near Mold in North Wales. This event highlights the active and influential role of Christian leaders in society, but also military affairs of early medieval Britain. While later on, in 595, under the rule of Ethelbert, Pope Gregory I initiated a mission to bring Christianity to the Anglo-Saxons on a large scale. At this time, Ethelbert, a pagan king from the region of Kent, was married to Bertha, a Christian princess from the Merovingian dynasty, the daughter of Charibert I. Now, their marriage stipulated that Bertha could bring her chaplain, Bishop Leodhard, to Kent. Together, they refurbished a Roman-era church in Canterbury, which may be today's St. Martin's Church, where Bertha practiced her faith freely. Despite Leotard's presence, there was little success in converting the Anglo-Saxons, his historical significance underscored only by the discovery of a gold coin inscribed with his name. Bertha, on the other hand, her influence is noted in various historical accounts, including one by her biographer, suggesting that she played a role in encouraging Ethelbert to request missionary aid from Pope Gregory. Some modern historians also suggest that this request was likely supported by both Ethelbert and Bertha together, indicating a joint initiative from the Kentish court to embrace Christianity. In 597, following the directive of Pope Gregory, a Christian mission was finally established in Kent, which was then under the reign of King Ethelbert still. Thus they were granted a base in Canterbury and utilized the existing Church of St. Martin. The church subsequently became the epicenter of their bishopric. Historic accounts, including those by Bede and Gregory, do not pinpoint the exact date of Ethelbert's conversion, but it is widely accepted that this would have occurred around the year 597. Of course, within a year of the mission's arrival, the conversion of subjects had markedly increased, a fact noted by Gregory in a letter to Ethelbert and Bertha in 601, where he references the king's baptism. But what about the reasons? Well, the specific motivations behind Ethelbert's embrace of Christianity, that remains a little bit of a mystery. As far as Bede is concerned, it was mainly for spiritual reasons, but modern historians suggest more pragmatic motives might have played a role. Possibly to enhance diplomatic ties with the Merovingian courts, or simply to align more closely with the prevailing powers in Gaul. Additionally, embracing Christianity could have been seen as a means to modernize and consolidate administrative control across his kingdom. Evidence provided by Bede indicates that Ethelbert encouraged his subjects towards Christianity, but he did not coerce them, relying instead on softer powers, like royal patronage and personal alliances, to foster voluntary conversions. This method was necessary due to the significant pagan presence in Kent, which limited more forceful approaches. There was only so far you could push that lot. Ethelbert also celebrated the conversion of his subjects and treated Christian believers with particular favor, showing again the king's strategic and inclusive approach to fostering religious change within the realm. Indeed, if you join the club, you get the benefits. But, well, if you remain in the old ways, we're not going to beat you over the head for it. But you just don't get any extra cake after dinner. Now, Eadbald ascended the throne of Kent following the death of his father Ethelbert on the 24th of February in either 616 or perhaps 618. Ethelbert, who had been Christian from around the year 600, and his Christian wife Bertha, had significantly influenced the religious landscape of the region. However, prior to Eadbald's rise to power, Bertha had sadly passed away, and Ethelbert took a second wife, whose name remains unrecorded, but it was likely that she was a pagan. This assumption is supported by her subsequent marriage to Eadbald, her stepson, an action that's strictly prohibited by Christian doctrine. So, yeah, he married his stepmother. Far be it for me to push my morality on others. Bede documents that Eadbald initially rejected Christianity, causing significant disruption to the Church's progress. This apostasy coincided with the death of Seibert, the Christian king of Essex, influenced by Ethelbert, whose own sons ousted Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and reverted back to paganism. Bede suggests that Eadbald suffered divine retribution for his infidelity to Christianity through frequent episodes of madness and even demonic possession, potentially indicating epileptic seizures. Well, eventually, Eadbald renounced his wife/stepmother and converted to Christianity. Eadbald's second wife, Ime, was of Frankish origin. The strong ties between Kent and Francia, particularly through trade and diplomacy, were likely influential in his conversion, and he did convert eventually. These links were further demonstrated when Eadbald's sister, Aethelberg, who also migrated to Kent, sent her children to the court of King Dagobert I in Francia. The influence of the Frankish council, and perhaps political pressure, may have been pivotal in Aethelbert's initial conversion, and similarly affected Eadbald's eventual acceptance of Christianity. Now, in terms of artifacts that we have, a few of them from an Anglo-Saxon cemetery in Fingalsham, including a bronze pendant and gilt buckle from the 6th and 7th centuries, hint at the region's lingering pagan practices, still holding on to the old ways, even if it was just in private perhaps. While these items, possibly connected to the worship of the Germanic god Woden, date back to the era known as the Pagan Reaction, and suggest ongoing religious and cultural tension during Eadbald's reign. Bede provides a comprehensive but somewhat contradictory account of Eadbald's early reign and religious orientation following Aethelbert's death on the 24th of February 616. And we're just going to go through that timeline, explain a few of the dates from 616 onwards. So in 616, Eadbald ascends the throne upon his father Aethelbert's death, and initially he rejects Christianity outright, indulging in pagan practices, including marrying his stepmother in pure violation of church laws. Concurrently, Mellitus, the Bishop of London, is expelled by Cerbert's sons in Essex, and subsequently departs for Kent. Facing resistance in Kent, Mellitus, along with Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, flees to Francia. In the winter of 616 to 17, Archbishop Lawrence of Canterbury, contemplating a similar departure to Francia, is purportedly scourged by St. Peter in a vision. Displaying his wounds to Eadbald the following morning, he is so moved by the display, and thus he is persuaded to embrace Christianity. 617. Justus and Mellitus finally return from Francia, a year after their departure, with Justus being reinstated at Rochester. In the years between 619 and 624, Lawrence passes away, and Mellitus succeeds him as the Archbishop of Canterbury. During this period, Eadbald constructs a church that is consecrated by Mellitus. In the April of 624, Mellitus passes away, and Justus ascends as the Archbishop of Canterbury. Later in the year following Justus' succession, Pope Boniface sends him a pallium, acknowledging Eadbald's conversion to Christianity in letters reportedly from a one King Eadluald, possibly a miswriting of Eadbald. By 625, Edwin of Northumbria, the king of Deira, seeks to marry Eadbald's sister, Ethelberg. Edwin is stipulated to allow her to continue practicing Christianity and to consider baptism as a condition for marriage. Thus, the 21st of July, 625, Justus consecrates Paulinus as the Bishop of York, and later in 625, Ethelberg travels to Northumbria with Paulinus, following Edwin's agreement to the marriage conditions. Easter, 626. Ethelberg gives birth to a daughter, Eanfled, in Northumbria. 626. Edwin conducts a military campaign against the West Saxons. Around this time, Pope Boniface writes to Edwin, urging him to convert to Christianity, citing Eadbald's conversion as a precedent. But he converted to Christianity. Why don't you? He also sends a separate letter to Ethelberg, encouraging her to aid in converting her husband, which I think is quite funny. It's essentially like, please, can you just talk to him? Just talk to him and convince him. It's much easier if you do it. He'll listen to you. Well, Bede's historical narrative, while authoritative, is not without its challenges. There is an alternative chronology that raises questions about the accuracy of the established timeline concerning King Eadbald's conversion. One D.P. Kirby. His re-evaluation hinges particularly on the content of correspondence from Pope Boniface, which suggests that news of Eadbald's conversion was recent at the time of writing. This assertion is critical, as it implies that Boniface, who was likely well informed of significant ecclesiastical developments, only acknowledged Eadbald's conversion shortly before the letter was composed. Thus, Kirby deduces that Eadbald's conversion must have occurred closer to 621, and no later than April 624, the latter date marking the latest possible conversion time, since it coincides with Mellitus's death, who had consecrated a church for Eadbald prior to his passing. Now, just to make things a little bit more complicated, we can also entertain the possibility that the figure Aduluald mentioned in Boniface's correspondence with Justus, may not actually refer to Eadbald, but to a different ruler, potentially a sub-king or a junior king in western Kent named Aethelwald. This suggests a scenario where Archbishop Lawrence may have converted Eadbald, with Bishop Justus later converting Aethelwald. Additionally, Kirby challenges again the significance of the pallium sent to Justus. While it is traditionally viewed as a symbol of Justus' archiepiscopal status, the limited conditions for its use described in the letter do not uniquely elevate Justus, as similar conditions were also set for the Archbishop Augustine, indicating standard practice rather than a specific elevation or recognition. Moreover, Bede might have conflated what were originally two distinct letters from Boniface into a single narrative. This conflation could explain some of the chronological inconsistencies found in Bede's account. Thus, this analysis of the grammatical structure of the letters supports this view, suggesting a singular, unified composition rather than two separate messages. Significantly, the letter to Ethelberg implies her marriage to Edwin of Northumbria had already occurred by the time of the news of Eadbald's conversion reached Rome, conflicting with Bede's earlier dating of Eadbald's conversion. This discrepancy in particular has led some to speculate that Ethelberg might have been married to Edwin before 625 and remained in Kent until her later travel to Northumbria. This speculation, and it is speculation, is supported by the sequence of correspondence, where Boniface's letter to Edwin and Ethelberg indicated news from the messengers precedes his letter to Justus, which references direct communication from the king himself. Furthermore, the condition placed on Ethelberg's marriage, requiring Edwin to allow her to practice Christianity, comes into question under Kirby's revised chronology. It does seem more plausible that the marriage agreement, potentially controversial from the Church's perspective, occurred prior to Eadbald's conversion, suggesting that Ethelberg was already a Christian by that point. And lastly, the details surrounding Paulinus's role are re-examined under Kirby's framework once again. While traditionally believed to have been consecrated before accompanying Ethelberg to Northumbria, Kirby suggests that Paulinus may have initially traveled as a priest, or perhaps as a missionary, and only received consecration as a bishop sometime after 625, which is the latest plausible date for Ethelberg's marriage given the historical context. So, with all that in mind, here's a slightly reorganized and expanded version of the timeline based on the revised chronology. Starting in 616, Eadbald assumes the throne of Kent following Ethelbert's death and instigates a pagan backlash against the Christian influences established by his dad. Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, depart from Kent to seek refuge in France due to increasing hostilities and the loss of royal protection. In 619, Archbishop Lawrence of Canterbury dies, and Mellitus assumes the role of leadership in Archbishop, marking a continuation of the Christian leadership despite the prevailing pagan sentiment. In early 624, Eadbald, influenced by ongoing interactions and pressures from Christian factions, converts to Christianity under the guidance of Bishop Justus. The conversion prompts messengers to relay the news to Rome. Around the same time, the arrangement of Ethelbert's marriage to Edwin of Northumbria is negotiated. It is likely that this occurred prior to Eadbald's official conversion, hinting at political motivations intertwined with religious affiliation. Eadbald commissions the construction of a new church, where Archbishop Mellitus consecrates shortly before his death, symbolizing a renewal of Christian commitment in the kingdom. Which leads us to April of the same year, 624. Archbishop Mellitus passes away, and Justus succeeds him as the Archbishop of Canterbury, indicating a continued line of Christian leadership amidst the kingdom's religious turbulence. King Edwin of Northumbria consents in 624 to the marriage conditions laid out for Ethelberg, ensuring her freedom to practice Christianity. Ethelberg subsequently travels to Northumbria, accompanied by Paulinus, who acts as her spiritual guide and protector of sorts. Thus, Pope Boniface receives the word of Eadbald's conversion through messengers and writes letters to both Ethelberg and Edwin, expressing his spiritual support and encouragement for their roles in furthering the cause of Christianity. Later in the year of 624, news of Eadbald's conversion reaches Pope Boniface directly from the king himself, which prompts the Pope to write directly to Justus, sending him the pallium as a recognition of his archiepiscopal authority. This correspondence likely also addresses the recent death of Mellitus and the need for continued ecclesiastical stability in Kent. Now, 625, or perhaps 626, during the winter, Justus consecrates Paulinus as the Bishop of York, solidifying his ecclesiastical role and preparing him for his missionary work in Northumbria. This event marks a significant step in the Christianization of northern England. Now, back to Bede, because anything Anglo-Saxon, pretty much we have to go through Bede to get to it. So according to his Historia Ecclesiastica, Book 3, Chapter 8, you can look it up, Earcenbert of Kent was the first British monarch to issue decrees against pagan practices. And that's a big one, because before, people were generally left alone, which is obviously much better to leave everybody alone, but that's just not how it works most of the time, isn't it? Well, this king, Earcenbert, with this decree, he commanded the destruction of what he called idols, or pagan cult images, which is a clear sign of Christian influence taking root at a governmental level. Well, moreover, he mandated the observance of Lent. Everybody had to do it, integrating Christian customs into public and also civic life. The suggestion that these orders might have been formally recorded as part of Kent's legal codes, initiated under Ethelbert, is intriguing, but no such texts have survived, at least the ones that we've found. Well, this lack of documentation, coupled with Earcenbert's actions, suggests that despite King Eadbald's conversion 16 years earlier, the majority of the population remained steadfastly pagan as late as the year 640, no matter how much it frustrated the people in power. Well, to different parts of the country, moving to Essex, the period from 604 to 665 saw multiple shifts between Christianity and paganism among its rulers, a veritable seesaw of ecclesiastical manners. Ceadbert, the king in 604, was baptized by Mellitus himself, marking an early acceptance of Christianity in the region. However, it didn't last for long, because following Ceadbert's death in 616, his sons Sexred and Seward ascended to the throne and initiated a pagan resurgence, expelling Mellitus and prompting a return to the old gods and the old ways. This period of official paganism lasted all the way until 653, when King Oswy of Northumbria influenced Sigebert the Good to finally embrace Christianity, and this allowed Cedd to preach within the kingdom. Well, tragically, Sigebert was murdered by his own brothers in 660, and it was pretty much due to his pro-Christian policies. They just didn't like it. Well, this led to the coronation of Swithelm. Now, Swithelm was initially pagan, and very steadfastly so, but he converted to Christianity in 662, after much persuasion and debate from Aethelwald of East Anglia. Upon Swithelm's death in 664, the rule of Essex was divided between his cousins, Sigher and Sæby. A plague in 665 caused Sigher to renounce his Christian faith, believing of course that the old gods were not pleased with him and sent a punishment. Thus he reverted to paganism, which of course led to a public resurgence of the old religious practices in his territories. In contrast, Sæby remained a Christian ally. The situation prompted Wulfhere of Mercia to intervene, sending Bishop Jaruman to reconvert the populace under Sigher's rule. Additionally, Wulfhere arranged for Sigher to marry his niece Osith, although this marriage later ended in divorce. This chaotic period did end with Sigher as the last pagan king of Essex, at least for now. Who knows what the future holds? Now, on to another area of the Isles, East Anglia. In 604, the Christian baptism of Raedwald was facilitated by Mellitus in Kent, likely under the sponsorship of Ethelbert directly, marking a pivotal alignment with Kent's Christian leadership. The exact timing of Raedwald's conversion is unclear at this point, but it appears closely linked to Seybert's conversion and possibly coincided with the dedication of a church near Ely by Augustine, suggesting rapid succession of these events. Raedwald's newfound Christian status didn't fully resonate within his own household, especially with his wife and her pagan influences. This internal religious conflict is reflected in Raedwald's temple, which housed both a Christian altar, but also one dedicated to the pagan gods, showing the syncretic nature of his unique religious commitment. Raedwald, believed to be buried in the Sutton Hoo ship, where artifacts from both Christian and pagan contexts have been discovered, died in the year 624, leaving his son Orpwald to inherit a kingdom with a Christian foundation, yes, but a very fragile one at that. By 627, under the guidance of Edwin of Northumbria, Earpwald underwent a baptism, signifying the continuation of the Christian influence despite his initial pagan upbringing. His conversion was likely strategized by Edwin to consolidate Christian governance across the eastern English territories, including Essex. However, Orpwald's reign was abruptly terminated by a pagan named Ricbert, indicating either internal dissent within East Anglia or perhaps external pressures against Edwin's expanding influence. This assassination led to a temporary reversion to paganism under Ricbert's rule, suggesting a complexity between the religious conversion and political allegiance during this period, a very delicate act to balance. Following Earpwald's untimely demise, Sigebert returned from Gaul to claim the throne of East Anglia, likely utilizing his military acumen, for which he was later renowned, to secure his position. He shared governance with Ecgric, described as his cognatus, a term suggesting close familial ties, possibly indicating that Ecgric was either a son of Raedwald or Aethelric, son of Raedwald's brother Eni. Regardless of Ecgric's precise identity, Sigebert maintained a predominant influence throughout his reign, extending his religious patronage across the kingdom. Thus, Sigbert's ascent to power was significantly bolstered by his conversion to Christianity, aligning him with the few Christian kings of the time, such as Edwin of Northumbria and Eadbald of Kent, who maintained diplomatic ties with the Frankish courts on the continent. This religious shift was pivotal after Dagobert I's accession in Francia in 628, reinforcing the Christian foundations that supported Edwin's dominance. Sigebert likely played a role in encouraging Egric's conversion, further consolidating Christian influence. Thus, all this politics was greatly shaped by marital alliances, exemplified by Edwin arranging the marriage of his grandniece Hersuith to Aethelric, potentially securing a Christian succession in East Anglia. Now, the ecclesiastical framework of East Anglia was profoundly influenced by Felix, a Burgundian missionary bishop, who arrived at the behest of Archbishop Honorius of Canterbury. This event likely marked the beginning of Sigbert's reign around 629 to 630. Felix established his episcopal seat at Domok, with possible locations being Dunwich or Walton, sites steeped in Roman heritage. Sigbert's efforts to foster educational and religious institutions included founding a school where boys could receive instruction in Latin, modeled after his experiences in Gaul, with Felix procuring educators akin to those in Kent. The ecclesiastical allegiance fostered by Felix underscored the Roman traditions of the East Anglian Church, although his training might have been influenced by Irish monastic practices encountered in Luxeuil. The arrival of Fursey, an Irish missionary around 633, before Aidan's mission to Lindisfarne, further diversified the spiritual landscape. Sigebert offered Fursey a monastic site at Knobesberg, now identified with Berg Castle. Felix and Fursey's concerted efforts in evangelization enriched the tapestry of the region, gaining commendations from notable ecclesiastical figures like Archbishop Honorius, showcasing a profound appreciation for their broad missionary work. Thus, Sigbert's reign was, at this point, now characterized by significant ecclesiastical developments and a firm Christian faith. Paulinus journeyed to Bernicia in 625 with the aim of converting King Edwin to Christianity. During this time, Edwin consented to the baptism of his daughter Eanfled and pledged to undergo baptism himself if his military expedition against Cuichelm of Wessex proved victorious. Bede documents that Edwin was ultimately baptized on the 12th of April 627, yet he seems to have made no concerted efforts to convert his people to Christianity. Edwin met his end in battle in 633. While following his demise, Osiric and Eanfrith, Edwin's cousin and nephew, ascended to the thrones of Bernicia and Deira, respectively. Both princes had previously embraced Christianity, while in exile among the Picts, but reverted to paganism upon reclaiming their royal titles. Their reigns, however, were short-lived, as they were both slain by Cadwallum ad Captfan of Gwynedd in 634. Cadwallon himself was defeated and killed later that same year by Oswald, Eanfrith's brother. Now this Oswald, who had accepted Christianity while exiled with the Scots, managed to convince his council to adopt the faith contingent on their triumph over Cadwallon. After this victory, Oswald sought to evangelize his kingdom and requested missionary aid to convert the staunchly pagan Northumbrians. The initial missionary efforts were, however, unsuccessful, with the first bishop sent to the region to Iona failing to make any conversions. In 635, Aidan arrived in Northumbria and dedicated his life to the Christian mission in the region. His persistent efforts gradually transformed the landscape of the region, and he continued his missionary work until his death in 651. Now in Mercia, King Penda allowed Christian missionaries to preach from 653 onwards, following his son Peiada's baptism, a requirement for marrying Alflaed, daughter of Oswiu of Bernicia. Penda, however, was slain in battle against Oswiu on 15th of November 655, leading to Peiada's brief reign as Mercia's first Christian king. Unlike other regions, Mercia did not revert to paganism officially after Christianization. In Sussex, Aethelwulf was baptized in Mercia around or slightly before 675, likely as a prerequisite to his marriage to the Christian Queen Aoife of Huis. By 681, Bishop Wilfrid began converting the populace of Sussex, having been converted by Wulfhere of Mercia no later than 675, the very year of Wulfhere's death. Aethelwel granted Wilfrid land in Selsey to establish a monastery. Despite Aethelwald's cooperation with Christian missions, he too was killed in 685 during an invasion led by Ceadwalla of Wessex, who later seized control of Sussex also. Now the tale of Augustine's journey to Wessex to convert the populace, as recorded by the monk Gosselin, contrasts a little with Bede's account, which notes that the West Saxons remained staunchly pagan until Bishop Birinus began preaching in 635. The baptism of the joint kings, Cynegils and Cuichelm, with Northumbrian King Oswin as godfather, marked the beginning of Christianity in Wessex. However, Cynegils' son, Cainwell, initially rejected Christianity, resulting in his temporary expulsion by Penda. Cainwell's conversion occurred during his exile, under the influence of the Christian king Anna of East Anglia. After Penda's death in 655, Cainwell returned to Wessex, succeeded by his widow Ceasbur and later by Aeswine. The religious leanings of these rulers are a little unclear. Centwine, who ascended to the throne later, was pagan during his reign, but abdicated to become a monk. Caedwalla, king of Wessex from around 685, despite supporting Christian institutions and missions, remained unbaptized until the end of his reign. He undertook significant efforts, however, to spread Christianity, including the violent subjugation of the Isle of Wight in 686, forcing the conversion of its pagan inhabitants. After his conquests, Caedwalla abdicated in 688 to undertake a pilgrimage to Rome, where he was baptized shortly before his death in 689. His successor, Ine, implemented a law code in 695 that reflected his Christian beliefs, but also indicated a populace still resistant to Christian practices, necessitating laws to enforce baptism and tithing. The 95 Theses, formerly known as the Disputation on the Power and Efficacy of Indulgences, a document that was written by Martin Luther in 1517, widely regarded as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation. In this work, he critiqued the Church's manipulation of faith to profit financially, and argued that salvation was obtained through faith and divine grace, rather than the sale of indulgences. Of course, this sparked widespread debate and led to significant religious, political, and cultural upheavals across Europe, ultimately reshaping Christianity and altering the course of Western history. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. Perhaps you already know what you're in for. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, Patreon links in description, or help me achieve my subscriber goal of 15,000 by doing all the good stuff. Like, comment, subscribe. You'll certainly be on Santa's good list this year. Now, without further ado, please allow yourself to become relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. First, I will give a brief history on how the 95 Theses came about, a little bit about Martin Luther, and then later, towards the end of the video, I will read the document in its full length. Now, let's begin. Martin Luther, holding the position of Professor of Moral Theology and serving as a town preacher at the University of Wittenberg, authored the critical 95 Theses, challenging the Church's prevailing practices regarding indulgences. Now, in Western Europe's predominantly Roman Catholic setting, indulgences were woven into the broader theological framework concerning salvation. This doctrine suggested that while things like confession and absolution removed the threat of eternal damnation for sins, they did not clear the penitent of temporal punishments expected to be served in purgatory, a realm that was theorized to exist between heaven and hell. Indulgences, regarded as merciful allowances, were believed to reduce these punishments. So, within this 16th century practice of the Catholic Church, people would essentially pay money to get a certificate that promised reduced punishment from sins, a guarantee from the Church. Of course, you just have to pay the fee. You see how this is a bit of a problem. Well, it of course led to a situation where the system was exploited, as clergy members profited from the sale of indulgences, with the papal office providing endorsements for financial gain. Plenary indulgences, which were said to eliminate all remaining temporal punishment, were sold for the benefit of souls believed to have been in purgatory, giving rise to the notorious phrase, "As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs." This practice, of course, faced scrutiny, not just from Martin Luther, but from the University of Paris toward the late 15th century, continuing objections raised by John Wycliffe much earlier, who contested the papal control over purgatory. Reformists such as Jan Hus and Johannes von Wessel also challenged the indulgence system, advocating for a more rigorous penance framework that excluded indulgences. Political figures of the time, observing the economic drain caused by funds sent out of their domains for indulgences, sometimes intervened by demanding a share of the proceeds, or outright banning the sales, as seen in Duke George's prohibition in Luther's electoral Saxony. Well, in 1515, Pope Leo X authorized a special plenary indulgence intended to finance the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, applicable to a wide range of sins, including severe ones like adultery and theft. This indulgence, meant to be exclusive for 8 years, came with strict guidelines on how it was to be preached, significantly more praiseful than previous ones. John Tetzel, appointed in 1517 to promote this indulgence near Wittenberg, attracted many from Wittenberg to purchase them due to the ban on their sale in Wittenberg and other nearby Saxon territories. So basically, get them while you can. Well, Luther's own disillusionment was deepened by the specific practices concerning indulgences linked to the All Saints' Church in Wittenberg. The church offered indulgences for venerating its extensive collection of relics. Early in his career, around 1514, Luther had already spoken out against the misuse of indulgences and the superficial repentance that they encouraged. His concern escalated in 1517 when his parishioners, having bought Tetzel's indulgences, claimed that they simply no longer needed to repent for their sins. Well, after examining Tetzel's teachings, Luther dedicated significant effort to studying indulgences more critically, culminating in the multiple sermons that year advocating for genuine repentance over just purchasing the get-out-of-jail-free card. Luther's initial thesis states that Jesus Christ's directive to repent implies a lifelong commitment to repentance for believers. In his early thesis, Luther emphasized that repentance involves an internal battle with sin, contrasting with the sacramental confession system. Theses 5 through 7 articulate that the Pope, described by Luther as the Vicar of Christ on earth, only has the authority to absolve punishments imposed by himself or the Church's penance system, not the inherent guilt of sin. The Pope's role, he argues, is merely to proclaim God's forgiveness of sins. Between Theses 14 and 29, Luther questions established notions about purgatory, suggesting that the suffering experienced there is akin to the fear and despair of dying, as outlined in Theses 14 through 16. He later argues from Theses 17 to 24 that no definitive statements can be made regarding the spiritual conditions of souls in purgatory, and denies papal authority over these souls in Theses 25 and 6. Theses 27 to 29 criticize the notion that a payment can immediately free a soul from purgatory, which he views as fostering sinful greed, as baseless, since only God can forgive such punishments. He moves on in Theses 30 to 34 to address the misleading assurance given by indulgence preachers regarding absolution, and argues that since true repentance is uncertain, issuing a certificate of forgiveness is risky. He contends in Theses 35 and 6 that indulgences negate the necessity for repentance. Thus, he also reasons that genuinely penitent individuals who would be the rightful beneficiaries of indulgences already enjoy forgiveness of sins without them. In Theses 41 to 47, he criticizes indulgences for discouraging charitable acts, proposing instead that Christians be taught that the superior value of benevolence is better than purchasing indulgences, which he associates with divine disfavor and moral stagnation. He moves on to Theses 48 to 52 to depict a hypothetical scenario where the Pope would prefer the destruction of St. Peter's Basilica over its construction funded by the exploitation of the faithful. He also laments restrictions on preaching imposed during the indulgence period in Theses 53 to 55. 56 to 66 see Luther disputing the concept of the treasury of merits, foundational to the indulgence doctrine. He believes that it misleads the average Christian and obscures the true treasure of the Church, which is the gospel, described metaphorically as a net capturing the wealthy within its promise of salvation, unlike indulgences, which ensnare through greed. From Theses 67 to 80, Luther continues to critique the current indulgence preaching practices, which he had previously addressed in his letter to Archbishop Albert, noting that they promote greed rather than spiritual benefits. He notes that bishops are instructed to respect indulgence preachers, but also to protect their congregations from teachings that are contrary to the Pope's directives. He disputes claims that indulgences could absolve severe sins, like defiling the Virgin Mary, and labels claims about superiority of current indulgences over those granted by St. Peter as blasphemous. Moving on to 81 to 91, he brings forth common critiques from lay people about the practices surrounding indulgences, such as the Pope's failure to empty purgatory if he indeed does hold such power, and why masses for the dead continue for those supposedly freed from purgatory by indulgences. These issues, Luther argues, could discredit the papacy if left unaddressed. He suggests aligning the Church's teaching on indulgences with these critiques to avoid these pitfalls, and calls on Christians to follow Christ's example of enduring suffering for heavenly reward, criticizing the false security offered by the indulgences. And that's basically the gist of it. So you kind of understand what he was getting at. Of course, like I said, we'll get to the full text a little later. These theses were framed as academic propositions, intended for open debate, although no record exists of such a debate actually occurring. Luther issued an invitation to scholars from various cities to engage in scholarly discussion. Such debates were actually quite typical academic practice of the day, and part of Luther's privileges as a university doctor. Between 1516 and 1521, Luther crafted 20 different sets of theses for such disputations. Notably, Andreas Karlstadt had authored a set of theologically radical theses in April 1517 and posted them on the door of All Saints' Church, mirroring the action that was later attributed to Luther with his 95 Theses. Karlstadt's action, coinciding with the Church's display of relics, was perhaps intended as a challenge. In a similar vein, Luther's posting of his theses on the eve of All Saints' Day, a key date for the display of relics at All Saints' Church, was meant to initiate an academic discussion. He didn't think that it was going to initiate a public uprising, but, well, you know what they say about hindsight. While Luther's goal was to foster academic dialogue, signs suggest he viewed his actions as having a broader and almost prophetic implication. Around this time he began adopting the name Luther and occasionally Eleutherius, which means free in Greek, reflecting his departure from earlier scholastic theological debates. Luther later stated that he did not anticipate the widespread dissemination of his thesis. Elizabeth Eisenstein argues that Luther's surprise at their popularity might have been partly self-deceptive, while others contend that Luther definitely intended to stir a significant controversy. Well, he's certainly not around for us to interview him, so we'll just have to choose a side. Now, occasionally, Luther appeared to use the scholarly pretext of the theses as a strategic cover, enabling him to critique established church doctrines, while maintaining that he had no intention of undermining church teachings. Well, the format of scholarly disputation provided Luther with the flexibility to disassociate himself from the more provocative elements of the thesis. October 31st, 1517, Martin Luther sent a letter to the Archbishop Albert of Mainz, the authority who was overseeing the sale of indulgences, the big boss, basically. In his letter, Luther expressed a respectful concern about the pastoral issues arising from the indulgence sermons. He suggested that the Archbishop might be unaware of the content being preached under his own jurisdiction. After all, he was a very busy man, which could lead the faithful away from the gospel and potentially tarnish Albert's reputation. Luther's critique was not of indulgences themselves, or even of the sermons per se, since he had not directly witnessed them. Rather, he was more troubled by the public's misconceptions about indulgences, such as the belief that they could absolve sins entirely, or that they could remove both the guilt and the punishment for sins. He included a set of theses with his letter, hoping to illustrate the uncertainties about indulgences that contrasted sharply with the confidence of the preachers promoting them. It was a standard practice to have theses printed and publicly displayed when proposing an academic disputation. Although no copies from a Wittenberg print run of the 95 Theses have survived. This isn't unusual given Luther's obscurity at the time and unanticipated historical significance of the document. According to university regulations in Wittenberg, theses should be posted on the doors of all city churches. However, Philip Melanchthon, who first noted the posting of the theses, specifically mentioned only the door of All Saints' Church, and no others. His account also stated that Luther posted the theses on October 31st, but this contradicts Luther's own recollection of the sequence of events, and he consistently stated that his intent was to address the matter through official channels and not public debate. Thus it's speculated that Luther may not have seen October 31st as the start of the Reformation, nor did he likely post the theses until mid-November, if he posted them at all. Nonetheless, the document quickly became known among Wittenberg's intellectuals shortly after being sent to the archbishop. After displaying the letter and the theses to Archbishop Albert, they were soon copied and circulated among the interested academics. The theses were printed in Latin, and a small pamphlet in Basel, and on placards in Leipzig and Nuremberg. Several hundred copies were made throughout Germany in 1517 alone, and later that year, Caspar Nutzel translated the theses into German, and these translations were distributed to a wider audience across Germany. Albert of Mainz received Luther's letter and enclosed theses towards the end of November. He consulted theologians at the University of Mainz and his advisors, who suggested prohibiting Luther from preaching against the indulgences as per the indulgence bull. Consequently, Albert sought action against Luther from the Roman Curia, and in Rome, Luther was quickly seen as a significant threat. By February 1518, Pope Leo X directed the head of the Augustinian hermits, Luther's religious order, to dissuade him from spreading his views on indulgences. Additionally, Sylvester Mazzolini was tasked with writing a critique that would serve in Luther's trial. Mazzolini's piece, titled A Dialogue Against Martin Luther's Presumptuous Theses concerning the power of the Pope, concentrated on Luther's challenges to the papal authority rather than his grievances about indulgence preaching. And you can tell by the title, can't you? He's turned it around in the title, and he's saying that I'm writing something about what Martin Luther said about the Pope. Well, Martin Luther didn't have a problem with the Pope. He had a problem with the system of indulgences. Well, he may have had a problem with the Pope, but good luck being brave enough to write about that out in the open. Well, in August of 1518, Luther was summoned to Rome, to which he responded with explanations of the disputation concerning the value of indulgences, aiming to clarify that he was not actually attacking the Pope himself. As Luther articulated his beliefs more fully, he realized his views were further from official doctrine than he initially thought, later reflecting that he might not have started the controversy had he have known of its consequences. Meanwhile, Johann Tetzel, an opponent of Luther's theses, advocated for Luther to be condemned as a heretic and engaged theologian Conrad Wimpina to write 106 theses against Luther's propositions. Tetzel defended these theses in a disputation at the University of Frankfurt on the Oder in January 1518. The printed copies, intended for sale in Wittenberg, were seized and burned by university students. Amid increasing fears of the escalating situation, Luther published a sermon on indulgences and grace to appease his critics without challenging the Pope's authority. This short and accessible pamphlet became his first major publication and was reprinted 20 times. Johann Eck, a theologian at the University of Ingolstadt, and initially a good friend of Luther, also wrote against Luther's work in a document called the Obelisks, harshly accusing Luther of heresy. Luther responded in kind with a private rebuttal titled The Asterisks. Their disagreement escalated, leading to the public Leipzig debate in 1519. Well, before that, in the October of 1518, Luther was called before Cardinal Thomas Cajetan in Augsburg to defend his views. Cajetan focused on specific controversies, but did not allow Luther to argue his case fully. He challenged Luther's assertion that the Pope could not use the treasury of merit to forgive temporal punishments, a contradiction to the bull Unigenitus of 1343, and questioned Luther's claim that one could be certain of forgiveness after absolution by a priest. Luther refused to recant, and was denied a review by university theologians, ultimately appealing to the Pope before leaving Augsburg. His refusal to retract his statements, of course, led to his excommunication in 1521, after he burned the papal bull that had threatened him with that exact sentence. Now, the controversy over indulgences that Martin had sparked with his 95 Theses marked the beginning of the Reformation, the major schism in the Roman Catholic Church that brought about significant social and political change across Europe, and a great deal of riots and murders, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. Luther himself later reflected that the indulgence issue seemed minor compared to subsequent theological disputes, such as his conflict with Erasmus concerning free will. At the time he wrote the Theses, Luther considered himself a devout adherent to the Catholic faith, not foreseeing the Theses as a departure from Orthodox doctrine. Nevertheless, it was a debate over indulgences that catapulted Luther into a leadership role within the emerging Reformation movement, underscoring his critique that the Church's preaching was leading the faithful astray. Moreover, his challenge to the papal decree by Pope Clement VI, which proclaimed that indulgences drew upon Christ's treasury, hinted at future disputes over papal authority. The date of the 31st of October, 1517, when Luther had dispatched the Theses to Archbishop Albert, gained historical significance early in the Reformation's narrative. By 1527, Luther and his associates were already toasting the anniversary of what they called the trampling out of indulgences. Peter Melanchthon later solidified this date in Reformation history through his 1548 biography of Luther, portraying the posting of the Theses as a seminal event of the Reformation. The 1617 centennial was marked by a celebratory procession to the church doors at Wittenberg, where Luther was reputed to have posted his theses, complete with a commemorative engraving depicting Luther with an oversized quill that dramatically pierced the head of a lion, symbolizing Pope Leo X. In 1668, October the 31st was officially declared Reformation Day, becoming a regular holiday in electoral Saxony, and eventually observed in other Lutheran regions, though it's very difficult to compete against Halloween, but I'm sure the Lutherans aren't keen on that anyway. Now, I am going to read the full document. Now, It's not too long, don't worry about it. I'm not going to include all the numbers, though. I'm not going to say number 1, number 2, number 3, as the document itself flows on well enough without them. And citing each one of them before each line is a little burdensome, so yes, let us begin the full 95 Theses. Out of love for the truth and from desire to elucidate it, the Reverend Father Martin Luther, Master of Arts and Sacred Theology, and ordinary lecturer therein at Wittenberg, intends to defend the following statements, and to dispute them in that place. Therefore, he asks that those who cannot be present and dispute with him orally shall do so in their absence by letter. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. When our Lord and Master Jesus Christ said, "Repent," Matthew 4:17, he willed the entire life of believers to be of repentance. This word cannot be understood as referring to the sacrament of penance, that is, confession and satisfaction, as administered by the clergy. Yet it does not mean solely inner repentance. Such inner repentance is worthless, unless it produces various outward mortification of the flesh. The penalty of sin remains as long as the hatred of self, that is, true inner repentance, namely till our entrance in the kingdom of heaven. The Pope neither desires nor is able to remit any penalties except those imposed by his own authority or that of the canons. The Pope cannot remit any guilt except by declaring and showing that it is been remitted by God, or, to be sure, by remitting guilt in cases reserved to his judgment. If his right to grant remission in these cases were disregarded, the guilt would certainly remain unforgiven. God remits guilt to no one, unless at the same time he humbles him in all things and makes him submissive to the vicar, the priest. The penitential canons are imposed only on the living, and according to the canons themselves, nothing should be imposed on the dying. Therefore, the Holy Spirit, through the Pope, is kind to us in so far as the Pope in his decrees always makes exception of the article of death and of necessity. Those priests act ignorantly and wickedly who, in case of the dying, reserve canonical penalties for purgatory. Those tares of changing the canonical penalty to the penalty of purgatory were evidently sown while the bishop slept. Matthew 13:25. In former times, canonical penalties were imposed, not after, but before absolution, as tests of true contrition. The dying are freed by death from all penalties, are already dead as far as canon laws are concerned, and have a right to be released from them. Imperfect piety, or love on the part of the dying person, necessarily brings with it great fear, and the smaller the love, the greater the fear. This fear or horror is sufficient in itself, to say nothing of other things, to constitute the penalty of purgatory, since it is very near to the horror of despair. Hell, purgatory, and heaven seem to differ the same as despair, fear, and assurance of salvation. It seems as though for the souls in purgatory, fear should necessarily decrease, and love increase. Furthermore, it does not seem proved, either by reason or by scripture, that souls in purgatory are outside the state of merit, that is, unable to grow in love. Nor does it seem proved that souls in purgatory, at least not all of them, are certain and assured of their own salvation, even if we ourselves may be entirely certain of it. Therefore, the Pope, when he uses the words plenary remission of all penalties, does not actually mean all penalties, but only those imposed by himself. Thus, those indulgence preachers are in error who say that a man is absolved from every penalty and saved by papal indulgences. As a matter of fact, the Pope remits to souls in purgatory no penalty which, according to canon law, they should have paid in this life. If remission of all penalties whatsoever could be granted to anyone at all, certainly it would be granted only to the most perfect, that is, to the very few. For this reason, most people are necessarily deceived by that indiscriminate and high-sounding promise of release from penalty. That power which the Pope has in general over purgatory corresponds to the power which any bishop or curate has in a particular way in his own diocese and parish. The Pope does very well when he grants remission to souls in purgatory, not by the power of the keys, which he does not have, but by way of intercession of them. They preach only human doctrines, who say that as soon as the money clinks into the money chest, the soul flies out of purgatory. It is certain that when money clinks in the money chest, greed and avarice can be increased, but when the Church intercedes, the result is in the hands of God alone. Who knows whether all souls in purgatory wish to be redeemed, since we have exceptions in Saint Severinus and Saint Pascal as related in a legend. No one is sure of the integrity of his own contrition, much less of having received plenary remission. The man who actually buys indulgences is rare, as he who is really penitent. Indeed, he is exceedingly rare. Those who believe that they can be certain of their salvation because they have indulgence letters will be eternally damned, together with their teachers. Men must be especially on guard against those who say the Pope's pardons are that inestimable gift of God by which man is reconciled to him. For the graces of indulgences are concerned only with the penalties of sacramental satisfaction established by man. They who teach that contrition is not necessarily on the part of those who intend to buy souls out of purgatory, or to buy confessional privileges, preach an unchristian doctrine. Any truly repentant Christian has a right to full remission of penalty and guilt, even without indulgence letters. Nevertheless, papal remission and blessing are by no means to be disregarded, for they are, as I have said in Thesis 6, the proclamation of the divine remission. It is very difficult, even for the most learned theologians, at one and the same time to commend to the people the bounty of indulgences and the need of true contrition. A Christian who is truly contrite seeks and loves to pay penalties for his sins. The bounty of indulgences, however, relaxes penalties and causes men to hate them. At least it furnishes occasion for hating them. Papal indulgences must be preached with caution, lest people erroneously think that they are preferable to other good works of love. Christians are to be taught that the Pope does not intend that the buying of indulgences should in any way be compared with works of mercy. Christians are to be taught that he who gives to the poor or lends to the needy does a better deed than he who buys indulgences. Because love grows by works of love, man thereby becomes better. Man does not, however, become better by means of indulgences, but is merely freed from penalties. Christians are to be taught that he who sees a needy man and passes him by, yet gives his money for indulgences, does not buy papal indulgences, but God's wrath. Christians are to be taught that, unless they have more money than they need, they must reserve enough for their family needs, and by no means squander it on indulgences. Christians are to be taught that the buying of indulgences is a matter of free choice, not one commanded. Christians are to be taught that the Pope, in granting indulgences, needs and thus desires their devout prayer more than their money. Christians are to be taught that papal indulgences are useful only if they do not put their trust in them, but very harmful if they lose their fear of God because of them. Christians are to be taught that if the Pope knew the exactions of the indulgence preachers, he would rather that the Basilica of St. Peter were burned to ashes than built up with the skin, flesh, and bones of his sheep. Christians are to be taught that the Pope would and should wish to give his own money, even though he had to sell the Basilica of St. Peter, to many of those whom certain hawkers of indulgences cajole money. It is vain to trust in salvation by indulgence letters, even though the indulgence commissary, or even the Pope, were to offer his soul as security. There are the enemies of Christ, and the Pope, who forbid altogether the preaching of the word of God in some churches, in order that indulgences may be preached in others. Injury is done to the word of God in the same sermon, and equal or larger amount of time is devoted to indulgences than to the word. It is certainly the Pope's sentiment that if indulgences, which are a very insignificant thing, are celebrated with one bell, one procession, and one ceremony, then the gospel, which is the very greatest thing, should be preached with 100 bells, 100 processions, 100 ceremonies. The true treasures of the Church, out of which the Pope distributes all indulgences, are not sufficiently discussed or known among the people of Christ. That indulgences are not temporal treasures is certainly clear, for many indulgence sellers do not distribute them freely, but only gather them. Nor are they the merits of Christ and the saints, for even without the Pope, the latter always work grace for the inner man, and the cross, death, and hell for the outer man. St. Lawrence said that the poor of the Church were the treasures of the Church, but he spoke according to the usage of the word in his own time. Without want of consideration, we say that the keys of the Church, given by the merits of Christ, are that treasure. For it is clear that the Pope's power is of itself sufficient for the remission of penalties and cases reserved by himself. The true treasure of the Church is the most holy gospel of the glory and grace of God. But this treasure is naturally most odious, for it makes the first to be the last. On the other hand, the treasure of indulgences is naturally most acceptable, for it makes the last to be first. Therefore, the treasures of the gospel are nets with which one formerly fished for men of wealth. The treasures of indulgences are nets with which one now fishes for the wealth of men. The indulgences which the demagogues acclaim as the greatest graces are actually understood to be such only in so far as they promote gain. They are, nevertheless, in truth, the most insufficient graces when compared with the grace of God and the piety of the cross. Bishops and curates are bound to admit the commissaries of papal indulgences with all reverence, but they are much more bound to strain their eyes and ears, lest these men preach their own dreams instead of what the Pope has commissioned. Let him who speaks against the truth concerning papal indulgences be anathema and accursed. But let him who guards against the lust and license of the indulgence preachers be blessed. Just as the Pope justly thunders against those who by any means whatever contrive harm to the sale of indulgences, much more does he intend to thunder against those who use indulgences as a pretext to contrive harm to holy love and truth. To consider papal indulgences so great that they could absolve a man even if he had done the impossible and had violated the Mother of God is madness. We say, on the contrary, that papal indulgences cannot remove the very least of venial sins as far as guilt is concerned. To say that even St. Peter, if he were now Pope, could not grant greater graces is blasphemy against St. Peter and the Pope. We say, on the contrary, that even the present Pope, or any Pope whatsoever, has greater graces at his disposal, that is, the gospel, spiritual powers, gifts of healing, etc., as it is written, 1 Corinthians 12:28. To say that the cross emblazoned with the papal coat of arms and set up by the indulgence preachers is equal in worth to the cross of Christ is blasphemy. The bishops, curates, and theologians who permit such talk to be spread among the people will have to answer for this. This unbridled preaching of indulgences makes it difficult even for the learned men to rescue the reverence which is due the Pope from slander or from shrewd questions of the laity, such as, why does not the Pope empty purgatory for the sake of holy love, and the dire need of the souls that are there if he redeems an infinite number of souls for the sake of miserable money with which to build a church? The former reason would be more just. The latter is most trivial. Again, why are funeral and anniversary masses for the dead continued? And why does he not return or permit the withdrawal of the endowments funded for them, since it is wrong to pray for the redeemed? Again, what is this new piety of God, and the Pope that for a consideration of money they permit a man who is impious, and their enemy to buy out of purgatory the pious soul of a friend of God, and do not rather better use of the need of that of pious and the beloved soul, free it for pure love's sake. Again, why are the penitential canons, long since abrogated and dead, in actual fact and through disuse, now satisfied by the granting of indulgences as though they were still alive and in force? Again, why does not the Pope, whose wealth is today greater than the wealth of the richest Crassus, build this one basilica of St. Peter with his own money, rather than the money of poor believers? Again, what does the Pope remit or grant to those who by perfect contrition already have a right to full remission and blessings? Again, what greater blessing could come to the Church than if the Pope were to bestow these remissions and blessings on every believer 100 times a day, as he does but once? Since the Pope seeks the salvation of souls, rather than money by his indulgences, why does he suspend the indulgences and pardons previously granted when they have equal efficacy? To repress these very sharp arguments of the laity by force alone, and not to resolve them by giving reasons, is to expose the Church and the Pope to the ridicule of their enemies and to make Christians unhappy. If therefore indulgences were preached according to the spirit and intention of the Pope, all these doubts would be readily resolved. Indeed, they would not exist. Away then with all those prophets who say to the people of Christ, "Peace, peace," and there is no peace, Jeremiah 6:14. Blessed be all those prophets who say to the people of Christ, "Cross, cross," and there is no cross. Christians should be exhorted to be diligent in following Christ, their head through penalties, death, and hell, and thus be confident of entering into heaven through many tribulations, rather than through the false security of peace. Acts 14:22. Thank you very much for joining me, and there's the end of the 95 Theses. I hope you enjoyed that. Whether you be Christian or not, it's still a part of our shared heritage. I'm not particularly religious myself and take it all on board as a philosophy. There's a little bit of value in everything. Well, I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Stark Factory, JC and Jeffrey. Thank you very much. If you would like to support the channel, then look in the description. You will find a method to do so. Until next time, I will see you tomorrow. Same history time, same history place. Good night, everyone.